Okay, good morning, everyone. It's day 2 of competition here at the 2024 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Cup in Plattling. Got an exciting day of competition kicking off very shortly, beginning with open canoe heats for open canoe. After that, what have we got coming up, Johnny?
We also have the C1 semifinals, followed by I need to check the schedule actually. I believe women's quarterfinals, and then later on in the day we'll move over to the men's quarterfinals. So a big day of competition, full schedule. Are you excited, Max?
I'm very excited. Something I'm also excited to see is we have, I believe, the WC1 finals as well this afternoon. And following that, there will be a King of the Wave competition, which is definitely one not to miss out on.
Yes.
So we'll be kicking off our first heats in about 3 minutes now. 3 minutes.
In our first heat, we have Paul from Great Britain, Harvey, Daniel, Owen from Ireland, and Connor also from Great Britain.
So strong turnout from the British boys, actually. I've seen a lot of these guys paddling around at some of the features in the UK. Impressive stuff in open canoe.
Absolutely. It never ceases to amaze me how challenging it can be, but it's also, it might not be the category where you see the highest scores, but it's also exciting because you don't know what's going to happen. Who's going to throw the biggest trick, or those two big tricks that are going to secure you a place in the finals.
So most of these guys are going to be hoping to drop in and throw one trick that's absolutely huge at the start of their ride. Something these guys in open canoe have to contend with is their boats have to be able to fill up with water. I think it's 40 liters of water that the boat has to fit, and they will be filling up with water during the ride. So that means it's a lot easier to throw big moves at the start of the ride. You have to manage that as your ride goes on. It's quite in comparison to the other disciplines of freestyle, open canoe is a lot more tactical sometimes, I would say.
Absolutely, yeah. And you can even see that it's being tested, how much water fits into these boats with a bucket before they start. So there are some clear rules in place for this, and you sometimes could even see people emptying their boats in the eddy before they drop back in.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that it's easier to rotate, easier to throw around.
Yeah, for sure. I've actually never paddled an OC1 myself. Have you tried it?
Once, not successfully though. It was fun. But
you enjoyed it?
yes.
I've tried it on flat water and I could barely roll the thing.
I remember trying even a C1 and I struggled, so an OC1 makes it even harder to, even do a roll or side surf.
100%. So the difference between OC1 and C1, in the C1 competition we'll be seeing later, paddlers have a completely closed closed boat, much like the kayaks we see in K1. The difference is they still have a single blade and they'll still be kneeling. So we can see some of our OC1ers in the eddy, just starting to get ready for their first rides.
Looks like pretty much everyone's dropping in from below.
So when these guys enter the wave, they will have 45 seconds to throw as many tricks as possible. Each trick has an assigned value on the ICF official score sheet. So these tricks can be things like spins, for low points or loops, that's like an aerial front flip for the really big points in this. Maybe even some bigger tricks going on later on in the day.
And Paul's entering the feature. Side surfing, spinning around, looking for that first move. Up, 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 up. And carving over to the other side. Using the whole width of the hole.
Just catching a flush there. So, yeah, there's a lot of different features to use on this hole. It might look to the back from the bank like it's all the same, but actually there's some quite nice shoulders on it that can get you back up the hole to start initiating your tricks a little bit higher up.
Let's see if Paul can make it back in time. And he enters the feature. One final move. Unfortunately, flushing before the final buzzer.
Looked like he was scoring about 8.3 points. We'll see if that score remains final or if it goes up or down, depending on what the judges decide. They may still be deliberating over some of his tricks.
Next one is Harvey, also from the UK.
So Harvey is competing again in C1 later today. But he's been training for this a lot. His favorite spot is Mile End Mill on the River Dee.
We see big smiles in the eddy, despite the early start.
6.67 points in the end for Paul Harwood. So I would guess that would be a flat spin scored by 2 out of 3 of the judges. So one of the judges may not be quite satisfied with that spin. It could be they didn't view it as a full 360. We've got our next competitor on the wave.
Which is Harvey. And he's spinning around. Looking for that shove it, I believe. Unfortunately catching an edge.
But retaining the feature.
Well done, Harvey.
And getting a spin, we think. So with the spin, it has to be a full spin from facing upstream, all the way around to facing upstream again. Looked like he plugged for the loop there, but didn't quite get it.
Let's see what our next competitor will be able to throw down. But Harvey had a first solid ride in his, what I believe, a homemade boat.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about the OC1 category is we see a huge variety of different boats, and a lot of these will have been home built or modified by the competitors themselves to best throw the moves that they like to throw.
Yeah, it sometimes requires, when you look at the outfitting, it sometimes requires quite an innovative approach to make it fit perfectly and, you know, find like the right outfitting.
Definitely. So we've just seen the thumbs up from head judge again. Our next paddler, Daniel Cutter from Great Britain, is about to drop in.
And entering the feature from the eddy, again, trying to save ride with a spin on the left. And spinning around again, unfortunately getting flushed off that feature on that green wave.
He'll be trying to make his way back up for the eddy before his timer runs out. He's got plenty of time to do it, so we should may be able to see 1 or 2 more moves from him.
Yeah, charging up the eddy now. 15 seconds left. Can he make it back into the feature?
So that sound is a 10-second buzzer, telling him he's got 10 seconds left to throw any last tricks. Looked like he tried to initiate something just on the buzzer, maybe not completing it. So we'll see how the judges view that.
It looks like the spin is like the go-to move in this first heat for the
Yes,
competitors.
looks like they're trying to keep it safe, get some points on the board early on, maybe let the water wash out some of that hangover.
Yeah, very early start for all of us, but still positive energy, good vibes around the feature, as we know it from freestyle competitions.
Daniel's favorite trick is the clean loop, so I'm hoping to see one of those in his next ride.
And next one up is Mr. Owen Kelly, the man, the myth, the legend, a big Nottingham Forest fan. And I'm pretty sure his family's going to be watching it back at home in Nottingham.
Absolutely fantastic paddler. This guy's been around on the scene for a number of years. In contrast to others, it looks like he's dropping in from above. So going for that entry. Let's see how he does.
Come on, Owen. Sticking a nice, maybe entry 1, maybe entry 2. Trying a loop, but then bubbling off the feature.
So Owen is actually a data scientist when he's not kayaking, and has in fact been in a Kenyan rap video.
He has been, yeah. Yeah, it's a great story. You should watch that video.
Yeah, sounds like you know the details. How did that happen?
Yeah, I think it was in Uganda. A late night, a late night performance. Let's put it this way.
Fantastic, and we hope to see another performance like that on the wave today, as he looks to line up another spin to finish off his ride.
Great first run by Owen, with around 50 points. We'll see what the final score will be.
Highest scoring ride so far.
Yes. Owen will be delighted with that. And Owen's also an incredible C1 paddler. When you see what he can throw down in his home spot, Nottingham, he'll also be competing later on in the day.
Up next will be Connor Proud of Great Britain.
This is Connor's first ride.
Got a good competition record, Connor. Previous 7th place result in OC1, and there he goes, showing us why he got that 7th place with a massive loop. Trying to go around for a spin on the shoulder, just catching a bit too much of that shoulder there and flushing off on the green tongue. So he'll be making his way back up the eddy, trying to tick off some more points on the board, but you can see the judges have already given him 90 points for that loop. So that's a loop plus an air bonus.
Yeah, amazing start for Connor, and let's see if he can do. Unfortunately, he washed there, didn't get into the feature, but he'll be pretty delighted with that loop.
Yeah, definitely.
And that wraps up the first runs of our first heat, which means we're going back to the top of the order with Paul for his second run.
Paul's favorite trick is apparently getting out while upside down. To me, that sounds like a swim.
Has to be well practiced, I guess.
Definitely. I will say, I'm not sure it scores any points in competition.
It doesn't, but it gets the crowd cheering probably if you do it in a stylish way.
Oh, 100%. I'm sure the crowd will love to see some swims out here.
And Paul, side surfing, spinning around, looking for those 10 points. A shove it to the right, followed by a spin. Looking very composed, but unfortunately flushing.
So, Paul is a boater from the UK. His favorite spot is
There you have your swim.
River Dee in North Wales. And he's given us the swim. That's what, I mean, the crowd will have been hoping to see at least one swim today, and Paul has delivered.
Fortunately, there are safety measures in place to get him out of the water, help him with his heavy kayak, or canoe, should I say.
Yeah. These OC1 boats, they are all heavy when they're empty of water, and when they're full of water, they're even heavier. Following him on the start order, we have Harvey Harwood, also from Great Britain. Wonder if there's a kind of family link going on there.
Yeah, just to make sure that the next heat is ready, ready at the put-in. In heat number 2 of the OC1 semi-final, we have Sebastian from Germany, Zach from Canada, Reimer from Germany, Philip from Germany, and Landon from the United States. Can you please make your way to the put-in, get your boats checked, and be ready to go.
So Harvey here, our second paddler, he's aiming to use his time here to get competition experience, really aiming for a top spot in next year's World Championships. 10 points on that first ride. He'll be looking to improve on that as he surfs onto the wave. Looking for a little bit of setup, probably bringing it around for that spin, looking good. So a spin, like it says, full 360. Looked like he might have been trying to line up and shove it, but now he's going for a loop. Not quite getting the plug he was looking for, so getting a little bit more rejected backwards off the wave. But he's still got 20 seconds to make it up and tick off a few more points for his second ride. Here he comes.
Harvey got a few seconds to spare. What can you throw in those last few seconds?
Plugging for that loop again, not quite managing to bring it round, but he'll be pleased with that second ride, improving on his first.
Can he get the roll? With a grin on his face, and you can see the emoji stickers on his boat.
So OC1, I think, is one of the most exciting competitions to watch because literally anything can happen. You've got massive loops like we saw earlier on. You've got sometimes swims. It does happen, happens to all of us. I don't think there's a single kayaker here who's never taken at least one swim. And we have on the wave now Daniel Cutter.
Again, looking for those safe points, spins, shove-its, carving around, racking up those safe points, and then flushing on a loop attempt, I believe.
So a shove-it is another one of our staple tricks for this round. The shove-it is a 180-degree spin to one side, from starting in front surf to a 180-degree spin to the opposite way to return to front surf. It can also be initiated from a back surf, I think, but
it can be, yeah, and it's one of the go-to moves for the OC1 competitors.
Daniel not quite making it back up to the wave in time, but just giving himself some time to cool off in the eddy line. The sun is just starting to come out now here in Plattling. It's going to be another gorgeous day.
And our next competitor is Owen Kelly from Ireland.
Dropping in from below this time, so not going for that same big entry move we saw before. Probably trying to tick a few other moves off. Looked like he's trying to get the stern up there for a McNasty, as he does.
Oh.
Pulls it round, but possibly catching just a bit of a flush.
That would have been big.
He's got 30 seconds on the clock as he makes his way back up the eddy. Gonna probably look for another big move to try and just put some points on the board.
Yeah, and very good first ride by Owen with 51 points.
That entry was absolutely huge. I think it's
It was,
possibly
yeah.
the best OC1 entry I have ever seen.
Yeah, you can, in a C1, you can even link them to a McNasty, so it's very impressive to watch, Owen.
Unfortunately, not quite getting the second ride he was looking for. We'll have to see how that places him later on.
And our next competitor is Connor from the UK. Bracing himself for his second and what I believe is his final ride for the semifinals.
I'm pretty excited to see what Connor can pull out here. Looking at his athlete bio, it looks like he's from the northeast in the UK. Some really good spots here. Bottom of Tyne Wave is his favorite spot. I've surfed that wave a lot. It's great fun. So I'm hoping that he can put some of those skills to use. And he does with the first move. Looks like he was going for that loop. The judges will give it to him if it landed straight. That's within 20 degrees of perfectly upstream. Now surfing around, trying to take off a few spins, maybe some shove-its as well.
And then what's he going to do next? Looking for, unfortunately catching edge there, but retaining well. Spinning around, using his hands to actually help the rotation.
If I had to guess, I would have said he looked like he was going for a McNasty at some point, but not quite getting his stern up onto the green, which is the position you need to be in to initiate your McNasty. We'll be seeing some of those later. A McNasty, that's a 180-degree spin from back surf to your 180-degree spin where you, as you spin, you bring the boat up and complete the move by throwing a full front flip upstream. So we're just waiting for the results of our first heat today to come in.
And the scores coming in, just a quick overview. So in first place, we currently have Connor with 90 points. Owen, 51 points, putting him into second position. Daniel in third with 25 points. Harvey, 18 points. And then in fifth place, Paul with 6.67. And our next heat, heat 2, is going to be up soon. We have Sebastian from Germany, Zach from Canada, Reimer from Germany, Philip from Germany, and Landon from the US.
Some of the real biggest names in OC1 pretty much in that heat. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. We should see some absolutely huge moves.
Yes, it'll be phenomenal to watch, and I'm pretty sure we'll see something unexpected.
100%. Expect the unexpected. That's always the rule with OC1. I've happened to catch a lot of these guys in training and seen some amazing moves with some very high scoring points. The difficulty is going to be pulling these off in competition, retaining the wave. You can only score a move if when you finish it, you're still surfing the wave.
And a lot of these athletes actually compete in other categories as well, so most of them have a few packed days of competition. But everyone's looking to find their spot, find their medal in this OC1 category.
So first up we have Sebastian. We can see him up there in that eddy. That looks like a home-built conversion to me.
Yeah, I think he fashioned the edge around the seam to, fulfill those requirements. And Sebastian's actually been training here a lot. He knows the feature inside out. And let's see what he can throw down.
I'm excited to see what he can pull off. I've seen this boat around the campsite. I have not seen it on the water yet.
Sebastian fährt die Walze von oben an. Das heißt, er probiert einen Entry-Move, um direkt zu Beginn seines Laufs noch ein paar Punkte mitzunehmen. Probiert ein Entry 3, flusht leider, muss sich jetzt wieder zurückkämpfen, hat aber noch viel Zeit.
Charging back up the eddy, looking to re-enter the wave.
With plenty of time left, 25 seconds, 25 Sekunden für Seppel noch. Schmeißt einen dicken Loop, aber wird dann leider aus der Walze gewaschen. Jetzt wird es wahrscheinlich nicht mehr reichen mit der Zeit. Aber er hat ja noch seinen zweiten Lauf.
So he'll be conserving his energy now. Not enough time to paddle up to the feature. Conserving his energy for the next ride. Aber sehr gut.
It was, yeah. You did see that loop attempt and a good entry move, but I'm sure he can do better and stick them in his second run.
Yeah, if those moves had remained in the feature, that would have been a very high-scoring ride. So there's big potential for this guy to go ahead to the finals.
And next one up is Zach from Canada. A fellow countryman of yours.
Indeed. So Zach is a fantastic paddler. Got a great OC1 competition record with medals, at least in 2022. Lining up that loop and going huge.
Amazing.
Taking off some spins, get those on the board. Spin to shove it, looked like. Surfing around now, looking for his next trick.
Yeah, you can tell Zach's a very seasoned athlete. Has been around the scene for a long time and taken part in loads of competitions.
Yeah, fantastic paddler, all-around great guy as well. I mean, I'm a little bit biased with my honorary Canadian status, but this is one of my favorite paddlers to see in this heat for sure, and I'm hoping for big things from him.
Yeah, you could tell that loop was pretty big and snappy. And I actually bumped into him earlier, and he said he's pretty ill. So he's probably not in peak shape, but still a solid first ride by Zach.
Actually incredible stuff. 135 points, which puts him in first place currently. But we still have some big things to come with our next few paddlers. Up next is Reimer Stauffenberg from Germany.
You pronounced that very well.
Thank you. I've been practicing. Also known as Nemo, apparently.
Yes, the coach of the German team. Also participating himself in this OC1 category.
He's very proud to announce that in Columbus, the previous Worlds, he shared the last OC1 place with Owen and Connor together. So,
wow.
Strong competition record. Looks like he may not be repeating that performance this year, as he's already put some fantastic rides on the board this morning. Yesterday.
He did, and he is looking for that entry move. Entry 1, unfortunately not quite retaining it. Now has to find his way back up the eddy without losing too much time. Auf geht's, Reimer. Hopp, hopp, hopp. Kämpft sich da wieder hoch. Mit nur einem Paddelblatt, nicht ganz einfach. Und mit 15 Sekunden auf der Uhr fährt er wieder in die Walze ein. Versucht da einen Loop. Kriegt das Boot nicht ganz hochgestellt, nicht ganz rumgerissen. Erster Lauf von Reimer. First run of Reimer. And I believe next one up is Philipp, auch aus Deutschland. Der OC1 Weltmeister in Nottingham 2022.
Yeah, I've seen some big moves from Philip in practice. I'm really hoping to see some of them land in competition. Got any moves you're hoping for the rest of this heat?
Yeah, I'd love to see McNasty. Obviously, a loop is always nice to watch. Big and snappy. If there's one person who can do it, it's definitely Philip. Let's see what he got. Und er sucht da die Verschneidungslinie, um die Bootsnase zu versenken. Mit einem schönen Loop legt er los. Wird dann leider bei einem Backloop-Versuch aus der Walze gewaschen. Und versucht jetzt wieder übers Kehrwasser nach vorne zu kommen. Noch eine Rolle fürs Publikum. 12 Sekunden noch, Philipp. Auch hier sehen wir wieder ein paar sichere Moves wie Spins und Shovels, um noch auch die kleinen Punkte zu sammeln.
Solid first ride there from Philippe. He'll be reasonably pleased with that, but he'll be looking to go bigger in his second ride. Philip's favorite place to paddle is right here in Plattling. Apparently he has moved here just for the Worlds. That's real dedication to the sport.
Yes, so he'll be his focus will be on next year, obviously using this year also to practice and as a test run. But it'll be exciting to see what Philip can do over the next few months. Put in a lot of practice, a lot of work to get those big moves.
He's ridden a good day kayaking for him. Has friends, good food, and shade. A lot of these other kayakers have put in sunshine. I'm with Philip. After those last few days, we need more shade. It's been far too warm here in Plattling. The weather is just too nice.
Let's agree that we need sunshine with a bit of shade. The perfect combination.
Exactly. Our last starter will be Landon Miller from the USA, also known as Miller Light.
And Landon's known for his massive moves.
Yeah, if you know OC1, you know this kid. Like, he's gone absolutely huge in previous competitions. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can pull out for us today.
Yeah, when you watch him in train, he's often doing moves that no one else can really do, or not in this way. So it's
and here he comes. So in that side surf, goes straight to the back surf, looking for that McNasty, and looks like he retained the feature. So the judges may give that to him. Straight into a loop. Try to get some cartwheels on the board as well. This is going to be a huge ride already. Catching his breath for a second while he surfs around looking for a next trick. Possibly looking for a split wheel there.
Yeah. Not quite getting the edge, but Landon's already racked up a huge amount of points in his first ride. Let's see if the judges will sign it off.
Giving the crowd a little wave. I mean, Landon is always a real crowd favorite, especially in these OC1 competitions.
He'll be pretty pleased with his first ride. Score currently sitting at 233 points, which will put him straight into the top spot. Let's see. And the score comes in with 233.33 points, taking that pole position. And we are back up the order, I believe, with Sebastian.
So Sebastian, yeah, a real local paddler. Favorite spot is Plattling.
You can tell when you see him throw down. He's also a raft guide, so he's at home in the water. Going for a big air loop. Auf geht's, Seppe. Muss jetzt wieder übers Kehrwasser sich nach vorne kämpfen.
Come on, Sebastian, up the eddy. Schnell, schnell.
Schnell, schnell. And he's got plenty of time left. Looking for the loop. Looking very composed, very calm. He knows he just needs to throw one big move maybe. Und in den letzten Sekunden versucht Seppel da nochmal einen großen Move.
So Sebastian loves to paddle in Utztal in Austria. I've got to ask a question. His favorite food is apparently Raps von Fabi. Do you know what that means?
I've never tried them myself, but it does sound tempting. So I might swing by Fabi's place and try them myself.
Sounds good.
And next one up is Zach.
So just getting a thumbs up from our head judge there. Zach's dropping on to the wave from below, from the eddy. Not looking for an entry move this time round.
He's already thrown down in his first ride and looking to add some more points to that score. Actually, in semifinals, only one ride counts out of those two.
Looking for that McNasty. Maybe getting it. The judges will give it to him if it landed straight. That's within 20 degrees of upstream. Surfing around looking for another setup, but unfortunately just not quite keeping it controlled, losing it on the shoulder just a little bit. He's charging back up the eddy. 15 seconds left on the clock. 10-second buzzer about to go. Just very calm and collected. He knows he's already pulled a great ride out of the bag. He's in a pretty safe spot to make it into the finals. Just wants to add some more points to the board and get used to the feature. Get ready for his finals ride.
And that leaves Zach with his first run, I believe. Yeah, he scored more points in his first ride, so that will be the one used for the scoring. And just a quick reminder for the second heat of the women's C1. Annika, Naya, Hitomi, Anna, Lucy, can you please make your way to the put-in? And in our first heat of women's C1 prelims, we have Yasmin from Austria, Lucy from Great Britain, Sonia from Germany, Abby from the United States, and Anna from Germany. And I believe this heat is already ready to go. And we are looking at Reimer's second run, dropping in from above, looking for the entry move.
Really love to see entry moves in OC1. They're always impressive when they land.
Und Reimer probiert einen Entry Move, kann aber nicht in der Walze bleiben. Wird deshalb flussab getrieben, muss jetzt wieder seinen Weg zurück in die Walze finden. Ein paar starke Paddelschläge, um das Grünwasser zu durchfahren. Mit noch 20 Sekunden auf der Uhr fährt Reimer wieder ein. Ein dicker Move, Reimer. Oh.
Rymar says, a great day boating, has a 213 centimeter water level in Plattling. That's very precise. Maybe we were 1 or 2 centimeters off just now.
Yeah, if you paddle here a lot, you obviously know the levels and the different characteristics quite well. So it's quite funny to listen to the debates between people, you know, and they're arguing, oh, is 211 better than 215 or...
Yeah, exactly. So what may not be obvious to a lot of you watching at home is that the water level here in Plattling changes day by day, and that can make a big difference to the feature. So we've had lower water levels earlier on in the week, which bring challenges because it's a little bit shallower. So when you plug for big aerial moves like loops, you have a risk of hitting the bottom. However, it does get a little bit more retentive. And we have our next paddler, Philipp Josef from Germany.
Trying a lunar orbit and sticking it. Let's see if the judges will score that.
And straight out of that lunar orbit into another loop. Fantastic moves. This is exactly what we were hoping to see from Philipp, who's a previous world champion in OC1.
Ja, unfassbare Performance hier von Philipp. Paar dicke Moves zu Beginn seines Laufs. Jetzt wird es knapp mit der Zeit, wieder rechtzeitig in die Walze zu kommen.
Looks like he's just going to conserve his energy rather than trying to make the wave. He knows he's already put down some high-scoring moves. That lunar orbit was spectacular. It's one of the moves I've seen him pull off in training, and I was really hoping to see in competition. We'll have to see whether the judges do give it to him. I'm hoping they do, but they may decide that it doesn't quite meet the full criteria of the move.
Yeah, it was good to see. It's such a rare move in OC1. Very, very challenging to throw and actually stick.
I think Philipp may be the only person I've ever seen do it. But if there's anyone else who can possibly match that performance, it's Landon who's up next.
And this will be Landon's second and final ride. Trying to even better his first score.
Landon's favorite kayaker is Brian Miller. Wondering if there may be some bias there. He's a previous world champion in OC1. But loves nothing more than creek boating with his friends in the sunshine or the rain. So creek boating is where paddlers paddle downriver, going for some of the world's steepest rivers, biggest waterfalls, having a good time.
And Landon is entering the feature from the eddy. A few controlled strokes to set up for the lunar orbit and retaining it, going for a back loop.
Like I said, if anyone was going to be able to replicate that lunar orbit from Philipp, it was Landon.
And there you got it. Let's see if it will actually score. Landon's got 25 seconds left.
You can see he's paddling up quite slow. That boat's sitting a little bit lower in the water now. Looks like he's got a lot of water in during his first ride. Needs to put some points on the board. Well, he doesn't need to. He's already got the ride he needed this morning.
You can tell Landon's taking it easy. He's already made it through to the finals.
Trying to link some moves together there. So extra bonuses scored for linking moves. Looked like he's trying to link some flat spins into a McNasty. See, the judges there have given him that flat spin. That's 10 points on the board. But he's still sitting happy in first place after the end of that round.
And we're all excited for the women's C1, which will commence right after the OC1 semi-final. in our first heat, we have competitors from Austria, we have competitors from Great Britain, Germany, the United States. And we're ready for our first competitor of the first heat of Women's C1, which is Yasmin from Austria.
She already threw some massive rides yesterday in her K1 prelims. So we're excited to see what she's going to bring with her C1.
Yasmin surft da auf der rechten Seite, schmeißt einen dicken Loop, surft wieder raus.
Just trying to get into the setup for her next move, which will be a loop.
Another loop, just better be safe. Looking for a, what I believe is a McNasty. Not quite getting the edge plugged in.
Almost getting her McNasty. 2 seconds left for her last move, and the time is up for Yasmin and her first ride in her C1 prelims.
She did well to retain and stay in the feature. Hopefully she can add some more moves in her second ride. And next one up is Lucy from Great Britain.
80 points for Yasmin. She knows she can do a lot more than that. I've seen her doing it. So we hope that her second ride will be the way she wanted it to be. Lucy waiting for the thumbs up from head judge Charlie.
Also a long day for our judges, not just our competitors. They are working tirelessly to ensure a smooth and fair competition.
And here are the thumbs up from Charlie, and Lucy Sutton is about to hop into the wave or feature. Starting with an entry move.
Unfortunately, flushing right after entering the feature. Now she has to roll up and power her way back through the eddy. Managed to roll.
She still has 30 seconds to go up, but the currents are quite challenging. I've flipped over and over in these. Even with a full paddle, it's sometimes really hard to roll there.
Especially in the C1, yeah.
Especially in the C1.
Lucy got 15 seconds left. Let's see if she can make her way back into the feature in time. A few seconds, Lucy.
So all these ladies are also starting in K1 and C1, just hitting the feature as the time was up. Let's see what her second right brings on. And we come to our next competitor, which is Sonia Hacker.
Sonia readying herself for the first run of the Women's C1 prelims. And in our next heat, we have Annika, Naya, Hitomi, Anna, and Lucy. So please make sure you're ready. And we're waiting for Sonia to enter the feature.
She's standing from below and just entering the feature at this second, spinning herself into a beautiful setup, beautiful spin to the right.
Unfortunately, getting bubbled off the feature there. And now with 30 seconds remaining, she'll make her way through the eddy back into the hole. You can only throw moves in the feature actually. So when you flush, you have to make your way back into the hole as quickly as possible. Sonja hat noch 13 Sekunden. Schafft es leider nicht ganz, da nochmal in die Walze zu kommen. Aber hat bereits 10 Punkte und wird sich in ihrem zweiten Lauf dann noch hoffentlich verbessern.
C1 women is actually a relatively new discipline in ICF competitions. The first C1 category in a world championship was held in the 2022 Nottingham Worlds. And in this competition, we even have more C1 women than men, which is...
That's insane.
Yeah.
It's good to see though. Good to see those ladies getting up so early and trying the C1 category. And we've got Abby in the feature, no stranger to competition, also competing in K1.
And we've already seen some massive tricks as well for a category that has basically just been born.
And Abby's favorite trick actually is the lunar orbit. So let's see if she can use those last few seconds to throw one down. Plugging for a big loop, nice and high with plenty of air.
That was Abby's first ride of the C1 Women prelims. She has a second one, and we're excited to see what she's gonna bring to the table. 90 points for her, that's a solid first ride. She has a second one that will add to her score, as in prelims, both rides are counted together. And on the top, the next competitor is already waiting, Anna Samaawa, who is one of the main organizers of this event. So in addition to organizing this event, she has time for C1 and K1.
And K1.
She also qualified for quarterfinals yesterday in her K1 prelims, and she wants to do the same in her C1.
Also doing a lot of work behind the scenes, Anna, for the ICF. So everyone knows her, and she knows the feature well. It's her home spot. She's now looking for her first big trick. Already got 20 points on the board. Plugging for a massive air loop.
The levels are a bit different than yesterday. The water levels have dropped. So you have to be a little bit more careful not to hit the rocks.
Yeah, it actually makes some hole moves a bit easier because it's a bit steeper. But obviously as an athlete you have to adapt to any water level. Find your style and your rhythm.
Going for a McNasty. That's the first one we see today from Anna Samaawa.
And dropping a first massive score of 295 points for now. We'll see if the judges confirm it like this. We often see the points go up or down depending on what moves will actually be scored by the judges. They always review their decisions after the ride. You can
She
see
looks
Anna's
happy,
super psyched, yeah. Super Leistung von Anne. Is she happy?
That's what I love about freestyle. You have your rides, but then on and off the water, you're just friends and you're having a good time, and that's what the sport is all about.
Yeah, it feels like a big family. Everyone knows each other. We're just having a great time.
That's a massive score, 301.67 points for her first ride, Anna Sommerauer, and leading her heat at this moment. But everyone has a second ride to go, so nothing's settled yet.
And just a reminder for Annika, Naya, Hitomi, Anna and Lucy to prepare themselves and make their way to the put-in. That is the second heat. And then in heat number 3, we have Becky from Great Britain, Babin from Ireland, Tamsin, Sasha and Otti.
Yasmin is waiting for the thumbs up, and here they are from Charlie. As she's about to hit her second ride in her prelims. She placed 4th in the K1 prelims yesterday with a
strong
massive
performance.
score.
And you actually know Yasmin well, She's a
I do, yeah.
fellow country lady.
I actually taught her kayaking when she was a child.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now she beat me, feeling old.
But yeah, you could tell she got a big air loop there, nice technique.
I'm sure her coach Bartosz is on the side cheering for her, unless he's still asleep. But probably not.
And where's Team Austria anyway? Make some noise.
Back in the feature, trying to find the setup as she goes for a switch McNasty.
Whoa.
Beautiful. Right
Jasmin,
on the buzzer.
yeah, very impressive. In the last few seconds, Jasmin versucht nochmal einen draufzusetzen mit der McNasty in der letzten Sekunde.
She's awaiting her scores that have to be confirmed by the judges.
And
She
full
looks
of
happy.
anticipation, her score is coming in 360 points for Jasmin. Well done. Big, massive second ride.
Yeah, this is actually her first competition or bigger competition, except for local competitions, in her C1. So very, very good rides. Next up is Lucy Sutton, starting from below. She had her thumbs up, and she's about to pile into the feature.
This time entering from the eddy. A more conservative approach, but unfortunately not quite making her way to the foam pile. And now has to roll up quickly. And she did manage to roll up there. Now she didn't actually, the timer actually didn't start because you didn't enter the feature.
So Lucy, you still have got time to pedal back up. So the clock actually only starts if the paddler is entering the feature from below or above. But if you miss it completely, then the clock doesn't start either.
So another attempt by Lucy and managing to she reaches the foam pile, but then actually catching a bobble and getting a flush.
She's taking her time pedaling into the feature or into the eddy because she knows the currents are quite strong there. It makes the boat very, very wobbly.
Those whirlpools can be very challenging.
Yep. which makes it good for squirt boating.
It does, yeah, yeah. Our next competitor is Sonja from Germany. Sonja macht sich bereit für ihren zweiten Lauf. Warten wir, bis der Daumen hochkommt vom Head Judge.
She says a great day boating includes sunny weather. So I'm not sure if today's already counted
Includes.
as a sunny day, but it definitely will be.
Let's hope. Yeah, it looks pretty grey for now, but let's hope the sun can make its way through.
And she also claims that her parents are the reason for taking up the sport. And if you have been around, you will notice that pretty much everyone from her family is paddling and competing as well.
Yeah, a kayaking family, and you can see that Sonja has got the experience, but actually she washes on this loop attempt. And now with 18 seconds left, we'll see whether she's making it back into the feature in time. Auf geht's, Sonja. Hast noch 10 Sekunden. Noch 3 Sekunden. Hat leider nicht mehr ganz gereicht für Sonja. Hat aber bereits einen Spin gestanden, wenn die Judges ihn geben.
And they did with a combined score of 20 points. But there's still a lot of women to go. We've got 3 heats in total. Thumbs up for the next competitor, Abby Holcomb from the USA. Abby's actually the junior world champion in 2022 in Nottingham.
Abby traveling around in a van to max out the time on the water and max out the training. She's currently in 3rd place with 90 points. And now we are watching her second ride.
Going for a switch McNasty.
And whipping it around.
Beautiful aerial McNasty. She got 7 seconds left for a last trick. Massive loop. 2 seconds.
And that's the final buzzer for Abby. Let's see what the final score will be, but I think it's already safe to say that she improved on her first ride. Let's see if it's enough to take that top spot. Yasmin's currently holding that pole position with 360 points, followed by Anna, 301 points. And that puts her into 2nd position, 340 points for Abby, combined in 2 rides. And we are looking at Anna's second ride. She is up in the eddy, ready to drop in.
In her first ride, she's already scored 301.67 points. So, which puts her in 3rd place already at this very second. And she starts her ride with a beautiful entry roll.
Anna already had a massive first run. So let's see if she can improve on that and add some more points to her overall score with a massive air loop.
She didn't fill out a bio, but I think we know enough about Anna to talk about her. She's one of the main organizers of this event. She's been doing freestyle for years.
And she is the 2018 Women's K1 European Champion. So she's not just practiced in the C1, but also the K1 category, and will be competing later on in the day. Big smiles from Anna.
Waiting for her scores and see what she adds to her first score. 280
And
points.
a massive combined score of 581 points, yeah.
Puts her straight into the first place. We'll continue with this. So let's maybe sum up the first heat. In fifth, we got Lucy Sutton. In fourth, Sonja Hacker with 20 points. Abby Holcomb in third, 340 points. Jasmin Stange-Brachnik with a combined score of 360. And Anne Sommerauer with 581.67 points. You can already see the paddlers from the second heat coming into the Addy, waiting for their rides. We'll start with Annika Schacher. She's on the top. She's going for an entry move, followed by Naya, Hitomi, Anna, and Lucy.
And we can also see the camera zooming in on that board with our sponsors. So we can maybe use the time to just quickly say thanks for all the support. Danke geht raus an die Plattlinger Stadtwerke, kajakshop.com, Pintergus, Congatec, Sparkasse Deggendorf und Lindner. Vielen Dank für die Unterstützung. Annika fährt die Walze von oben an, probiert einen Entry Move und schmeißt das Boot rum, vielleicht ein Entry 3. Schöner Air Loop, gefolgt von einem McNasty.
Beautiful switch McNasty. Only 15 seconds in and she's already scored solid points.
Nutzt da die rechte Seite, um ihr Boot nochmal zu drehen und auf den oberen Teil des Schaumwerks aufzuspringen. Schöner Space Godzilla, sehr seltener Trick, den man im C1 sieht. Annika hat noch 5 Sekunden. Hopp, 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 Annika.
Just flushing on the last few seconds.
Massive ride from Annika.
When you see her paddle, she will always pack her K1 and her C1. She doesn't go anywhere without her C1. And you see her work hard, first doing a K1 session, then followed by a C1 session. And
That's dedication.
it is dedication, and it pays off, as we can see in her ride.
And just a reminder, in Heat 3 we have Becky, Babin, Tamsin, Sasha and Otti. Please make sure you're ready to go.
The first ride scored 440 points. And next up we've got Naya, also from Germany, and also starting with an entry move.
Naya probiert da den Entry 1. Relativ sichere Taktik, um ein paar Punkte zu Beginn ihres Laufs zu sammeln.
Very smooth spin.
Nutzt da die grüne Schulter, um Spins und Shavits zu fahren.
She flips, but she remains in a feature. You don't want to flush here, you will lose a lot of time.
Especially in a C1 with just one plate, it's quite taxing to make your way through the eddy, back into the feature in time. And Naya has a few seconds left. Was kann Naya in den letzten Sekunden noch raushauen?
Going for a loop.
Ein Felix.
A possible Felix.
Solider erster Lauf von Naya. Hier in den Vorläufen zählen beide Läufer.
146.67 points in her first ride. She definitely wants to add to those in her second ride. But first, we've got Hitomi coming from Japan.
And she is a seasoned competitor. She's been around the scene for ages and knows how to throw down when it matters.
She won the World Championships in 2019 in sort in the K1 category. She was also in the 2022 finals of the World Championships in Nottingham. So she's a pro, you can say.
I remember watching her rides, in the finals. It was super impressive. She's a very consistent paddler as well, which is quite important because you only have 45 seconds. And catching an edge on the final buzzer. 250 points, but arms in the air and big smiles from Hitomi. She seems pretty happy with her first ride.
$250 points, solid score. And on the top, Anna from Germany is already waiting for the thumbs up. She gets them and she's about to hop in. Starting with an entry move. Entry roll to start a ride, unfortunately flushing. That's the risk of an entry move. If you flush, you will lose a lot of time. But she's still got 32 seconds on the clock, so there is still plenty of time to come back in and throw some massive tricks.
Anna, also a passionate climber.
And she enjoys kayaking and taking up the sport, not just because she loves to do it, but she also loves to be around lovely people and hang out with her friends. And this is really what it is about, isn't it?
That's why we all love the sport, right? It's the community spirit.
Lucy Hacker, starting her first ride.
Lucy also competing in the World Championships last year in Columbus, Georgia, which was a wave, but Lucy is also paddling doing a lot of hoe boating. And powering through the eddy now to hopefully come back into the feature. Und 5 Sekunden noch Lucy. Schöner Airloop. Gefolgt von einem McNasty.
Just on the buzzer, not
War
sure
der
if
noch
it will
drin?
count or not. We will see what the judges say. Moves that are initiated right on the buzzer are still in time. If you initiate after the buzzer hits, you're out. The second heat had the first ride. So we only see this heat score on the board right now, but we've already have some competitors in the leaderboard. Annika in second at this moment, and Hitomi in fifth. Annika is about to drop in for her second ride. She's already got a mesa score of 440 points.
Yeah, phenomenal performance from Annika. Phänomenale erste Leistung, erster Run. Aktuell auf dem zweiten Platz. Schmeißt da einen Entry Move, gefolgt von einem Air Loop. Annika weiß genau, was sie macht. Plagt da die Nase nochmal. Sucht da jetzt das Setup. She's looking for a loop or Space Godzilla. Another loop.
Big loop with a lot of air. Seven seconds left on the clock. What is she going for? A switch McNasty.
She already has a huge amount of points from her first ride. And surfing off the feature. I think she's pretty pleased with those.
Yes,
with
with
those
her
two
first
runs.
ride, she already placed in second on the leaderboard. So this will only add to her score.
Obviously, we have one more heat to go after this in the women's C1 prelims.
She looks very happy, she's smiling, and she has all reason to do so. With a combined score of 693 points, I believe. Yes, it has placed her right into the first rank for now. But there's still one more heat to go. But first, we continue with the second rider of this heat, Naya. She starts her ride with a beautiful entry roll, very smooth.
Spinning around on that green shoulder. And using that one blade she has to serve across. Back up at the foam pile, trying to find that sweet spot for the loop.
Today, you already have to be a little bit more careful. I went for a night session yesterday, and I found the rock 3 times.
Yeah. This infamous rock is a blessing in disguise, because at the same time, as challenging as it is to avoid hitting it, it also forms the feature, it forms the foam that is needed to do the tricks.
Naya's second run is done. She's waiting for the scores, and it's 195 points, which leads to a combined score of 341.67.
And you can see high-fiving her fellow teammate. Everyone seems to be pretty stoked about their rides. And now we have Hitomi back in the feature for her second run.
Hitomi coming all the way from Japan, probably the longest way from everyone.
I'd love to have a Worlds in Japan.
Me too. Beautiful McNasty with lots of air just within her first 10 seconds of the ride. Unfortunately flushing. But she's back in the eddy, piling up. And still has about 15 seconds to go and throw her next trick.
Yeah, and Hitomi's super devoted to her training. You can always see her paddling, and she's probably one of the competitors that spends most of the time on the water.
Her time's up. She's waiting for her scores. 410 points in total. which puts her in 3rd place at this very moment. Solid ride from Hitomi. Anna is waving for her to her friends, but also Charlie is already ready for her ride. Starting from above again.
What can Anna do in her 2nd ride? Entering the feature, looking for a entry move, unfortunately flushing. Anna muss sich wieder zurückkämpfen. Hat da etwas Probleme mit den Wellen. Auf geht's, Anna. Hat noch etwas Zeit.
22 seconds left to paddle back up into the feature. The entry moves are quite risky. You have to find the sweet spot in order not to flush. But she's back up and she still has got time for a final move. Unfortunately not making it into the feature.
And that's it for Anna's 2nd run. Gives us a bit of time to just take a look at the schedule for today. So we have the last heat for the women's C1 coming up soon. And then we are moving straight to the men's C1 semi-final, followed by the women's semi-final, women's K1 semi-final, quarterfinal. The men's quarterfinals as well. So we have a full day of competition here. Lots of different categories. And we see Lucy for her, what I believe is the 2nd ride.
Starting her ride with a beautiful entry move. Trying to get her boat into a nice setup and going for a big loop. Maybe laying a bit sideways. But she's already onto her next trick, which is a switch McNasty.
And plugging for a loop. Maybe going for the McNasty again. Yes. Whipping it around. Maybe not landed it quite straight. But we'll see what the judges say.
Unfortunately flushing on her last seconds. We're waiting for her scores. And in her 2nd ride, she scored 60 points, which gave her a total of 203.33 points. The 2nd heat of the C1 women prelims is over, but there's a 3rd heat coming. Starting off with Rebecca Green from Great Britain, Baby Butler from Ireland, Thompson McCunchy from Great Britain as well, Joshua Tua from Poland, and Ottilie Robinson-Shaw from Great Britain, which will be an intense heat, I believe.
Yeah, a pretty stacked heat. Some of the best boaters there in this heat, so I'm sure we'll see some big rides. And our first competitor in this 3rd and final heat is Becky from the UK. Becky is training and studying in Nottingham, and she's a super powerful paddler, so I'm sure we'll see some snappy moves. Dropping in from upstream. Show us the biggest entry free ever, Becky. Using her hands to find that right spot to throw the entry move. Going for the entry free, massive air loop.
And all that within 5 seconds. Going for McNasty there. Big catching the edge, but she's trying again just now. She still remains in the feature.
Trying a McNasty. And back on the foam pile, looking for a massive air loop, maybe even huge. Unfortunately, catching an edge there.
I think that was the biggest loop I've seen in the C1 category so far.
Massive.
C1 women category.
And that was Becky's first ride. Let's see what the score will be finalized as. The next one up is Babin from Ireland.
As I already mentioned, all of these women are also competing in the K1 category. Still, we've got 15 ladies, which is more C1 competitors than in the men's category, which is a first, and which is also
Still
very
blows
impressive.
my mind.
Yep.
It's amazing to see.
Very new category as well. The first official C1 ICF discipline took place in the 22 Worlds in Nottingham. Rebecca Green coming in with a score of 276 points, which is a solid score for her first ride.
Decent first ride, yeah, and it's good to see those ladies pushing it. Massive progress in the C1 category for the women over the last few years. And Babin approaching the feature from upstream, focusing on that sweet spot and throwing maybe a wing over, maybe an entry 2, maybe an entry 1. We'll see what the judges will score it as. Massive air loop.
At the Worlds in 2022, she was in the final in the junior women's category as well as the C1
Whoa.
one's category. And I think this is where she wants to go at this competition as well. Going into the next round, step by step, beautiful spin.
Looking for our next move. Already thrown a super impressive air McNasty. Going
Back
for the
loop.
back loop. Wow, that was big. Decent first ride by Babin. Score currently sitting at around 400 points. And it comes in at 410. You can tell she's pretty pleased with that. Amazing first ride. And we're moving on to Tamsin. Tamsin in her self-made boat.
How long did it take her to build that boat?
I think she received some support from her boyfriend. But I'm not sure about the time it actually took to build it, but I'm sure it's a few rounds of like refining it and finding the right shape.
Starting off with an entry move. She also competed in square boating yesterday and placed second, I believe, in the current in prelims.
Actually quite unique to see a white boat. You don't see many white boats.
Yeah. She's also competing in K1, so she's doing all three categories at this World Cup. Going for a massive loop. Unfortunate flush here. She still has 10 seconds to power up. Not sure if it's going to be enough.
Tamsin's also a coach back in the UK, running her own camps and really pushing the young generation to take up the sports.
The next competitor comes from Poland, Zosia Tua. She is also competing in the K1 category, and she placed second in yesterday's prelims. We've got some very talented paddlers here, throwing huge tricks, and we're excited to see what she brings on in her C1. I've seen her paddling Graz, and it's very impressive.
It is indeed, yeah. And she's looking to probably use some of that experience she already has in K1 to throw down in the C1 category. It looked like a sideways air screw. And then setting up for a big air loop, nice and high. Going for a air McNasty. Space Godzilla. Quite a challenging move in a C1.
10 seconds left for Zosia. She's paddling back up. Not sure if she's gonna make it in time. But that looked like a solid first ride for her. And she still has another one to go.
And maybe just to give you a bit of background information, so if you're tuning in from abroad and you're wondering what formed this perfect feature, it's actually to protect the bridge upstream, so it's a man-made structure. And yeah, we're pretty delighted that we have such a great wave here in Bavaria, Germany.
Thumbs up for our last competitor of this heat in the first round, Ottilie Robinson-Shaw. She also didn't fill out a bio, so I don't know nothing what I can tell about her. Do you know something?
Okay, we just want to remind the first men's C1 heats to be at the put-in on time. That's Matt, Harvey, Jonas, Abel, Robert, Kevin and Leon. Please be ready at the put-in. And we're seeing Otti throwing down. To come back to your question, yes, Ottilie obviously is no stranger to competition, and she is probably the one that's pushing the sport forward, throwing some insane moves that we haven't seen in the women category before.
She's pushing the sport for women in every category, from square-wooding to C1 to K1. Still very young of age, just had shoulder surgery a few months ago, and she's back on the water and already leading the K1 category in yesterday's prelims. And I would say it doesn't look too bad for her C1 rides as well.
Yeah, yeah. And you could tell when she came back from the injury, she was super stoked and fired up. So you can tell she really loves the sport and the competition. So it's great to have you back, Otti.
703 points, which already puts her in first at these prelims. But the other ladies have a second ride to go, so everything can still change.
And we're looking at the leaderboard with Otti in first place. Annika in second, Anna in third, Babin in fourth position, and Hitomi in fifth. Yasmin in sixth, Naya in seventh, followed by Abby, Sasha, and Becky. That's currently the lineup for the quarterfinals. But obviously we have a few more competitors to go. And we see Becky dropping in for her second ride. Nice entry move, straight into a air loop, nice and high, getting a lot of air, scoring those extra points. Trying to find the setup for a McNasty, not quite, whipping it around. Trying to get the edge in, nice McNasty.
Trying to find the right setup for her next trick. She still has 10 seconds to go. We can hear the first buzzer. And she's going for a Space Godzilla, I believe. Very, very challenging in a C1.
And that's the final buzzer for Becky.
Let's see what her final score is. 333.33 points. So a combined score of 610 points for her prelims. She looks happy. She's smiling. And we're moving to our next competitor, Baby Butler from Ireland. And she's ready. So are the judges. Starting with an enter move. Fabian also qualified for the quarterfinals yesterday in the K1 category, and she aims to also qualify for the semis in her C1. Beautiful loop. Still 30 seconds to go. As she's setting up for Switch McNasty, not quite getting the edge here. But she's trying again. And there it is, beautiful aerial McNasty. Worth a lot of points. Spinning to the right, unfortunately catching an edge here and flushing.
And that's the final ride for Babin in those prelims. We have up next the men's semi-final in C1 with Matt from the UK, Harvey, Jonas from Germany, Abba from France, Robert from Ireland, Kevin from Ireland, and Leon from Germany. So this is our next heat for the men's C1 semi-final.
Fabian has got a combined score of 693.33 points. Up next is Tamsin McCunchy in her self-made boat. She's already competed in K1 and squirtboarding yesterday as well.
Looking for the entry free, I believe. And plugging for a massive air loop. Managed to retain this one. Unfortunately tumbling and getting kicked off the wave. Now has to make her way through the eddy back into the feature. Come on, Tamsin. Looks like she already improved on her first ride, but we all know she can do more. So Tamsin, show us what you can do in the last 15 seconds. Spinning around.
Smooth paddle switch as well. Going for
Looking
McNasty.
for a McNasty, yeah.
Not sure, but a massive loop attempt at the end of her second ride.
Definitely bumped up her score with this second ride. And we'll see whether it will be enough for the quarterfinals.
She's smiling. She's having a good time on the water.
Yeah, currently the score to beat is 280 points. That's Zosia sitting in 10th place. And she is ready to drop in. Paddling across, a few controlled strokes. Getting pumped for her final ride and add some more points to her 280 from the first run.
Sasha spends pretty much all year traveling in her camper van with her partner, Thomas Czaplitsky, and you will find them in Plattling, you'll find them in Graz, you'll find them in Poland, and whatever competition comes up, they're very, very dedicated to training, and you can see that in her performances.
Yeah, definitely an athlete to watch also for the World Championships next year, which will be held in the exact same spot around the same time. And looking for a McNasty. Straight into a loop, not quite getting the height she wants. And then plugging for a mix of a Space Godzilla and a loop. We'll see what the judges will score it as.
It was just the buzzer, so I'm not sure it was in time or not. But I'm glad we don't have to decide that. That's up to the judges. 170 points for her second ride, 450 points in total. That will secure her a place in the semi-finals. And last one of the C1 women's category is Ottilie Robinson-Shaw. Already placed in first with her first ride, so she can only add to her score now. Not much is going to change in the ranking.
Already qualified for quarterfinals, so Otti, you could throw down. We want to see some lunar loops, some trophy freeze.
And if you know Otti, you will know, no matter if she's already placed in first, she wants to throw a massive ride.
And there you go for the lunar orbits. Fortunately not quite retaining it.
She's back in the feature, and she's throwing a massive McNasty, followed by a Space Godzilla in both directions. That's what it looked like.
Wow.
And her last ride is done. We will continue with the men's C1 category in just a few minutes at 8:45 with Matthew Stevenson, Herbie Harwood, Jonas Unterberg, Abel from France, Robert Geary from Ireland, Kevin O'Connor from Ireland, and Leon Schacher from Germany. $450 points for her second ride. Placing in first. Obviously didn't change.
Just got a note here from the organizers that Harvey, can you please make your way to the put-in if you want to compete in this first heat of the men's C1. Get your boat checked in.
Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Sharing 14th place, Lucy and Anna. In 13th, Sonia Haka. In 12th, Tamsin McConchy. In 11th, Lucia Haka. It's actually her birthday today, so make sure to give her hugs and kisses when you see her. In 10th, and making it into the semifinal, Abby Holcomb from the United States. In 9th, Naya from Germany. 8th, Yasmin Stange-Brachnik. 7th, Hitomi Takaku. In 6th, we've got Soja Tua from Poland. And our top 5 are Anna Samaawa in 5th, Rebecca Green in 4th, David Butler in third, Annika Schacher in second, and on the top we've got Ottilie Robinson Shaw. They still have another chance tomorrow. The top 10 will proceed to the next round, and everything can still change.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see those ladies throw down again. Very impressive performance. And I think we'll be commencing with the men's semifinals, C1 semifinals, in around 5 minutes. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be semifinals.
So the first heat of the C1 men's prelims will start in a few minutes at 8:45 a.m. It's quite early still. The heat will lead with Matt Stevenson, Harvey Harwood, Jonas Unterberg, Abel from France, Robert Geary, Kevin O'Connor, and Leon Schacher.
So we'll have a quick break, a few minutes. So stay tuned for the men's C1 prelims kicking off in a few minutes, 3 minutes. And we're back here for the 2024 World Cup in Plattling, Bavaria, and we're seeing Matt's first ride of the C1 prelims. Matt's already thrown down some big moves, already racked up around 500 points, thrown another lunar orbit, going for a switch McNasty, retaining it nicely in the feature. Well done, Matt. He'll be pretty pleased with his first ride, and he actually shaped his own wooden paddle, and we'd love to see that in your second ride, Matt. Just swap your paddles. And he's paddling across, probably getting out, going for another entry move in his second ride. And up next, we have Harvey from the UK. Matt always has a big smile on his face. And the judges are currently tallying up his score. We're waiting for that to come in. And Harvey entering the feature from the eddy. A few controlled strokes to jump on the foam pile, finding that setup for his first move, spinning around, starting his ride with some save points, plugging for a nice air loop, paddling Pringle's old boat. And just a quick reminder for the second heat to go to the boat check. That is Sebastian, Zach, Reimer. No, sorry. Actually, the second C1 heat is Owen Kelly, Philip Joseph, Tom Dole, Adam Ramadan, Zippel, and Landon. Please make your way to the boat check-in. And we're just seeing Harvey in the eddy after his first ride. 266 points, his score coming in. And the myth, the legend, Jonas dropping in. He felt a bit under the weather these last few days, so let's see if he can leave that behind him and throw some big tricks. He knows the feature inside out, used to live nearby, and going for a Space Godzilla. Carving to the side, making his way back to the foam pile. Big air loop. Up, 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 Jonas. Very experienced athlete, has been around the scene for many, many years. Everyone knows him, everyone loves him. On and off the water, Jonas showing a strong performance. Big back loop. Massive air on it, super snappy McNasty. And you can tell he's super happy with his first ride. Managed to squeeze in two big tricks in the last few seconds. And he'll be pleased with that and hopefully build up on it in his second ride. This was Jonas, the third competitor of this heat. Up next, we have Abel from France. Jonas just sitting in the eddy, waiting for a score to be finalized. And it comes in at 436 points. 436 Punkte, Jonas. Solider erster Lauf. Und wir gehen jetzt über zu einem Franzosen, Abel. Also has been participating in competitions for a very long time, knows exactly what he's doing, got his routine. He just needs to throw down now. And he starts his ride with a massive aerial McNasty. Going for the air loop, nice and high. Side surfing now. Going for a beautiful lunar orbit, followed by a massive back loop and a super big McNasty. Hand surfing there a little bit to find a setup. Abel collecting many points in a very short period of time. He still has a few seconds left. And the French team cheering him on. We can see the stands are filling up now. Everyone's excited to watch the competition today.
And we'll be back shortly with our next competitor of the heat. Very, very shortly. Just warming up now, waiting for the thumbs up. So we have Robbie Geary of Ireland just setting off from the eddy now, about to drop into the feature. We saw Robbie yesterday doing really, really fantastic stuff in K1, dropping into the feature now. Looks like he's going for an entry, looking for that wing over, possibly an entry one. He's trying to set up for a McNasty. Does he have it? There he goes. Beautiful McNasty.
Yeah.
Surfing about, going for another setup, see what he has for us. And it's a loop. Fantastic moves from Robbie of Ireland. Looked to me like he was going for a tricky or something there.
Yeah.
Tricky woo is a... actually, I can't remember the definition of a tricky.
It's hard to describe, but I think it's a cartwheel move. Which means you have to get a certain angle on your rotation. And yeah, magnificent performance by Robert in his first ride. Well done, Robbie.
Fantastic, 326 points from the judges. Not sure if that score is final yet, but a very, very solid performance. He will be very pleased with that.
And if the competitors in Heat 2 can please already be at the put-in, that's Owen Kelly, Philip, Tom Dole, Adam, Seppel, and Landon. You'll be up next.
So we just have the next thumbs up for our next competitor from Ireland. That's Kevin O'Connor. There's a really big turnout in C1 for Ireland this year. Good to see.
Yes, yes, indeed. And we see Kevin going for the entry move, unfortunately flushing there.
So Kevin from His favorite spot is the Clonmel fish boxes. I think I've seen some of this on Instagram. Looks like a really interesting feature. We'll see if some of the skills he's learned there come out to play here today in Plattling as he's looking for a McNasty. Maybe not quite getting the move he's after. Look, he's probably going to set up for the McNasty again, try and make sure he scores that, make sure the judges are satisfied.
And Kevin still has a few seconds left. Kevin getting cheered on by the Irish team in the stands.
Kevin says his favorite music is Sunny Seafood Chowder, and I'm wondering if he got the music and food boxes confused or if that's the name of a band.
I am not sure.
And Kevin would also like us to know that he took up the sport by accident.
The next one up is Leon Schacher. Leon aus Deutschland. Got a fresh haircut yesterday.
Und es sieht aus sehr schön. Maybe that was so bad German you don't understand.
You want to say he looks handsome?
Yes.
He does, yeah. Just needs to take off his helmet, but please leave it on for your ride.
Looks like he's just got the thumbs up there, so he'll be dropping onto the wave from the shoulder, not going for an entry, just playing it safe, surfing around, looking for a setup.
I really expect big things of Leon. He had some incredible training rides, going straight into a lunar orbit, plugging for a back loop. Come on, Leon. Auf geht's, Leon. Schmeißt da noch einen Loop, aber wird dann aus der Walze gewaschen leider. Hat gut losgelegt, aber muss jetzt sich wieder zurückkämpfen. Hat er noch 15 Sekunden. Kommt er noch mal rechtzeitig in die Walze. Setzt an, Sidesurf, McNasty. Schön rumgerissen und noch ein Loop in der letzten Sekunde.
Ein fantastischer Lauf von Leon.
It was indeed, yeah. It was
Yep.
indeed. He could do even better, but solid performance by Leon.
That Luna with the straight to the back loop, back to back, that was super impressive. Really, really solid moves from Leon.
And that was the first ride of this first heat. We go back to Matt from the UK. He already dropped a massive 896 points. So he's looking to add to that. Matt's also loves to travel the world in his kayak, go to some remote places. Always smiling.
Dropping into the feature. Now going for an entry wing over, looking probably for an entry 2 and a loop. Beautiful loop there, keeping that blade in the water behind his head, keeping him stabilized and straight as he goes for that McNasty. Not quite getting what he wanted with that McNasty. Possibly not quite getting the plug in the right spot, getting a little with rejection backwards off the wave. So maybe looking to repeat that as he drops back on.
And Matt's also a very talented stand-up paddleboarder. So not just in kayaks or canoes, but also on paddleboards, he knows how to impress. With a massive Space Godzilla, a very difficult move in a C1 actually.
I've heard it's even harder on a stand-up paddleboard.
Yeah, I want to see that next time, Matt.
Yeah, we'll hope you can bring out some of those sub skills later on. But that was another fantastic ride. Maybe not beating his score for the first ride, but even so, very, very solid.
1,443 points. And our next competitor is Harvey from the UK as well. Gliding into the feature, spinning around, looking for the safe points to kick things off. And plugging for a air loop, paddling Pringle's boat, so he's bringing some of that world champion spirit.
Good to see that Pringle is here in spirit, if not in person. So just catching a bit of a flush there, but some good moves already down and some strong, strong points already secured for Harvey Harwood of Great Britain. Looks like he'll be finishing his ride there as the 10-second buzzer goes, and he doesn't feel like he has enough time to make it back up. And that's the end of his ride. But a fantastic run from Harvey Harwood of Great Britain.
And we're back to Jonas.
Jonas Unterberg from Germany. Really, really fantastic paddler. Been herring around this weekend, trying to make sure this event runs smoothly as well. I've seen this guy paddle C1 all around the world. I first met him out in Uganda. Got some stories about that maybe for later. Probably ones I can't say on air.
There's also a liquor brand that's named after him.
That I didn't know.
Well, it's not named after him, but it does have the same name, so let's just pretend it's...
Of course.
Unfortunately flushing on his entry move. Jonas flusht leider bei seinem Entry Move. Schaufelt sich jetzt wieder durchs Kehrwasser. Auf geht's, Jonas. Sucht da die richtige Stelle für den ersten dicken Trick. Schöner Loop. Gut gestanden, direkt in einen Spin, gefolgt von einem Shove-It. Versucht er auch die kleinen Punkte mitzunehmen, bisschen was zu linken. Dicker Backloop.
That backloop there was absolutely epic. We'll have to see if the judges give it to him. So Jonas' favorite kayaker, his inspiration is Paul Zahner, and his favorite food is also Paul Zahner.
It is, yeah.
So I recently had a fantastic little German lesson with Jonas and Timmy the other night. So if you want to hear some really fantastic German words, you've got to ask Timmy from Great Britain.
Okay, yeah, I'll make sure to do that. Timmy, you better get practicing.
Abel Tevnet from France up next.
Ready to drop in. Do we have any French people around that cheer him on?
Sounds like we sure do.
And then a nice entry free to start things off.
Straight into the McNasty.
Yeah, nice one. With an air loop, and his next move is another McNasty. Whips her around nice and high. Going for a lunar orbit, not quite getting the rotation. Back loop. Bit of tumbling in between there, but managed to stay in the feature.
Another fantastic McNasty, and trying to finish off with some split wheels. Tell that Abel is definitely, to me, looks like a very experienced competition paddler, just really staying cool under pressure, chilling out, taking his time just to tick off move after move.
Yeah, and you see him in training, you know, sitting on the concrete edge and passing on his advice to the younger generation, so it's great to see. And then we're back to Robbie from Ireland.
Robbie put down a pretty impressive first ride. From what I remember, it was about 100 points. He'll be looking to improve on that for his second. Possibly trying to throw some of the bigger moves that we've been seeing, like that McNasty that a lot of the C1ers have been pulling out. Oh, my bad. 300 points. Already an impressive score.
And he got the thumbs up from our head judge. Floating down. And setting himself up for a nice entry move. Looking to get that McNasty, looking to get that edge in. And surfing about, going into a big air loop. Nice and high. Tries to find the right spot for his next move, which is a trying another McNasty there, not quite getting the pop, and then flushing on a lunar attempt.
Robbie would like us to know that he's not just a talented kayaker, he can also ride a unicycle. Hoping he's brought one with him to show us all that later.
Also into mountain biking apparently.
He'd also like us to know that he does not have any ambitions. This man is satisfied in life. He's achieved everything he wants and more. And we're on with another Irish lad, Kevin O'Connor of Ireland. Surfing on from the shoulder, looking for a setup maybe off the surfer's left shoulder, trying to bring that stern up onto the green water for McNasty, possibly landing it, and then going straight for a Space Godzilla.
Swapping the paddle around. Going for another McNasty, super big. Unfortunately, getting a bit of rejection there.
But that McNasty did go huge. It's a shame about the flush, but he should be very proud of that move anyway.
And then a few strong paddle strokes to make his way through the eddy. A few seconds left for Kevin.
10 seconds left on the clock. Going in, can he pull out one last big move for us? Probably not quite getting the loop that he's looking for there, but a fantastic performance from Kevin O'Connor of Ireland.
And up next is Leon Schacher from Germany. And Kevin's score coming in at 6 points, 6.67. And Leon looking composed for his second ride. He's got the thumbs up. He knows the feature inside out and also delivered a phenomenal opening speech yesterday. So that will instill some confidence, and he is looking for his first big move. Side surfing.
Leon's favorite trick is the lunar orbit. I'm hoping to see it. And there he goes,
There
pulling off the lunar orbit right on cue. Maybe looking to follow it up with that back look. And a McNasty, absolutely beautiful, landing perfectly straight. Let's hope the judges give it to him. And another loop going
Massive
huge.
air loop.
Possibly catching a flush. Maybe not going to score that. We'll see what the judges say about it. But an absolutely huge move. Some unreal paddling skills from Leon Schacher of Germany.
Well done, Leon. Let's see where that puts him. Leon, solider zweiter Lauf. 383 Punkte. Damit hast du einen Gesamtscore von 733,33. Currently, that would help him advance to the quarterfinals, but we still have one more heat to go in this last and final heat of the men's prelims C1. We have Owen from Ireland, Philip from Germany, Tom from France, Seppo from Germany, and Landon from the United States.
Some really fantastic paddlers coming up. That is an incredibly stacked heat, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can pull off.
And Adam, of course. I forgot to mention Adam.
Probably for the best. I am, of course, joking. Adam is a fantastic guy and an all-round great paddler. Got Owen about to drop on. Owen from Ireland. Again, such a strong Irish turnout for C1 this year.
Yeah, Owen already competed in the OC1 category, and he is wearing his Nottingham Forest top to give him some luck. Looking for he's an expert in those trophy frees, linking a lunar orbit straight into a tricky woo. Going for a switch McNasty. Plugging for a massive aerial loop. You can hear the Irish cheering for him. Fighting his way back up the eddy.
Crowd is going absolutely wild, cheering for him. He may be deciding just to save his energy rather than trying to make it back to the wave.
Yeah, you can tell he's super stoked, especially about this trophy free. And that wasn't overly uncouth, Owen.
Fantastic paddler, previous Irish champion, I believe. From what I remember, I've seen him training a lot at HPP, so you've probably seen him in training quite a lot as well, right?
Yeah, he's out there every day, going to the gym as well, so he's super dedicated, super motivated as well, working with Jacko.
So great to see him putting down some solid rides here, with the first ride coming in at 726 points.
Yeah. Owen also knows how to have fun in the evening, so he's not just a great athlete, but also a great person to be around off the water. Next one up is Philipp Josef from Germany, his home spot. One of the organizers of the event, so he's working behind the scenes, pulling a lot of strings to make this event happen. So we'll all be cheering for Philipp. Philipp mit vollem Fokus auf die Walze. Setzt an und schmeißt einen dicken Entry Move. Massiver Air Loop, vielleicht sogar huge. Surft jetzt leicht nach rechts für einen tricky Loop in a C1. That's insane.
Absolutely wild moves here from...
Oh my God, and a
Philipp.
Massive aerial back loop. Going super huge, Philipp. He is training here in Plattling every day. He moved to study and train. So he's got the time and the energy to really throw those moves around. Looking for a offside McNasty and a Space Godzilla. What a first ride by Philipp.
Absolutely fantastic performance. Some incredible moves there. I want to say one of my favorite rides that I've seen so far today, with that tricky loop, incredible move, plus also that huge loop earlier. Like, you can tell a move has gone huge when you can hear the boat hit the water on the landing.
Yes, you can hear the carbon cracking.
We'll all be aiming for moves that big this week here in Plattling.
Ja, unglaublicher erster Lauf von Philipp. Super Leistung.
following Philip, we have Tom Dolly of France. Super, super famous paddler, former world champion, I believe, in K1. Some good C1 titles as well, very strong competition record. Been seeing him go huge in France in training, so it will be good to see what he can pull out in the competition.
And we see the judges just finalizing Philip's score. Loads of points to tally up and moves to check to make sure everything counts, and we are keeping our eyes peeled for Philip's score to come in.
You can see him there in the eddy, focused on the board, looking for those numbers. Waiting for the final decision from the judges, so he knows what he has to pull out next round, next ride.
Sweet.
And here comes Tom of France. Great paddler to see on the water, like so much style. Really can't wait to see what he pulls out in this ride. For first move, going for that entry wing over, possibly scoring an entry 1 or maybe an entry 2 if he's lucky. Trying to line up a McNasty. Getting that stern onto the green, whipping it round and into the front loop. Textbook execution of the McNasty into a loop and following it up with a Luna.
Tom's got such a smooth style.
Yeah. Just pulling out move after move. Setting up backwards, looking for that back loop. Possibly not getting too much air, but keeping it straight, and that's what the judges need to see to score it.
Wow, another big move to finish things off. And you could definitely tell that Tom knows how to paddle a C1. He is the former C1 world champion 2019 in sorts. And he's also an incredible wave boater, so he did well in the Worlds last year.
Yeah, it's always great to see boaters who can put down an amazing ride both on a hole and in a wave. You'll see a lot of boaters tend to pick a specialization, choosing one or the other. So hole features are more like what we have today in Plattling, where the big scoring moves are going to be huge loops, McNasties, phonics monkeys, whereas on a wave, we're aiming for moves that involve bouncing off the green water into the air. So we'd be looking at moves like blunts, air screws, and whatever else you can think of. Some pistol flips, maybe. Probably won't be seeing any of those today, I'll say.
Yeah, we probably need higher water levels for this, but actually if we would get more rain, this could turn into a wave competition.
Well, fingers crossed for that. I'm much better at wave boating myself than I am at hole boating.
So yeah, let's see what happens upstream if there's more rain coming. But for now, we are enjoying this super lovely hole. And
as hole features go, it's one of the best features for freestyle I've paddled so far. You get absolutely massive air for loops, like the water can fire you so high, and we've already seen that from some of our paddlers in this heat, just getting ridiculous amounts of air.
Yes, and it's also, the area around it is amazing. The town is super supportive. You can camp right next to the feature. It's easy to spectate and watch. So everyone's having a great time here, and it's one of the freestyle hubs in Europe, I'd say.
100%. Just seen the score come in for Tom Dolly, putting him in at 703.33 points.
And up next is Adam Ramadan, who's wearing his pink Speedos. which everyone wants to see again today, Adam. So please go for a swim.
Adam's another one of those UK paddlers who's been on the scene for a while, done everything on the UK circuit. I've seen him pretty much every possible feature in the UK. It's great to see him here again in Plattling.
Dropping in for his wing over and plugging for a massive air loop, showing off his lovely design on the bottom of his boat. Going for a McNasty, not quite getting it around.
Gotta say, I do love the graphics on that boat. Probably one of my favorite boats out here to see.
Yes, Adam is a very stylish person in general, so it's not surprised that he is paddling this boat.
So dropping onto the wave from behind, looking probably to go for some big moves to just rack up a few more points at the end of his ride as we hear the 10-second buzzer. Nasty, going absolutely huge, probably scoring that air bonus, and another beautiful. See that little flick of the head. Not sure if he's happy with how that ride went, but I think he's going to have a pretty big score from that.
For sure. Adam can definitely do better.
Yeah, just a bit unfortunate catching that flush relatively early on. We'll see if he pulls it out of the bag next round. But 373 points already up there. Puts him in a pretty good position. He knows he can do better, but he's got a solid first ride in the bag.
Yeah, he's definitely got the sleeve, the tricks up his sleeve. We've seen him compete many times, so I'm pretty sure he can do that in the second ride. But we're moving on to Seppo from Germany. Seppel, der aktuelle deutsche Meister. Und Seppel schmeißt einen schönen Backloop direkt in einen massiven McNasty, surft direkt nach rechts und setzt wieder an zu einem Lunar Orbit. Surft er auf das Grün hoch, muss jetzt nochmal neu ansetzen für einen Switch McNasty. Seppel sehr vertraut mit der Walze, weiß ganz genau, wo er welche Tricks fahren muss. And that's the final buzzer for Seppel from Germany.
Impressive ride. I think one of the most impressive tricks we're seeing today is that switch McNasty. It's an incredible trick to pull off in a C1.
Because you can't really use your paddle. You only have one blade, so it's throwing the move over the other edge of the boat.
Absolutely incredible stuff from the German paddlers here.
And just a quick reminder, after the men's C1 prelims, we are moving over to the women's quarterfinals, women's K1 quarterfinals,
So
starting at 9:45.
coming in at about 500 points for that first ride. We've got our next paddler lining up. That's Landon Miller, or Miller Light, as he likes to be called, from the US.
Oh man, and he knows how to throw down. So impressive.
Oh, I'm looking forward to watching this ride. I've seen some amazing moves from him in training. Just an unreal amount of style from this paddler. Looking for that entry wing over straight into a McNasty. Just the confidence of throwing these moves straight into another Lunar, a back loop.
Super powerful.
And a McNasty with ridiculous style. Like,
Incredibly consistent Landon. You could tell in his training rides, he could pretty much take off all of the moves in pretty much every single training ride. So he's just showing us that he can also do it in competition when it matters.
looking for that phonics, which that's a 360-degree pirouette around the nose of the boat into a full front flip.
Wow. Nearly got the back loop, front loop. What a massive first ride by Landon. His score coming in at 1180, putting him straight into
So I believe London is actually aiming to break the C1 score record this week. I'm really hoping to see it.
And we're back to Owen Kelly from Ireland. Owen likes to thank his sponsor, John Smith.
Looking for an entry wing over and trying to back it up with a McNasty. Not
He's so
that
good
much
at
air
those.
there, but the judges may give it to him because if those score, it will be a big scoring ride. Now going for a back loop, surfing around, linking trick back to back to back. Absolutely incredible performance. Staying on the wave, looking for a loop, maybe just going a tiny bit wonky.
Come on, Owen. Trying a space loop. Owen
that-
always says he can't space, but then he tries it in competition. That is, yeah, that takes courage.
100%, and a space loop is not an easy move in K1 or C1.
Yeah.
Might have been the first attempt at a C1 space loop I've seen this competition so far.
Yeah, his second score coming in a bit lower than the first one. And now he's sitting at a combined 1,056 points.
And we have our next paddler on the feature, surfing around, just looking to set up that trick. That was an absolutely huge loop earlier in this ride. Going for another. This is Philipp Josef from Germany, local paddler. Some really, really talented moves.
You can tell he's put in the work over the last few months. Philipp hat hart dafür gearbeitet. Zeigt uns, was kann. Solider zweiter Lauf. And we just got reminded that we should call out the first heat of the women's K1 quarterfinals. Please get ready. Ida from Germany, Valerie from Norway, Leah from Finland, Christina from Austria, and Babin from Ireland for your first rides in the women's K1 quarterfinals.
Another super solid ride from one of the local paddlers now. Just waiting for the final score to show up on the board. You can see he's keeping his eyes on the screen, waiting for those numbers to come in to decide whether he'll be going through to the next round or whether this will be it for him.
And after Philipp, we'll have 4 more competitors in this final heat of men's C1 prelims. Currently, the score to beat is 453 points. That is Robbie sitting in 10th place. But I believe everyone who's paddling now has already qualified apart from Adam. So Adam, we need you to do big things.
And we know he's certainly capable of big things. We've all seen that speedo. still waiting for the judges just to finish deliberating over that last ride. So it can be pretty tough to decide sometimes whether a move fits all of the criteria in the rulebook. Moves like a McNasty, for instance, has to start from a back surf but finish with an aerial front loop, landing within 20 degrees of upstream. And here we see the score coming for Philipp Josef, 966 points. Absolutely
Incredible.
staggering score from the German paddler. Tom Doll of France in the eddy here. Looks like he's been given the go-ahead from our judges. Just back paddling out, feeling the boat out, getting warmed up. We'll see what he's got for us in this next ride.
And drop it in for a beautiful wing over. Not linking it to a McNasty as we always normally see from Tom, but he throws a few more big moves and then looking for the setup, throwing a nice McNasty followed by a loop.
Possibly not quite getting what he wanted there. So he would have been going for a plug for a back loop. Something just not quite lining up for him, catching a flush instead. We unfortunately don't have an athlete bio for Tom.
Tom, please fill out your athlete bio.
But another super solid ride, actually probably outscoring his first despite the flush. Maybe not, 490 points compared to his first ride of 703, but putting him in qualifying position with a total of 1,163 points. Or 93 points or something.
And we're giving a special shout out to Ibo, who's watching from home. Ibo, I'm just filling in the gap, but obviously you can do that way better than I can. So we're missing you here in the commentary booth. But now we are looking at Adam's second run. Floating down from upstream and aiming for a wing over entry move.
Retaining the feature, going for a plug for a big loop, the Space Godzilla to the right. Unfortunately, just catching a bit of a flush, dropping down that eddy, making his way upstream. Trying to put some more points to bring him into qualifying position. Looking for a good setup. He knows he has to go big. And he does with a fantastic loop. Maybe just flushing, so the judges may not give that to him. We will have to wait and see.
A few more seconds, probably not enough to make his way back into the feature. We all know he can do better. But Adam's actually planning on going creeking in Italy, so that does sound like a good alternative as well.
100%. I think there's good levels down in Valsesia this year.
We're actually celebrating his birthday the other day, so he had a good time in Plattling, I'm sure.
Great to hear. Up next, another German paddler, Sebastian Neller. I remember seeing him in WC1 this morning, putting down some good rides. See what he's got in the deck C1.
Seppel setzt an für seinen Entry Move, surft jetzt nach rechts, spinnt da zurück auf den Schaumberg, schmeißt einen dicken Air Loop, Back Loop. Und sucht nach der richtigen Stelle für seinen Lunar Orbit. Wahrscheinlich nicht ganz fertig gedreht, aber wir warten, was die Judges sagen. Schmeißt noch einen McNasty in die andere Richtung und einen Loop. Seppel ist bereits im Viertelfinale. Seppel's already qualified for quarterfinals.
But that was another fantastic ride from Seppel there.
It was indeed.
You know, I think I could get the hang of the German commentary. Das war ein fantastisch entry move.
That's all you need to say. And then our final paddler in the C1 men's prelims. Landon, he has already had an incredible first ride. So
Can't wait to see what he pulls out for his second ride. This could be absolutely insane.
yeah, I want to see some outlandish moves, something innovative that no one has ever seen before, maybe.
Yeah, Landon, no pressure. Entry wing over to begin with, linking it into that McNasty, well, looking to do so, and then another McNasty right out the gate, plugging for a loop. Not getting as much air on the loop as he might have wanted to, but bringing it around again and again. Just throwing another McNasty there. Surfing around, taking a little breather before he sets up for a Luna. To a back loop. Just move after move.
It's incredible.
Space Godzilla to the right, setting up again, looking for a Phonics. Interesting form on that Phonics. Not sure if the judges will give that to him, but he's going for another back loop just to make sure he takes that off. Back loop and back loop again, chaining them back to back. He's just celebrating at this point. He knows he's in a good spot to make it through to the next round.
Another incredible ride by Landon, yeah. And I remember watching him in Columbus on this challenging wave, and what he can do in a C1 on that wave was just amazing. So, yeah, he can do both hole and wave moves. Always impressive to watch.
Yeah, fantastic to see. I mean, watching wave boating, it's very, very common to see amazing moves thrown in kayaks on wave. C1 wave boaters are a very rare breed.
They are indeed, yeah. That was our men's C1 prelims. We can take a quick look at the overall leaderboard. We have in 13th place Kevin, 12th Harvey, followed by Adam. And then making it to the quarterfinals tomorrow is Robbie from Ireland, Jonas, Leon Schacher, Seppel, Owen Kelly, Tom Dole, Abel, Matt, Philip, and Landon.
That is going to be an amazing show to watch. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, and we are...
So coming up after this, we will have the women's kayak surface quarterfinals. So all of the paddlers who qualified from yesterday, the top 20 paddlers who qualified from yesterday, will be competing once again to decide who makes it to the semifinals. That will be the top 10 paddlers from today will go ahead into the semifinals.
So I believe we're having a 5-minute break, but then we are moving straight into the women's K1 quarterfinals.
Sorry to disappoint that Zach, the scheduled announcer, has been taken ill and will be being replaced.
So yeah, we have a few minutes to grab a coffee or even a beer. We're in Bavaria, so who knows?
When in Germany, huh? So we have a few more minutes break before we'll be back in the action with the women's K1 freestyle quarterfinals. 5 amazing paddlers lined up. We've got Ida Velenzik from Germany, Norway's Valerie Bertrand, Finland's Ia Vuorenpää, Austria's Christina Hochstrater, and Beeman Butler of Ireland.
So all 5 of them got qualified yesterday for the quarterfinals. It's 20 women in quarterfinals.
Exactly. And the top 10 of them will be going through to semis. Probably going to see some pretty big rides from these. I remember seeing some nice moves from each of them yesterday. Some fantastic McNasty's. A lot of air on some of those loops. Can't wait to see what they pull out in this round of competition.
Yeah, Plattling is just good for going big. It's like the perfect wave hole to like throw massive air loops in it, or massive McNasty's. Have you seen Otti's video that there's only 2 rules in Plattling?
Yes.
It was like having fun and going big, so we're excited to see these girls go big.
Exactly. And I saw Otti in that video going absolutely huge. She'll be in this competition later on today, in the last heat, I believe. Can't wait to see what she pulls out. Absolutely fantastic paddler from the UK. But yeah, so I paddled the competition feature for the...
What?
So I was saying, I actually dropped in this the competition feature for the first time for a cheeky ride last night. It's a tricky feature. There's a lot of an art to getting it right, getting those plugs so they give you a lot of air and keep you straight. When you get it right, you go massive. But keeping the move straight so that the judges will score it is always going to be a challenge.
Yeah, and the feature's tricky because if the water gets higher, like at the moment, it's super hard to get the nose plugged into the green water because it comes in super flat. If it's getting lower, it's easier to plug your moves, but it's super hard to miss the rock what's in the middle of the feature.
And we have some paddlers just dropping into the eddy past the camera, so they'll be starting their rides from below, choosing not to go for that entry move, playing it a little bit safe. So the entry move is the first move you throw as you drop down from above the feature into the wave. You can choose to throw a move and start your ride that way, or you can start it by paddling onto the wave from the eddy, which is a little bit safer. If you mess up your entry move, you find that you might flush off the wave right at the start of your run.
I think Charlie's thumb is up, ready for Ida from Germany. So Ida sets up for her first trick. It's a loop. That should be good. And now she's spinning around, getting all the small points like her coach Hevo used to tell them. Trying to go on a McNasty. Setting up on the far surface left shoulder.
Beautiful to see.
Oh, nice Space Godzilla.
Like you were saying,
3 points, 33 at the moment.
500 points is a huge, huge score to pull out at this point. Especially this early in the morning. I have not woken up yet. So we can see her sitting in that eddy, waiting for the final score to be confirmed, just sharing some words with the coach.
So Ida scores in. It's 473.33. What's a solid first round for Ida. Next up is Valerie from Norway. And Valerie was coaching the development camp here for the last week. It was a good bunch of kids just getting out here and training with Valerie, having fun.
Seen some great moves from her in practice. I love to see that boat, you know, the shiny colors. Absolutely beautiful. Jackson Roxdale 5 dropping in, looking for a wing over, going pretty big on that. Likely the entry two. While she catches an edge, she's still retaining the feature, so she's likely to score that. Surfing around, looking for a setup, maybe spinning onto the back for that McNasty. Not quite getting the bow to bite, so she'll be looking for it again, most likely. Here she is, lining up for a loop. Again, bringing the back out onto the green, looking for that McNasty. Maybe not getting it just yet. Space Godzilla to the left. Into
a massive clean air loop. That was amazing. So she didn't use her paddle, what gave her just a few extra points.
That clean loop was incredible. Huge amplitude. Very clear that she wasn't using the paddle at all. You can see her holding her hands well clear of the water. Beautiful move. Absolutely textbook technique. She will be very happy with that one. Bring her in at a fantastic 210 points for her first ride of the quarterfinals. Ia Vuorenpo of Finland coming in now. Another fantastic paddler, did really well at 2022 Worlds. A lot of these Finnish paddlers really specialize in waveboarding. It'll be interesting to see how they do in the hole as she goes for an entry McNasty. That's an entry 3, so one of the highest scoring entry moves. We'll see if the judges give it to her.
And she goes big on that loop as well. Just as we told you, some massive loops going down here.
Yeah, clear separation between the water and the paddler. And another huge move, a Space Godzilla to the right. Again, probably trying to spin onto the back, trying to spin into a McNasty, trying to get the initiation right. Can she bring it round? Definitely looked like she went for the McNasty. We'll see if she's happy with that. She might try to repeat it if she doesn't think she scored it. Just catching an unfortunate flush there at the end, but a fantastic first ride, a solid performance from the Finnish paddler.
Yeah, Finland has some big waves. There's like a new Finnish stakeout going down over the last few years. I was surprised when I first saw it. It looks amazing.
I know. I want to make it out there one year, maybe next year.
That looks super cool.
It sure is. So these Finnish paddlers, they're training rain, shine, whatever the conditions. Conditions that would probably usually make me say, no, it's time to stay inside. They'll be out there where there's ice on the water, when their kit's frozen. Super, super hardcore paddlers.
So Leah's score came in with 250 points, putting her in second place. And now getting on the wave is Christina from Austria, starting with a super nice loop.
That was fantastic form on that loop, keeping it nice and straight. Backing it up with a Space Godzilla to the left. Surfing, looking for a setup. Just sitting in back surf, enjoying it for a second. Taking the time to chill. She knows what she's got to do. She knows she's got the moves. Just needs to pull them all off. Another loop. So you can score each move only once, but left and right variations of the same trick are considered separate moves. Looking for a Space Godzilla at the end. We don't see too many of those here in Plattling.
But if you see them, they usually go huge. And then she's going for McNasty, but sadly gets flushed off.
Sorry, I think I said Space Godzilla when I meant phonics.
Phonics monkeys are super hard in here.
Yeah.
It's like really hard to keep your angle on the 360-degree rotation to then just plug for a loop.
Yeah, it's just a really challenging move to initiate and even harder to stick.
So all those tricks that kayakers do are written down quite exactly on what degrees you have to be in to land your loops and do your tricks. So all those judges have all those angles in their head, and look how good you do the trick, and then they score it or they don't score it. So
up next we have Bevan Butler of Ireland dropping into the feature, just not going for choosing not to go for an entry move, playing it safe, dropping into side surf and looking for that McNasty. Plugging again for a loop, keeping it nice and straight, looking for a big loop, trying to score some of those bonus points that are given for air.
She's not losing time and going for the second McNasty to the other side.
In that side surf, just struggling a bit to find the initiation she's looking for, but she gets it, plugs, maybe looking for a Space Godzilla to the right there. Space Godzilla, that's a loop with a 90
And a
degree
nice back loop. Oh, and she just misses the sweet spot to land it and gets flushed off.
I think back loops are one of the most deceptively difficult tricks out there. Like front loops, they're tricky in a feature like Plattling, but you can go absolutely big. But once you've learned a front loop, you kind of think learning a back loop should be easy, but it really isn't. It takes a lot of effort to learn those back loops, and we can tell that Bevan of Ireland has put that effort in. 356 points for that ride.
That puts her into second place. So, how is it in quarterfinals? They all have 2 runs.
I think so. I think it's 2 runs and the best one counts.
That sounds right. So all of them have a second run to just better their score and give everything in their second run.
So we've seen a solid ride from each of our paddlers. They know they're safe. They've got some points down already. So now, with some points already on the scoreboard, they'll be looking to go as big as possible. Maybe go for some of the more risky moves that we don't see too often.
So Ida drops into the feature from the side. Goes straight for an massive loop. Gets a bit sideways there. We'll see if the judges give it. And now she tries to spin into a McNasty, catch an edge.
Still surfing around, going for a McNasty the other way, maybe not quite bringing it around in time, and unfortunately just dropping off the back of the wave. But she has 15 seconds to make it back up.
And she's sprinting up the eddy. I can tell you, that's so exhausting.
100%. When you flush in competition, it's always a challenge to make it back up to the eddy and not make it back up to the feature without tiring yourself out.
And you just see the time ticking. So the athletes have a clock up above the eddy where they can see how much time they've left. And if you flush off the wave and you get into the eddy, those seconds tick down so quick. So you try to get onto the wave as fast as possible. And up next is Valerie from Norway. Her coach and son Noah will be sitting on the side.
So Valerie's just paddling out to the center of the river, getting herself into the sweet spot of the feature where she wants to be to throw her entry move. We saw a massive entry 2 from her last ride. Can she bring it back this time?
Looks like nice Fisher King.
Yeah.
And she sets up for another loop. Super clean air loop again from Valerie.
Insanely talented paddler. You can tell she's put a lot of training in. Probably looking for a Space Godzilla there, but not quite catching it. Making it into the eddy. Again, having to charge it up. We'll see.
There's her slalom background playing into her cards. She knows how to go fast.
Oh, and the Felix to finish off the ride. Looking for a Space Godzilla to the left there as the very last move. Maybe not quite ticking that one off, flushing a little bit too much. Our next paddler up, coming straight out of Finland. It's a long way down, and thumbs up from head judge Charlie. So it is time to drop into the feature and see what she's got. 250 points for her first ride, which is a pretty solid performance. We'll see what she can bring us for her second ride. Back paddling there just to lose some of her speed, maybe going for an entry McNasty. She is going for that entry McNasty. That is a very high scoring move. Perfect way to start off a ride. Surfing around, looking for a setup, setting up nice and high and plugging for a loop. Coming down into back surf, going for a McNasty. We will see if she manages to get that McNasty initiation she is looking for. Plugging for a Space Godzilla to the right. Still trying to bring it out into a full back surf to start that McNasty. And she goes for it, maybe just getting a little bit sideways. She still has time to tick off a few more moves in the scorebook. Impressive second ride there. I love to see the entry people going for those entry threes, getting those big points on the board nice and early.
Yeah, so that entry move is just another way of getting more points. And that's what all of those competitors want to have, just have more points.
Exactly, and we rank entry moves 1 through 3, depending on the difficulty of the move. So entry 1 is the lowest scoring, and entry 3 is the highest scoring entry move. So, final score from the judge, I think, for that ride, 490 odd points. So, Christina Hochstrasser from Austria coming into the feature. Now, she's going from below rather than go for that entry move and plugging straight away for a loop. Spinning around, just ticking more points off. So spins are worth 10 points. And looking for a Space Godzilla, that's another big scoring move. Unfortunately, getting more rejection than she would have liked. Getting a lot of air, but just landing just behind the boil line and losing the feature.
And
Making it back
Christina
up.
is paddling back up into the feature, having 8 seconds left as she enters the feature. Enough time for another big trick.
And she does it with a Space Godzilla to the left.
Oh, sweet.
Into a loop. She should be happy with that. So each of our paddlers here is looking to get as many points as possible across 3 rides. We'll be taking the score from their top 2 rides to determine who goes ahead into the semi-finals. There's Christina in the eddy. Second ride coming in at a 70 points, so she'll be looking to improve on that for her final ride today.
So next up, sitting in the eddy above the feature, is Beeben Butler from Ireland. She just got Charlie's thumb up. Charlie, our head judge. gave her the go, and now she's making down her way to the feature. She's not making an entry move, but sitting right in the meat of the feature. Setting up straight for a McNasty. Trying to get the tail up on the green water out of the side surf. Throwing the boat around. Plucking straight for a massive air loop. And now she's going for the McNasty to the other side.
Unfortunately, just getting a little bit of a flush there. Her favorite feature is, favorite trick is apparently the Luna. So I'm hoping to see that if she can get one more trick in, which unfortunately she just runs out of time for. Favorite food? Pineapple pizza, controversial choice. If there's any Italians out here looking for a fight,
I'm all in for that. Pineapples should be on pizza.
you know, I had a friend who had possibly the most controversial pizza order. Like, that, I think it, what did she have on it? It was pineapple, chicken tikka, and olives.
Ooh. So, Baden's second run came in, just putting her in first place with 766.67. And that was an impressive 410-point run.
I believe this is her first Worlds competing in senior, possibly. So her first Worlds was in Nottingham, where she came 5th in junior women's and 4th in women's C1. We'll back up the top of the starting order very shortly for Ida Velenzik's third run.
So Ida just got Charlie's thumb up. Now she's making her way down to the feature, trying to score a big entry move. From the looks I'd say she's going for an entry McNasty.
Yes, you see those backstrokes, just trying to kill a little bit of speed before she goes for her entry move, which is, as Yona said, an entry McNasty. Unfortunately, again, just not quite getting the rotation she wanted in time to stay on the wave.
But she has 30 seconds left when she enters the feature again. Going for a massive air loop.
You see her trying to keep her hands out of the water, maybe looking for a clean bonus. We'll see if the judges agree.
And now she's going for a McNasty. Another loop. Trying to throw a Space Godzilla.
That might not score as a Space Godzilla, but if it scores at a loop, it will score big, because that was a lot of air.
And her time is over. And that was Ida's last run.
Her favorite trick is the McNasty, and it sure shows, because she tried to pull a few of those for us just then. Former 6th place in juniors in World Champs at Nottingham. So she'll be looking to see what she can do in the senior category this year if she makes it through to the semifinals.
Next up for a third run, currently having 406.67, is Valerie from Norway.
You can see she's really focusing as she's looking to open up her ride with another entry move. Entry 2. Backing up with a
Space
loop.
Godzilla to both sides straight away.
Incredible stuff. Yeah. Space Godzilla again to the left. Setting it up on that surfer's right shoulder. Going for the Felix.
She's just going a bit too far out on that green shoulder for this Felix. So Having this wave, you have on the left and the right side, you have green shoulders, what can push you back up on the foam pit, what you use to like set up for loops and all the tricks. And in the middle, you have that big foam pit that Valerie is at the moment trying to set up for McNasty. And the big foam pit is what's keeping you in the wave.
Exactly. So that Felix we saw from Valerie, that's not a common move that we see in this competition. Felix is a full 360-degree spin. The twist is that half of that spin has to be performed upside down underwater. Now, Felix, a little bit of a controversial move among freestylers, I think.
Yeah, I've seen people doing like double Felixes, but I think the origin of that move is on big waves where you can throw helixes, what are actually aerial tricks. So you still do the 360-degree rotation, and you're upside down, but you're not underwater.
And I've got to say, a stylish helix with a lot of air on a big wave is one of my favorite tricks to see. A Felix is more the whole boating equivalent, where instead of being aerial, you're underwater. We have Ia Vuorenpää from Finland dropping in now.
Currently sitting in third place.
Beautiful entry, McNasty.
That was one of the best we have seen today, wasn't it?
By a long way.
Oh, I think she's just hit the rock. So in the center of this feature, there's a rock. And if you plug your nose too deep, you just smash your boat on it. I've seen a few carbon boats being destroyed in training here.
I found it last night in my carbon as well. Fortunately, did not hit it too hard.
So 5 seconds left for Ia.
His favorite trick is a huge loop, and she's given some of those today. Loves sushi and pop music. But when she's not kayaking, you can find her reading books or baking.
So we will keep going through the heats of the women's quarterfinals, even if we're a bit early. So competitors, please be ready for your heats. We just keep going.
Next on the start list is Christina from Austria. Plugging for another loop. Surfing around on the feature, looking for a setup. Getting a plug for a Space Godzilla to the right and going big.
So Christina is not a stranger to competition. She has been around for a while.
Previously placed 22nd in Argentina, but she is the current Austrian champion, or a previous Austrian champion. Plugging again for a Space Godzilla to the left. She'd like us all to know that she's the organizer of the European Championships in Graz, and she's very much looking forward to welcoming everyone there. You going to be there, Jonas?
I hope I make it out there. Have you ever been to Muggerwave?
I have not.
It's a super nice feature. It's like in this small channel right in Graz. There's a bridge going over it. You can camp right next to it. And it's just a feature where you can throw every move. And people there in Graz are super nice. Like when they have the competition on normally, it's so much good food.
Sounds fantastic. I've seen a lot of the athletes have written Muggerwave in Graz as their favorite feature.
Yeah. So next up, Bevan Butler from Ireland. And now she's doing an entry trick. She was just keeping that for her last run, playing it safe in the first two runs, going for a nice McNasty, sitting high up on the foam pit, dropping the nose for a nice straight air loop. That was textbook. I like how Bevan is being composed in the side surf, just waiting for the right moment to set up for the tricks.
Yeah. Her number one ambition in kayaking is to make a podium at a Worlds or a European event. Let's hope she can do it this week. Looks like McNasty now. Pretty good move. Just kind of getting tired out of the end there, catching the front edge and flushing.
So I just got word yesterday evening that there's going to be a massive King of the Wave.
Oh, for sure.
Today after the WC1 finals, I think.
I'm really looking forward to seeing that. So King of the Wave, we're going to have a lot of athletes dropping onto the wave all at once, fighting each other to see who can stay on the wave.
Yes, that's honestly my most favorite competition of every big event is like the King of the Wave, where everybody has fun and just battling it out. Doesn't matter if you're in C1 or K1, if you're junior, man, everyone can fight against everyone.
And we just have the results of that first heat just rolling in now. So in 5th place, we have Christina Hochstrasser from Austria.
In 4th place, it's Valerie Bertrand from Norway. In 3rd place, it's Ia from Finland. And in 2nd place, it's Ida Velicic from Germany. And in 1st place, it's Bevan Butler from Ireland with 766 points.
Some pretty high scores for our first round of quarterfinals. But any of these paddlers could be unseated later on by our contestants in the next few heats.
So our second heat is making it down into the eddy.
So our start list for the second heat, we're starting with Agata from Poland, followed by Marine from France, Austria's Denise, Britain's Rebecca, and Sandra from Italy. So maybe she'll have words about that pineapple pizza. And we have a paddler dropping onto the wave. This will be Agata Jakubiec from Poland, who's now plugging for a loop, getting that rotation really, really nice and snappy. Setting up again, using that little bit of green on the surface left to get a Space Godzilla. Beautiful move, a lot of air there. And there she goes for that phonics, landing it as well. That is not easy to do.
That was an impressive move. Trying to set up for the McNasty to the other side.
See the 10-second buzzer sound. She knows she's got time for one more big trick, but unfortunately catches her upstream edge and goes for a roll. Just losing the wave now. But all in all, a very impressive first ride. Currently sitting at 410 points. That score may go up or down as the judges make their final decisions on a few of the moves that they're deliberating over.
Yeah, I don't want to be a judge on this competition. People throwing so many tricks. And you have to score so many bonuses with air and like huge bonus. It's just so hard on the judges. Sitting there the whole day, scoring tricks.
100%, especially when some of these athletes are just firing out trick after trick after trick, just like that. Following her now, we have Marine Isaac, aka Bozette of France. She really loves to throw huge loops. I've definitely seen some huge loops from her in training. Can she do it in this ride?
So Marina's going for an entry Fisher King. It's just a wing over on the side, and she flushed through the wave on that. But she has still some time left to make it back up in the wave. She's fighting her way up the eddy and just surfing on it from the side now. Setting up straight for a loop. Gets a bit sideways there.
Marina's a paddler with a real competition pedigree. She's a 2-time French champion.
And going huge on that loop.
Insane amount of air. Fantastic to see. Looking for a Space Godzilla to the right there. Maybe not quite getting the air that she needs. Plugging once again. Maybe a second loop. But with the first one going so big, that's the one that will count. She's a paddler from the French Pyrenees, actually. Another great kayaking, climbing, skiing location. A lot of outdoor sports you can do around there.
Yeah, most of us kayakers come from places in the world where there's like good outdoor sports, good rivers. And next is Denise from Graz. She's organizing the European Championships this year in Graz. I'm pretty sure her dog Rio is sitting on the side of the river. Just being excited for a big cuddle after the run.
She's got one of my favorite boats to see. Like that graphic on the bottom. When you see it, when she goes big, you'll know what I mean.
Yeah. If you can't see Rio on the side of the river, you'll see it definitely this run. And she's starting off with another Fisher King. Setting up straight for McNasty. Coming back down the feature for another loop attempt, which she misses. But there it is with some big air on it.
Can see here the cheers from the crowd. A lot of supporters of Denisa here, or Fresh D, as apparently they may call her.
She's going for a massive Space Godzilla.
That was huge.
Space Godzilla to the other side. So the hard part about Space Godzillas is you have to have air on them. Like a loop is counting if you rotate it in the water, but on a Space Godzilla, your boat has to be all the way out of the water at one point in the trick. That's what making it so hard to score those tricks.
You have to have the patience to stand up during that plug, look up, reach for the sky, and then throw that rotation round, nailing not only the air, but also the rotation. It's a tricky move, and honestly, not one I'm good at.
I've never figured those tricks out. It's so hard to like rotate your boat while you like doing a front flip.
I was trying to score something Nottingham, but I don't think the judges gave it to me. It's, again, I was struggling with getting the air at the same time as the rotation. Just about catching that front edge, getting the rotation in, and getting the air as well. We have our next paddler, Rebecca Green of Great Britain. So Becky here, her favorite kayaker is Rob Crow, another fantastic Great British paddler from Nottingham. She's just surfing around looking for a setup, going to plug.
Oh, she probably hit the rock as well. Like if you hit the rock, you're just getting pushed anyway.
Yeah, so we saw that little spin from her, spinning out on that loop. Favorite spot is HPP, the inlet gate, which is possibly one of the best spots for training hole moves. So we know she's got it. Can she pull it out in this ride? One last move maybe before the buzzer.
And then she sets up for the phonics monkey, getting it around.
That was epic. That
I'm excited if the judges gave it to her.
it will depend on whether she initiated just before or just after the buzzer. I'm up here, it's hard to tell.
So Rebecca's score got in with like 110 points. Next up is Sandra Lana from Italy. Sandra has been training here for a while now.
Going onto the feature from behind, not looking for an entry move, but straight into a McNasty. Incredible technique. Looked like she barely used her paddle there, actually. Catching a back edge, maybe being able to retain the feature.
Up.
Still in there, still in there. Plugging for a loop. Nice rotation. You can see the points just increasing there as the judges give her these moves. Saw a spin on that shoulder. That's 10 points. And a Space Godzilla to the right. Not quite hitting it in the right spot here. It's tricky to position yourself in the right spot, left and right on the wave. Some of these spots will be a little bit more forgiving of your moves, a little bit more likely to keep you in the feature.
And Sandra is playing it smart. She's not wasting her energy. She waits in the eddy. She knows she has 2 more runs left. And the best 2 runs score in this quarterfinals. So all the paddlers have 3 runs, and they have 2 runs they score on, 1 to throw away. So Sandra was not sprinting up the eddy for the last 10 seconds.
Even so, she's got a pretty decent score, putting her in 3rd place, 256 points. Our current leader is Agata Jakubiec of Poland. You can see her pumping herself up there in the eddy, warming up with a few strokes. She's got all the time in the world to start her ride. Onto the feature now, going for that first move. Space got McNasty surfing around, trying to back it up, plugging for a loop. Again, just looking to find that sweet spot in the feature, plugging for another loop or possibly a Space Godzilla to the left. Bringing herself back up to the top of the feature. Just narrowly avoiding a flush there as she plugs for a Space Godzilla to the right. 10-second buzzer. She's got time for one more big trick. Let's see what it is. And the Felix retaining it in the feature. She should be happy with that ride. 370 points so far from the judges.
It's going up.
It's just going up. We'll see where she lands.
This live scoring changed our sport. So back in the day, you could only see the points after all the runs were finished. You could get a piece of paper where all the points were on. Now we can see how the judges scoring the rides live. That's making it so much more interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
So Agata got her 2nd score and with 396.67 points. That's so she betters her 1st run by a bit. Next up is Marine.
Marine's favorite fruit is garbour, which I don't know what that is. Any idea? Or maybe I'll have to ask one of the Frenchies to explain it to me later. As she drops in, looking for that wing over, getting a little bit of air, but maybe not quite the rotation she wanted.
And she serves a bit far out on the shoulder, having to point it back in, but having the perfect setup for Space Godzilla.
Plugging once again, looking for loop, catching just a little bit of an edge there. Window shading. Just a little bit behind the boil line there, so getting flushed off the feature. She's got 15 seconds to make it back up. Oh, damn.
So she's going for massive Space Godzilla right into the loop. That was impressive by Marine.
Huge combo there at the end. That will bring her score a long way up. Maybe enough to move her up the leaderboard. Her favorite paddler is Nuria Newman, another French paddler, absolute legend of the sport. Definitely an inspiration to all
And
of us
Marine
here.
is bettering her first run. She's scoring 290 points on her second run. And the next cut for this field is going to be brutal. We're going to cut it down from 20 to 10 paddlers. So half of the women competing at the moment will not be in the next round.
It's wild to think because we have seen some absolutely incredible rides from each and every one of these paddlers.
But the amazing thing is we have a World Cup series going on at the moment. So there's going to be a second World Cup straight up after this. On Thursday morning, we'll start from the beginning again. And now dropping in
It's
from
Fresh
above.
D. Let's
It's
get
Fresh
this.
D doing a massive Fisher King, showing us her dog on the bottom of her boat. Going for a nice McNasty with some proper air on it. Sadly flushing off the wave, but I'm pretty sure the judges gave her the McNasty.
Yeah, so that McNasty, that is a 180-degree spin from a backsurf into a front loop straight away, and she goes to show us another front loop as she gets back onto the feature. Spinning around, I think she's looking for another McNasty, possibly the other way, just making sure she's got as many points on the board as possible. McNasty is a high-scoring move. There she goes for it, initiating it. And as the buzzer goes,
Denise was just showing off her tricks, throwing them down.
so important information about Denisa, actually. Every time you pet Rio, that's her dog. She gets €1. The cost of petting Rio is €1.
Honestly, I'm think she's not good in getting the money in, because otherwise she would be a millionaire. I've petted her dog this morning at least 10 times probably.
You're going to rack up a debt by the end of this week.
Shouldn't have said that.
Other than kayaking, she also likes to do bouldering and dog sports. Up next is Becky Green of Great Britain.
Becky Green scoring 110 points in her first run, trying to put some more points on the board. Going in with a nice McNasty.
Plugging straight away, but not quite getting the plug she wanted.
Somehow she managed to stop the plug, throwing a little mystery move and getting back on the setup. Going for a massive loop.
Huge.
And a super nice clean loop right after it. So all those competitors can do every trick to every side once, but if they do it a second time and they do it better with like no use of the paddle or more use, they get bonus points on it.
Looks like she was going for a McNasty there, but not quite getting it.
The phonics monkey.
So phonics is kind of Becky's signature trick. It's her favorite move, as she's written in her bio. We've seen her pull it out of the bag at the very last second in her first ride and in her second ride. Not quite retaining it this time round, but the first time, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, so all those competitors have their runs in their head. They think about when to put what move down, because if she would have done the phonics monkey on her first trick, the risk is really high to flush on that trick. So they stack the tricks the way they think they play it the safest and still get the highest points.
Exactly. So you'll see some of our athletes going for some of the lower scoring moves to begin with as they build up to the finale of their ride, where they'll throw one big risky trick. Some of our athletes prefer to start the ride with a big showy trick as well. Just something they know they've got, so they've got big points on the board early. They know what they have to do for the rest of the ride.
So let's see what Sandra from Italy is doing. Going for a nice McNasty.
Getting that spin in, that's 10 points.
Oh, that was a nice McNasty.
Beautiful, actually.
Trying to get a McNasty to the other side. Sitting a bit far out on that green shoulder. Was risky to get flushed on.
Still trying for that McNasty, just trying to really make sure the judges give it to her.
Oh, and then she's trying to throw a Space Godzilla, but she gets spun out of it. And she has 7 seconds left. She's... So there was Sandra's second run. There's still one last run left for her.
There's still everything to play for here in this heat. With the rides we've been seeing this morning, so they tend to stack the paddlers who did the highest scoring rides in prelims in the later heats in the quarterfinals. But with the rides we've seen this morning, I think it's anyone's guess who could be making it through to the semis.
I think all those girls have it to get through to semis and to finals.
So much potential in this competition. We've had one of the biggest turnouts for a Worlds this year. I believe there is over 200 registered competitors.
I'm not sure, to be honest. It's just so many people being out here in Plattling, camping next to the wave. That's actually one of the best things about Plattling is if you ever come here when there's no competition, you can camp right next to the wave. You wake up in the morning, jump in the river, have a swim to cool down, and then you just go paddling the whole day.
Yeah, it's my first time here this week, but I know that I'm going to be spending a lot more time here in future.
Yeah, so every time before big competitions, every weekend, the field here next to the wave is packed by people having a great time and training for competition.
Yeah, the atmosphere here in Plattling is fantastic. So much support from the crowd. They're going crazy for some of these competitors. As we move back to the top of our start list with Agata of Poland. She's already put down 2 solid rides, bringing her into 746 points. Will it be enough to get her into the finals, or will she need another ride to eclipse one of her first rides, bring her up for the qualification into the semi-finals? First off with the McNasty, beautiful move. Surfing all the way out to that shoulder to get away from the green, plugging for a loop. Over to the other side, looking for a McNasty the other way.
There she gets it. Oh, and she loses her nose, getting it in the green water and getting pushed out of the back of the future. But she's quick in the eddy.
10 seconds left on the clock. You can hear the 10-second buzzer sound, warning the athlete she's only got 10 seconds to go. Fortunately, not really getting anything, except a last McNasty. Just as the buzzer sounds, some extra points there for her right at the end. So currently at 256 points, unless the judges increase that score, which may happen, she'll be going ahead with her score from her first 2 rides.
Agata is currently sitting in second place with combined score of 746.67 points. That's quite impressive. And we'll see if she can up that score right now with her third run. So we're in the second heat. That means after those 5 girls, there's 10 more girls coming.
10 more girls, each of which is going to have 3 rides to decide who goes through to the semi-finals.
Agata cannot up her score. She just got 270 points for her third run. That means her first 2 runs are scoring
746 points in total. That's a very impressive score for this point in the competition. Definitely in with a chance of making it through to the next round.
Next up is Marine, currently sitting in 7th place, trying to get all the way up.
Dropping down sideways towards the wave. Going for that entry again. Getting a little bit of air. Again, not the rotation that I would have wanted, but still hitting that entry move, still retaining the feature, plugging for a loop, and almost certainly scoring an air bonus. So moves such as loops can get bonus points. There's an air bonus for getting clear separation between the boat, the water, and the paddler. And also a huge bonus, so the judges will have decided beforehand what counts as a huge move. They'll have markers that they look for, and if they decide that a move goes big enough, gets enough air, it will get huge bonus. We saw her just flush after throwing a Space Godzilla to the right, so she went back up to try and repeat the move.
Oh, you could hear her hitting the rock.
Yeah,
That's brutal.
not a good sound. We hate to hear that. However, that second attempt at the Space Godzilla was beautiful. Absolutely textbook technique. You can see her checking the nose of her boat, checking for any damage. These carbon boats, they are fragile. They do not like to hit rocks.
And the athletes love them because it's so nice to paddle carbon. It's just quicker.
Yeah, so in a carbon boat, everything happens quicker. They're a lot lighter, quicker, more reactive. In some ways, paddling a carbon boat is a little bit more challenging than paddling a plastic, but you have a little bit less time to make your moves.
Yeah. And they're all a piece of art. Like if you look at all those sparkling boats or at the artwork beneath Denise, her boat, they're all amazing.
See, she's just taking her last few seconds, psyching herself up for the ride, positioning herself precisely where she wants to be to hit that entry. Probably an entry one there, trying to get that back out above the green water for the McNasty. Spinning a little bit too far, not getting the bow to catch as she brings it round. Just keeping looking for that McNasty. Does she have it?
Plucking for a massive air loop.
Damn, that was absolutely huge.
That was one of the biggest loops I've ever seen her do.
That is going to score big. Guaranteed. Yeah, beautiful McNasty there from Denisa. Just coming off the wave at the end. Maybe not quite the right she was looking for, but a very solid performance nonetheless for Fresh D. Sitting at 696 points, I think taken from her first two rides. She didn't quite get the third ride she was looking for. Becky Green of Great Britain coming for the feature. She's got two rides in already, 110 and 240 points respectively. So as long as she beats that first ride of 110, she's going to put some extra points towards going into the semi-finals. Lining up, looking for an entry move. Entry 3, entry McNasty. Straight into a McNasty in the feature, plugging again for a Space Godzilla to the left, but unfortunately getting more rejected from the feature. She's going to have to make her way back up to the top to tick off some more moves. She's got 20 seconds to do so. However, she has already beaten that score from her first ride, so this one will count towards going towards the semi-finals as she gets another beautiful loop.
So 10 seconds left.
There we go. She's going for her signature move, the phonics. I really want to see it. She pulled up some incredible phonics as before. And the phonics is easily one of my favorite tricks to watch. I think it looks so stylish when someone executes a good phonics.
It's so impressive to like turn your boat 360 degree and then throw a massive front loop afterwards.
It's a really challenging move. Getting the plug, especially in Plattling actually, getting that initiation is a real challenge.
Yeah, and you know where the name Phonics Monkey is coming from?
I have no idea.
It's apparently a South Park episode. So when they came up with that trick, there was a South Park episode with that name, and someone was like, oh, let's call it that.
Nice. So there's a lot of strange names for tricks in freestyle kayaking. Another one I have no idea where it came from is Space Godzilla. Any ideas, Jonas?
Probably because you have to have space beneath your boat, and you throw it around like a Godzilla.
That makes more sense than I was expecting. We've got our next, we'll see if we see anything from our next competitor, Sandra Lana of Italy. beginning her ride with a lovely McNasty and plugging for a loop. Getting that loop, just ticking up move after move, getting points to put her into the semi-finals. She always seems to like to do a spin at this point in her ride. And there we go. That's that Space Godzilla we were talking about earlier.
So normally Sandra is in a carbon boat as well. Maybe she has cracked it too bad on the rock, or she's just protecting it and paddling her plastic boat. And they're just plucking for last loop. I guess from like how many people hit the rock today, or in that heat, that the water's dropping.
It sure seems like it. We can see a bit more of that green tongue over in the center of the wave than we could yesterday.
So we are actually having the water level of 203 centimeters. I think that's still prime level.
Fantastic. The athletes are definitely enjoying it. We're going to keep on advancing through the women's quarterfinals. So that was our last ride of the second heat of the quarterfinals. So a quick results update. We have Marine of France in 5th, Sandra Lana 4th, Becky Green 3rd, Denisa 2nd, and Agatha in 1st from this heat. Some really, really solid scores. We'll see how this compared to the scores from earlier and where that puts them. So our current leader is Bjorn Butler of Ireland, followed shortly by Agatha Jakubiec of Poland, Denisa Rebneger of Austria, taking the top 3 spots. You can see lining up there is Emma Witherford of Great Britain. Following her will be Annika Schacher of Germany.
Next up is Anne Sommerauer from Germany.
And Hitomi Takaku of Japan. And lastly, Abby Holcomb from the United States of America. So Emma's about to drop in for her first ride of today. Getting those backstrokes in, losing that speed to make sure she retains her entry move. Going for an entry to the right, entry McNasty. Surfing off to that surfer's right shoulder, looking to set up for her next move. What can she give us? A loop that goes absolutely huge. Some unreal skills from the British paddlers here today.
So Emma is not new to the Plattling wave. She was here in 2015 and 16 for the Euros and the Europe Cup. She knows that feature since a while.
And she proves it to us by showing off that McNasty. Very nicely executed McNasty. The judges will decide whether it scores based on whether they think it was initiated from the right position and it finished in the right position. But she finishes the ride with a back-to-back beautiful loop and another McNasty the other way. Solid right foot. Just cooling off there. Taking a little roll in the eddy line.
Yeah, those bolts on the eddy line are strong. They can pull you down.
I carped down that eddy line for an embarrassingly long time yesterday. I'm sure some of you watching now saw that. If you saw it, don't tell me. Emma's favourite spot is HPP in Nottingham, one of the best training venues in the world. Trains not only your boating skills, but also your immune system and every orifice of your body. Annika Schacher of Germany dropping into the wave, paddling another beautiful carbon boat, really funky design, bringing a beautiful McNasty straight out of the gate, linking, hitting another loop immediately afterwards. Just casually surfing around. You can tell she's familiar with this feature, super comfortable, knows what she's doing. Space Godzilla to the right, like it's nothing. Just such a casual ride. But picking up those big points. McNasty the other way. Can she retain it? unfortunately not quite getting the rotation in time to stay on the feature. Probably just about to run out of time before she makes it back up, so she'll save that energy for her next ride. But an impressive performance, some really nice tricks in there. You can tell that she knows exactly what she's doing. Very, very talented paddler. Annika Schäcker of Germany, 306.67 points. An impressive score. Up next is Anna Sommerauer of Germany as well. Anna has also been around organizing a lot of this event. I've seen her herring back and forth, trying to make sure things run smoothly. So we know she's good under pressure. Will it translate to competition as well? I think so. Again, backstrokes, killing that speed. Looks like she's gonna line up an entry. Maybe not quite getting the entry McNasty she was looking for. Beautiful McNasty. You could hear the boat hit the water, just telling us how much air she got. Looking for that McNasty the other way. You can see her spinning around, bringing that stern up onto the green water, digging the right blade in to hit that left McNasty. Another beautiful loop. Fantastic technique. Plugging again, Space Godzilla to the left, 4 seconds on the clock. Space Godzilla to the right straight away. What a ride. Finally into the eddy now. She's already looking at the board, trying to work out what she scored. Will she be happy with this performance? I think there was some of the nicest moves I've seen today in that ride. The style on those McNasties was incredible. She's competing in almost every category, K1 women, C1 women, squirt as well. Her favorite trick, the McNasty, it shows because that was an absolutely textbook execution. Impressive competition record as well. Her first Worlds was in Plattling in 2011.
So many people had their first Worlds in Plattling.
Up next, we have a legendary paddler, Hitomi Takaku of Japan.
So Hitomi's always smiling and just having fun on the water. She's paddling out into the Isar River to have some more fun in the wave here in Plattling. And showing us probably a massive entry McNasty. There it is. Nice points on the scoreboard straight away.
Just fantastic technique here. Another beautiful McNasty. Favorite kayaker is EJ. EJ's a guy who probably invented a lot of the moves we're seeing from her today. She's now taking off a few spins, lining up another McNasty. Huge, beautiful McNasty. Plugging for a loop.
Clean loop.
You could hear the sound of her boat hitting the water. She hit that move with amplitude.
And then she's going for textbook Phoenix Monkey. Sadly getting a bit high on the foam pile. Getting flushed off the back of the wave here in Plattling. But she got some proper points on the board already.
She's been enthusiastically letting us know here in the Athlete Bio her favorite food is ice cream.
Oh, have you been to the ice cream shop in town yet?
I haven't. I've heard very good things.
You have to go.
I guess Hitomi has probably been already.
I bet she has been there. So it's a lovely ice cream place where you get some of the best ice cream in Bavaria, I'll say.
Best ice cream in Bavaria. That's huge. I'm going to have to go for one of those later.
And the owner loves us kayakers.
That is great to hear. He told me here, previous world champion as well. Fantastic.
So next up is Abby Holcomb from the United States of America. Abby also has one of those sparkling artworks of carbon boats. Her color coordination is on point. And now she drops in, probably pulling off another entry move. I've never seen that. That was impressive. Sadly, she flushed off.
Yeah, sad to see the flush, but because that would have gone huge.
She gets back on the wave. Setting up straight for McNasty. Oh, that was snappy.
That was fantastic.
Now she's going for the McNasty to the other side.
Beautiful.
Lands it straight. Serves around, gets on the shoulder to set up for another loop. And there she shows the paddle to the judges. She tries to show that she hasn't used it.
Trying to get that clean bonus. And next move, Space Godzilla to the right.
And then
Lovely air.
tries to go on a back loop after the time. Her time is over. She serves out of the feature.
Abby wants us to know that she couldn't pick a favorite kayaker as an inspiration for this, but she feels honored to be working and paddling alongside so many talented female kayakers. And I've got to echo that sentiment. It's great to see some amazing female paddlers here out on the field today, just racking up some huge points on the board. Incredible talent on display here today.
So next up is Emma Witherford from the UK. And
Former
Emma's
British
going
champion
in.
in K1 Women's, going in for that entry move.
And now she serves on the shoulder. I'm pretty sure her boyfriend is watching from at home. She hits the rock and rolls up. Has to get into the eddy as quick as possible. Still has 30 seconds left.
Charging up the eddy. You can see she's a powerful paddler. Like, each of those strokes has so much power behind it. And that's what helps her in the feature as well, throwing some of these big, big moves.
So she enters the feature, has 10 seconds left now. Enough time for throwing some big tricks. And then she tries to go for the Phoenix Monkey, gets flushed off the feature. Still, there's a third run for Emma. She knows she can do way bigger tricks than what she just showed. She had an impressive first run of 426.67 points. And next up is Annika Schacher from Germany. Annika enters the feature from the side. She's playing it safe and not doing an entry move. Going straight for the McNasty. And the loop. Big points on the board already. Space Godzilla. And then she's going for the McNasty to the other side. Still having 15 seconds left. 10 seconds left for Annika. And Annika is doing K1 and C1. I think she did really well this morning in C1 Women's.
Absolutely. She's got an impressive competition record as well. Coming third in C1 Women's in 2022. And in 2019, placing fifth in K1 Junior Women's. She's currently a student studying something.
But you know what her biggest kayaking achievement was? Probably beating her brother in C1 in Graz. It hit him hard.
Yeah, there's nothing like a rivalry to drive you to hit those big points.
Yeah, and I actually guess she might have made more points this morning than Leon did. But next up is Anne Sommerauer from Germany. She actually made more points in C1 than I did. And
How do you feel about that, Jonas?
I'm fine with that. Anna is on the kayaking scene for ages. She used to do slalom, and then she swapped to freestyle. I think her first freestyle worlds were the worlds in Plattling as well. And now she's done a massive McNasty, throwing a big loop.
It's an 11 times German champion. Looking for another McNasty just there.
Throwing a Space Godzilla. And now she's spinning on that shoulder. Going for the second McNasty, gets it around. Hopefully that was straight enough. And then she flushed off the feature, just 10 seconds left. She's not going to make it back up the wave, but she seems to be happy with her run.
Her ambition for this week is to make top 10. If she makes it through this round into the semifinals, she will have achieved that goal.
So at the moment, Anna just got on the leading spot with a combined score of 1,123.33 points. I think Anna's really stoked on that. And next up is Hatomi Takaku from Japan, trying to beat the 1,000 points as well.
Competing in both K1 and C1. Favorite spot is Arvela. That's here, right?
Yeah, I think so. Or they have a wave like that in Japan.
If they have a wave like this in Japan, they'd be very lucky. It's a fantastic feature. Great for those McNasties like we just saw Hitomi line up.
Oh, that was a snappy McNasty to the other side. And now she's setting up for big loop.
Hitomi's been in the game for about 20 years. Legendary paddler. Absolutely ridiculous amount of skill that she can bring to the table. Fantastic loop to finish the ride. Maybe just going a bit too close to that shoulder. Not quite retaining the feature.
So Hitomi's score came in with 473.33 points, putting her in second place right after Anne Hübner and in front of Annika Schacher.
Abby Holcomb of the USA coming in now. Favorite spots, two favorite spots are the Salida wave in Colorado, maybe? I don't know the state abbreviations. Or Skook in Canada. That is a dream location. I would love to paddle there. Looking for that entry move.
Oh, that was textbook McNasty.
Fantastic execution, retaining the feature for another incredible McNasty.
Her tricks are just so snappy. And she unfortunately catched an edge, but managed to stay in the feature. Setting up for the McNasty to the other side. She's not getting all the ear on it. Going for a big loop. Getting pushed a bit too far behind the sweet spot.
Such a stylish paddler that you can tell that all of those moves are executed with both technique and amplitude. Going huge for every time she gets air.
And her time is over for the second run.
She lives in a van down by the river. That's...
I think she even grew up in a van down by the river, to be honest.
That's the dream, really. Speak to anyone except a kayaker, they'll view that as like, I don't know, something to avoid at all costs. But every one of us here probably aspires to live in a van down by the river.
So next up is
back to the top of the start list for this heat. We have Emma Witherford.
Yeah. So Emma is currently sitting in 13th place.
So she'll need to rack up a few more points if she wants to make it through to the semi-finals. That said, she's already put down one incredible ride at 426 points. If she can equal that, she's in with a shot.
Emma has her smile on. I like how most kayakers just compete with a big smile on their face because, to be honest, it's just the best thing to do in the world, having fun on a wave.
Yeah, freestyle is just one of the nicest sports for that. Like, you get to have fun every time you paddle, every time you compete, hitting those lovely moves like that entry McNasty that Emma just showed us there.
There's big air loop from Emma. She has to rack up some more points to make it through. But I'm sure she can do that. She's doing just another McNasty.
Surfing around, getting the, not quite getting the McNasty the other way. That's at least what she was looking for. Catching a flush, 233 points. Can she make it back up in time? 5 seconds on the clock.
Oh, that's going to be tight. Go, Emma.
Go, Emma. You've got this. Just
She's
missing out
sadly
on
just
it there.
missing the time.
Sticking that phonics in anyway, just to show us what she's got. 660 points at the end of her third ride. Will it be enough to bring her into the semi-finals?
Just puts her into 8th place. So she's just riding the bubble. There's 5 more people, heat full of 5 more people coming after this heat. But next up is Annika Schacher.
I believe we saw her come into the feature from below all of the other times. This time she's dropping in from above, looking for an entry. She knows she's got 2 solid rides down, so maybe taking a few more risks this time.
Yeah, they all play strategically, like playing it safe the first 2 runs, putting up a good score, and then going all the way in. So we will see some big tricks from her.
With a McNasty, she manages to retain, followed by a loop.
She's just throwing trick after trick after trick, spinning around to get on the setup. Space Godzilla.
Saw some huge scores in her earlier rides, and it looks like she's pulling it off yet again this time round.
She tries to pluck for Space Godzilla, I guess, but her time is over. It's 323 points. That might give her some more points, but I don't think it'll be enough to put her further up on the leaderboard. But we will see what the judges say. We wait for Annika's official score. 913 points, so she gets some more points, but it's not enough to put her in 3rd place. Next up is Anne Sommerauer.
Dropping in from above those backstrokes, losing that speed, making sure she retains the feature when she throws her entry move, which is going to be... She looked like she was looking for an entry McNasty. Now trying to line up McNasty in the feature.
She just has a big smile on her face, going for that McNasty.
We've seen some awesome rides from her already today.
McNasty to the other side. Going for a massive air loop.
Just surfing about, taking her time.
And you can see she's just enjoying the wave, having a great time.
And that Space Godzilla was enormous.
Yeah, she's just using every second she got on that wave today. And that's it for Anne Hübner. Let's see if she can up her score. Anna's currently sitting in first place, what's making her through to semifinals safely.
She will be very pleased with this result. She lives here in Bavaria. Lovely region.
Oh, Anna got a better score than before. So she's currently on 1,173.33 points. So she's still in first place, but it's getting harder for all the other competitors to beat her. But I'm pretty sure there's some more kayakers coming what are proper able to beat her. One of them is Hitomi from Japan. Going straight into the McNasty.
Incredible McNasty there. Just huge on the loop.
The McNasty to the other side with some air bonus on it. And now she surfs around, goes for the loop. She's just ticking the tricks off.
Very, very textbook execution. Is this why, according to her athlete bio, she's also known as Robot Girl? You'll have to ask her. Just another fantastic ride from Hitomi. 536 points. That may be bumping her up the leaderboard, depending on what she scored in her other rides earlier on. She says kayaking is her life, and, well, if that's true, she's living life to the full.
I mean, if you're on the competition scene for like over 20 years now, kayaking probably is your life.
Yeah. Such a legendary paddler. Great to see her in action.
You have to think about it. There's some senior kayakers not even have been born, and she was doing it already.
You're right. Another impressive score, bringing her up to just over 1,000 points, to the very top, to around the top of the leaderboard. Abby Holcomb of America about to drop in.
Abby will try to beat Anna's score.
Up, up, up.
Oh, sadly she flushed off the feature, but she still has 35 seconds left to get back up in the wave. We know people have thrown down some big tricks in a few seconds, so Abby's just staying composed, going back on the feature. She knows she doesn't need a lot of time to throw down her tricks. There's a McNasty. Ah, she flushed again, but she's fighting.
10 seconds left on the clock. She is charging to get back upstream. Can she make it? Can she give us one more big trick before the end of the ride?
I want to see her go big. And there's a big loop. And a Space Godzilla.
Sticking her hands up for the clean bonus in that loop as well. Will the judges give it to her? Time will tell.
So that's Abby's last run in the third heat from the quarterfinals of the junior women.
Abby says that she will never turn down a treat from the bakery. She's definitely in the right place here in Germany.
For sure.
You guys are serious about your bakeries.
So that makes the top 5 at the moment being through to finals safely. Let's say it, it's Bevan Butler from Ireland, Annika Schacher from Germany, Abby Holcomb from the USA, Hitomi Takaku from Japan, and Anne Sommerauer from Germany. They all 5 are through. And Rebecca green from the UK, Ida Wellensick from Germany, Emma Witherford from the UK, Denise Ribnegger from Austria, and Agatha have to hope they can make it through. But there's 5 more women coming, trying to push those 5 out of the semi-finals.
Fingers crossed for all of them, but that said, every single paddler in the next heat is an absolute force of nature.
And I can tell you it's one of the worst things to happen to you, to sit on shore and to hope that you might make it through, because you paddle with your mates and you like all of them and you wish them all to fucking show off. And you sit there and you wait if you make it through or not.
Yeah, it's a really conflicting sensation. You're hoping for your friends to score as high as possible, but equally you want your score to remain in those top spots.
Got a music one.
We can see there's a few paddlers enjoying the far side of the wave over there. That's open for all to paddle during this competition. It's a little bit different from this side of the waves. A lot of these moves are a little bit harder. Loops still go really, really nice over there. I find McNasty's a lot more challenging on that far side, actually. This side here, much, much nicer.
This side is just perfect. The other side is a bit harder to paddle. If the river comes up a bit more, it's get a better wave.
Yeah.
So on higher levels, the far side is the place to be on like wave moves.
Yeah, we can see there's a few like green shoulders starting to form.
Yeah.
Maybe good enough for some wave moves.
So the great thing about the King of the Wave later today is that the whole wave will be in it. So paddlers will be all over the river.
So that's the King of the Wave competition happening just after the OC1 finals. Later on today,
so we're just waiting for the next heat and the last heat of the K1 woman. The judges are getting ready.
coming up, we have Ireland's Aoife Hanrahan, Austria's Yasmin Stangl-Wachnik, Germany's Merle Hauser, Poland's Sophia Tula, and Great Britain's Ottilie Robinson-Shaw.
And all five of them are going to try to kick off Anna Sommer from that first place. That will be their main goal.
I've seen all of these paddlers paddle before in competition, in practice. I think all of them have a chance to take that top spot. We'll see if any of them manage it as our first competitor takes to the water. That's Aoife Hanrahan of Ireland.
Aoife is an organizer of the Galway Fest, one of the best kayaking events in the year. If you haven't been there, make sure to get a ticket. I think it was a few seconds this year and all the tickets were sold out. So be quick, get a ticket for Galway Fest. It's worth it to fly there from wherever in the world. It's just a really great festival.
Yeah, I narrowly missed the tickets last year. Unfortunately, couldn't make it this year. Hoping to make it out one year. I have never been to Ireland yet. But with the talent of the freestyle paddlers from Ireland, they've got to be doing something right in that country.
Yeah, they got a stacked field of competitors over the last years.
Absolutely incredible showing. Let's see what Aoife has for us.
She goes in with a massive Fisher King. Serves out on the shoulder, sets up for a loop. Super snappy loop. And she serves around. Going for that Space Godzilla to the right side. Setting up for another McNasty. Throws it around. She's not wasting time. McNasty to the other side again. Going for the Space Godzilla to the left side. She's just ticking off the moves. Going for a nice back loop.
That was sweet.
And now the lunar orbit a bit far on the left shoulder.
Probably
was
one of the nicest back loops we've seen so far in competition.
making her flush. But that was a solid first ride for Aoife.
Just showing us what she's got, pulling out those tricks back to back to back.
Yeah. The Irish know how to paddle.
And they know how to party as well, from
Oh,
what I've
for
heard about
sure they
Waterway
know.
Fest.
Oh, and I like how Bartosz is wearing that helicopter hat.
Bartosz, give the hat a spin for us.
Yeah, Danny would have loved that. So,
Aoife showing some love to the camera there.
the judges are still trying to figure out Aoife's score. That was impressive.
Yeah, Charlie putting that GCSE in maths to good use.
It's 803.33 points for Aoife.
Incredible ride, like insane score. Just conferring with Coach Bartosz there.
It's just putting her into 5th place already after only one ride. That is amazing. Next up, from Austria, Yasmin. Bring down a massive entry McNasty.
Probably one of my favorite entry moves so far today. Following it with a loop. And then she's going to line up, trying to get another McNasty, swinging that stern out and throwing it. Inside surf, McNasty the other way.
Oh, and sadly she flushed on that second McNasty. Oh, and that she got eaten by those whirlpools.
See, it happens to the best of us, not just me.
No, they can be brutal. If you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, they just eat you up. And that's Jasmine's run. 360 points are on the board at the moment. We'll see what the judges make out of it. That's the official score of 360 points for Yasmin's first run.
She's another of those paddlers whose favorite spot is Mughal Wave in Graz.
The Austrians just love it, and it's amazing.
Yeah, so European Championships going to be held there later this summer. Definitely try and make it down if you can.
Next up is Merle Hauser.
Fantastic McNasty to start off her ride. Just surfing around, trying to get a setup. Nice plug into a nicer loop. Using that surfer's right shoulder to set up for a phonics. Unfortunately, just getting pushed back on the feature during that bow pirouette. She has 10 seconds on the clock. Can she make it back up?
She has some solid points on the board already. And the time is up for Merle.
I saw a huge score from her yesterday, so I know she can pull it off.
We know she can pull off some big tricks. I think she was junior European champion. I don't remember where.
In
So
Europe,
Anna
probably.
seems to be happy with her runs. And next up is Sofia Tula from Poland.
Again, another paddler, very, very famous, been around for ages, a lot of competition success.
Has probably so much time living in Plattling, because every time I show up in Plattling, Sofia is here pretty much.
Yeah, and she'll be putting that knowledge of the feature to good use with this entry McNasty, staying on the shoulder and immediately plugging for a loop. Surfing over to surfer's left on the feature, setting up that McNasty and retaining it. Fantastic.
Oh, sweet Space Godzilla to the right.
McNasty the other way, getting all of those big scoring moves out on this ride. This is going to score highly. Space Godzilla to the left. And a phonics to back that up. Even 10 seconds on, and she's gone through most of the rule book already. Maybe looking for a tricky just there. We saw the bow go down. Yes, we saw her initiate that tricky just at the end there. Unfortunately, bit of a flush, maybe not counting, but an incredible first ride.
So next up is Otti Robinson-Shaw from the UK. No stranger to competition, no stranger to world championship titles.
Yeah, if you know freestyle, you know Otti.
Yeah.
She's an incredible paddler to watch.
But for now, we wait on Sofa's score. The judges are still discussing the score. I really like our view on the wave and our view on the judges. We can see what's going on the wave.
Yeah, we can see exactly what's going on.
And we can see what's going on in the judges' tent. And normally when there's a lot going on in the judges' tent, that means it was a good run.
Yep. More tricks means more numbers to add up, means more math, and math is hard. We've got a score coming up for Sophia, 910 points.
Impressive score from Sophia. And now the thumb is up for Otti. Otti is ready.
Again, another very color-coordinated paddler today. Looking stylish in that orange boat with those pink flames and the matching helmet to boot. Literally one of the most incredible paddlers in the sport to watch. Always goes big, incredible style, incredible technical ability. Let's see what she's got.
Massive entry, McNasty.
Following it up with a McNasty in the wave. Lining up to go for the McNasty the other way, ticking both sides off nice and early. McNasty is really the kind of go-to trick for these paddlers here in Plattling to get the high points on the board early.
And then she goes for the lunar orbit, a trick we haven't seen a lot from the women's.
Oh, and lunar orbit is one of my favorite tricks to watch.
Oh, massive, super clean air loop. She hasn't used the paddle at all.
That's going to score big.
And a lunar orbit to the other side. I guess that's probably around 1,000 points, right, if you asked me.
Looks like she went for another lunar just then and a back loop. Maybe trying to check off a link bonus. End of the ride there. Impressive skills from Otti once again.
So that was Otti's first ride. We just wait for the score.
A lot of these other paddlers have put Otti down as one of their biggest inspirations, and I can agree she's an inspiration to all of us. So we're waiting for them to total up the points from those rides. Checking off each and every move, sorting out any disagreements between the judges, and then adding all of the bonuses. So moves can score bonuses for being clean. That's if the paddler doesn't use their paddle during the trick. Super clean if the paddler does not use the paddle even to initiate the trick. There's an air bonus for moves that are scored with clear air between the water and the paddler, and a huge bonus, so the judges will have decided there's like a marker they'll look for. If the boat goes higher than a certain point, they'll consider the move huge, and that will score big bonuses. Bonuses are also scored by linking moves together, and that is a way to rack up a huge amount of points in a very small amount of time. Each athlete only has 45 seconds on the wave to score as many points as possible. We have another Irish paddler, Aoife Hanrahan, dropping into the wave very shortly. You see her just stretching out, getting those shoulders warmed up. Freestyle kayaking is really intense on your shoulders sometimes.
And she's going in with some speed, throwing a massive fisher king straight into a loop. And going straight for another Space Godzilla. She wants to be on top of the leaderboard for the semifinals.
Fantastic skills here on display.
Oh, Space Godzilla to the other side. And then she tries to get a McNasty, but she just can't get the paddle in to pull it around. Five seconds left. Going for that back loop. That was one of the straightest back loops I've ever seen. It's so hard to throw back loop in a K1 because your paddle is just in the way, grabbed by the water. That was an amazing run.
I was saying earlier, once you've learned the front loop, it feels like the back loop should be easy, but it is not at all.
It is pretty much the same movement of the body going backwards, forwards, and backwards, but it's just you don't get it that high and your paddle gets stuck in the water.
Yeah, in theory, it shouldn't be hard, but it's incredibly challenging to do well, to keep it straight, to not get disoriented during the trick.
But it is the same with all the other tricks. If you can do a trick to one side, you think it will be super easy to do it to the other side. But it's like being a right hander and trying to ride with your left hand. It's just totally different to do it to the other side. So having all those people and competitors being able to throw both tricks to both sides is so impressive.
Exactly. In fact, Jonas, embarrassingly, I can only cartwheel left.
So Eva got in her second score with 556.67 points, just putting her into first place. And now it's Jasmine from Austria, currently sitting in 20th place, so she has to get some points on the board to move up into the semifinals. She does it with an entry McNasty.
She's coming to this competition straight out the back of the Salzer Rodeo in Wildalpen in Austria, taking the overall win for the women's category. And we can see why as she pulls off an impressive set of tricks to start the ride, surfing around, looking for another setup.
She's not just coming from the Salsa Rodeo, she's one of the main organizers of the Salsa Rodeo. So most of these competitors put in a lot of effort into the kayaking community to keep kayaking alive and have everyone having a great time. And there's a massive Space Godzilla. She goes so huge that she falls off the wave. She has a third run left.
Yeah, beautiful ride from Jasmin Stangelbachnik of Austria. 530 points in total. I'm not quite sure where that puts her on the leaderboard, but she has another ride left to secure her place in the semi-final. Following Jasmin, we have Merle Hauser of Germany coming into the feature from below. 416 points in her first ride. Can she beat it with her second?
Merle is currently sitting in 18th place. She has to put some more points on the board, but we know she can do that.
Fantastic McNasty to kick the ride off. Coming over to that surfer's left shoulder to bring her round for the McNasty to the other side. Big points nice and early on, followed with a loop. Already looking in a good position, possibly to beat her first ride of this. And the Phonics, bringing it round, maybe not quite straight. We'll see what the judges say.
So it's... Oh, that was a nice Phonics monkey. She will be happy with that run. So the score to beat at the moment to be in the semis is 696.66 by Denise. So Denise is just riding the bubble of hoping to be in there.
Mela in the eddy there. She's waiting for the score, chatting to her coach on the bank.
Miela's score came in with 708.3.3. She just jumped up the leaderboard on 3rd place. So Miela is for sure in semifinals, went through another round.
That was an absolute beast of a ride. Those phonicsers were incredible.
Next up is Sophia. Sophia had in her first run, she had 910 points.
Those leisurely backstrokes, losing that speed when she goes for her entry McNasty. Retaining the feature, surfing around, coming up the side, smashing out another storming McNasty. And a McNasty the other side. Again, getting some really big points on the table, nice and early. Was that a 3rd McNasty? Plugging for a loop, huge, clean, incredible. Following it with a Space Godzilla to the right, getting plenty of air. I think the judges are going to be happy with that one. Space Godzilla to the left, once again, huge amplitude.
She's just pulling every trick. Right, going for the back loop. Just getting it around. She might have been out of tricks there.
Yeah, maybe I counted wrong, but I thought I saw 4 McNasties in that ride.
So maybe she was not happy with the first one and she thought, oh, let's do a better one.
I can say all of those McNasties looked incredible to me. Fantastic technique on each.
So we're waiting on Sophia's 2nd score. She really wants to be up there. She's currently with only 1 run, sitting in 7th place. So she's through to semifinals already.
So for these paddlers, they know they're already safely. Some of them know they're already safely through. They have a few rides left. They can afford to take risks, try and put some big points up there, get themselves right to the top of our leaderboard.
Yeah, if you're through already, you want to be high on top of the leaderboard because that means you'll be the last one starting in the semifinals. That means you can see what the rest has done.
And you know exactly what moves you need to pull out to take the top spot.
But on the other hand, it just can put all the pressure onto you. If all the competitors pull all the big tricks, you know you have to go big now.
And no stranger to that pressure here. It's Otti Robinson-Shaw, many times world champion. Here she comes. Let's see what she's going to show us in this 2nd ride. 753 points in the 1st ride. Can she beat it? Let's see.
Massive entry McNasty. Into another McNasty. Otti is just so much fun on the water. Doesn't matter what boat she's paddling. She's in C1, now K1. She's just going big.
C1, K1 and squirt, actually. She's an incredible squirt boater. Got more of that going on later in the week, so keep an eye out. But for now, we're just paying attention.
And then she's going for her lunar orbit into McNasty. That is a big trophy move. And for the back loop on the buzzer, that was an amazing run from Otti.
Otti says one of her favorite moves is the lunar loop, so I was hoping to see her bring one of those into play this ride.
There was. I'm pretty sure that pushed her up the leaderboard. Let's see if Sophia.
Favorite kayaker of Otti is Claire O'Hara, another legend of the sport.
So the judges are counting the points. And we are waiting for Otti's score. I really don't want to be a scribe on those runs. You're just tapping the screen.
Yeah, constantly. It's hard enough for us in the commentators booth to keep track of the moves. The judges, they have to do it, and what they say actually counts. What we say, it's just to keep you guys entertained.
So, Artie's score came through with 950 points, what puts her in first place with a combined score of 1,703.33 points. That's impressive. So you think we're going to see, what's the highest score we see in like a run this week?
In a single run, I'm not sure. So these women in this heat are pushing at the 1,000-point barrier. We might see one of them break it. We've seen some big scores earlier as well in the men's. Some really impressive rides, breaking that 1,000-point barrier, maybe even going further.
I think we'll be at around 1,800 points with the men's. That's my guess. But up next, trying to break the 1,000 points for sure is Aoife from Ireland.
Yeah, it was where I think her teammate David McClure getting the highest scoring ride I've seen this competition, 1,700 points earlier. Can Aoife beat that?
She's going
fantastic entry move. Catching the front edge there, but bringing it round, still retaining the feature. Just those snappy, quick rolls. A smile on the face, her face. She's confident. She knows she already has the points to set her up into the semi-finals.
I always find it so impressive if those athletes catch an edge and they can still control it and they just don't fall off the feature, they just do something out of it.
Exactly. It almost looked like she caught that front edge and was able to space Godzilla out of it. Probably not quite getting enough air
Going
to score
for the
move.
Phoenix.
Beautiful phonics indeed.
Aoife's just having fun. She knows she's through to semi-finals.
Trying to line up a Luna at the end there. Luna, always one of my favorite moves to see.
She's happy.
$1,360 points in total for Aoife there.
Our head judge's thumb is up for Yasmin. And to be honest, the pressure is up for Yasmin. She has to beat a combined score of 746.67 points, having her highest score at 360 at the moment. She will need some points, but we know she can do it.
She has to pull off another ride like her first one. It's looking good so far with a fantastic entry, followed by a textbook
she's
loop.
just getting... Oh, go, 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 go!
Come on, Yasmin, get back to the feature. Schnell, schnell. And here she is, just making it back onto that shoulder. 15 seconds on the clock.
Enough time to rack up some points. 10 seconds left. And there she goes with the McNasty. Gets around, goes for another
initiation.
one.
Can she get it?
Get the spins and another McNasty. Oh, that's going to be tough.
That's going to be... you know what? It's so tense here. We're waiting to see what the judge's final score on that ride is. So whether it's enough to bring her over that point barrier into the semi-finals.
It's easy, Yasmin, for Agatha, mate.
It's so hard to know who to cheer for. They're all fantastic paddlers.
It's even hard for them. They're all friends. They're kicking each other out of the semi-final. So Yasmin's score comes in. Not making it through.
650 points just outside of the score she would have needed. Got Merle Hauser up next from Germany. Starting her ride off again with that McNasty. We've seen her bring that out at the start of every ride. It's a really high scoring move, and it goes so nicely in this feature in Plattling. Huge loop, incredible, and probably getting that clean bonus. We saw her hands reaching out of the water at the end to show the judges that she did not use her paddle. Yet another McNasty. She's making sure she scored that. Trying to finish the ride with a phonics. 5 seconds on the clock. Does she have another trick to show us? A phonics the other way and retaining the feature. That might score, depending on whether it was
That is so impressive.
meeting the textbook definition, whether the pirouette got all the way around and the loop was thrown straight enough.
So if we have 2 more people coming to throw down tricks and they're quarterfinals of the K1 woman. Right after the K1 woman, we'll go into the man.
Yeah. Sophia Tula lining up for her final ride of the quarterfinals. Pretty much every ride we've seen from her this competition has been insane, and this one looks to be no different as she begins it with one of the nicest entry moves I have ever seen, following up with a McNasty. McNasty the other way, just move after move, scoring big points. Going for a nice big loop. Maybe she would have been looking for that clean but not quite getting it, but that Space Godzilla to the right definitely went big. That will be a lot of
And
points
then she
for her.
goes for the back loop. She hits the rock.
Hitting the rock on the back loop, that's never pleasant.
Oh, that was impressive. 2 seconds left. Currently sitting in second place. Just short of 3.33 points behind Otti.
It's really tight at the top. It could be anyone's game
So
here.
she's getting 675 points. That means she's not bettering her first 2 scores. Still, she will be happy, and now there's a thumb up for Otti, our current leader. She's just gonna have fun now. Doesn't matter what she does, she's through to the semifinals.
950 points for her second ride. Can she break the 1,000-point barrier this ride? I'm hoping to see it. Huge entry, McNasty. Absolutely insane there. McNasty the other way. Again, impressive air on the loop phase of the trick. That's not easy to do. Another McNasty the other way. Again, just getting so much air. Beautiful loop.
That is just amazing. Going for the lunar orbit.
And hitting it. So she's retaining the feature. Luna the other way. I imagine she'll be looking for a lunar loop.
Yeah, it's so hard to link these tricks together because you don't even come around all the way from the lunar orbit. Then you just turn around and jump off the front of your boat back into a front flip.
Something I'm super impressed at from Otti's rides is how much air she gets off those McNasties.
Yeah. So that was our last ride of the Women K1 quarterfinals here at the 2024 ICF Freestyle World Cup Series in Plattling. And we're looking forward to see Otti's final score. She's not bettering her first 2 runs, so she's leading with a combined score of 1,703.33 points. That is our current leaderboard for semifinals. Will be Agata from Poland, Beben Butler from Ireland. On 8th place, it's Annika Schacher from Germany. 7th is Abby Holcomb from the US. 6th is Hitomi Takaku from Japan. 5th is Anne Sommerauer. 4th is Merle Hauser from Germany. 3rd is Eva from Ireland. Second is Sofia from Poland. And first is Audrey Robinson-Shaw. And that's the 10 women we will see in semifinals tomorrow, I think.
I think so. We'll just confirm the schedule for you. But that was an incredible competition to watch. I was on the edge of my seat. It was too close to call at some points who would be going through to the semi-finals. We now have that list finalized. You can see it on the screen now for those of you watching at home or on the big screen here in Plattling.
So, right after the WC1 final today, there will be the King of the Wave. Every competitor who's registered for the competition can just show up and compete in the King of the Wave. There's some big prizes. You just show up behind the big screen right after the WC1 finals, and we're gonna have fun on a wave.
I am so looking forward to seeing that. So we have the OC1 final that is happening at 6 o'clock p.m. That's 18:05 here in Plattling. Finishing about 45 minutes later, so that is when you need to be at that board for the King of the Wave competition. Watching those paddlers on the far side, just surfing around, having a great time. It's a fantastic feature here. Far side, great just for surfing around, enjoying, learning some of the more basic moves. You can see paddler plugging for a loop, going pretty big. I probably shouldn't commentate the rise of paddlers who aren't competing. But that was a nice loop attempt. So coming back after a break, we will have the men's kayak surface quarterfinals. According to the schedule, that will be starting in an hour's time. We're just confirming that for you, making sure that everything is going ahead as planned. If there are changes to the schedule, we will read them out now. But our start list for the first heat is Japan's Kazuya Matsunaga. Yep, confirming for you, that's 12:45 start time for the men's kayak surface quarterfinals, beginning with Kazuya Matsunaga, Lucien Schreiber of France, Great Britain's Matthew Stevenson, Germany's Fabian Lenz, and Austria's Philipp Windischbacher. So with that, we'll be leaving you until 12:45. Go get some lunch. I'm going to get some lunch myself.
So we're excited to be back.
Wir sind zurück here in Deutschland.
5 minutes left till we kick off the quarterfinals of the K1 man. First up in quarterfinals is Katsuya from Japan, Lucien Schreiber from France, Matthew Stevenson from Great Britain, Fabian Lenz from Germany, and Philipp Windesbacher from Austria.
It's going to be an absolutely sick heat. So there's going to be 4 of these quarterfinals, 5 paddlers in each. The paddlers with the top scores at the end, the top 10 scoring paddlers, will be going through to the semifinals.
So also here we have a cut on 50% of the field will not make it through. It's a hard cut, so half of those guys will not be in here tomorrow.
Each paddler is going to get 3 rides to prove their abilities, to show us what they've got, and the top 2 scores from those rides will be their scores that count. So
Yeah.
3 chances to show us whether or not you've got what it takes to make it to the semifinals.
We have 3 judges judging each ride and 1 head judge. So there's plenty of people watching the rides and deciding if it was good enough or not to get the points.
So we'll be calling out the moves as we see them on the water, but in the end, the decision of what counts as a scored move or not goes up to the judges. They'll be looking at each move in detail, comparing it to the definition in the official ICF score sheet. What moves are you hoping to see in this round, Jonas?
I hope to see some big trophy moves like Lunar Loops, probably some cartwheel tricky woo combinations.
Love to see a lunar loop, definitely one of my favorites out here.
So for everyone who's wondering what water level we have at the moment, it's dropping and it just dropped to 2 meters. I think that's prime level to compete here.
Yeah, I've heard it's dropping pretty fast, so maybe interesting for tomorrow. Right now, it is prime. It is looking great. And with the sunshine, this water is looking very inviting. I'm getting jealous of all the athletes out there today.
Yeah. So I think prime level is between 1 meter 90 and 2 meter 10. So we are right in the middle of it. We're going to see some big runs. And as I see, the judges are getting ready. We are 3 minutes away of kicking that quarterfinal off. So we're gonna have, after today's OC1 final, we're gonna have at 7 o'clock p.m. all the riders who want to be in the King of the Waves have to come together for a riders meeting behind the big screen here. The King of the Wave is probably going to be one of the best events today with big prizes to win. It's going to be fun for everyone.
100%. It's going to be an absolutely chaotic event. No holds barred. All of our paddlers in the feature at once, competing for dominance. Who can stay in that wave the longest? Who is the true king of Plattling?
I'm sure it's going to be carnage.
Be interesting to see which boats they choose to bring. Some of these bigger boats, like those OC1s, could be absolute weapons in a King of the Wave competition.
Yeah. I actually won the King of the Wave on the European Championships with Nuria Fontaine in a welded together duo made of a Z Raptor and a Z Veloc.
No way, that's fantastic. So, as a former King of the Wave champion yourself, do you have any tips for our competitors in King of the Wave today?
Just open all the spray decks. That's the key to it.
That's always a good move. Looks like our crowd is starting to come back, starting to take their seats as we're ready to begin the next round of competition very shortly.
I think we're just 1 minute away.
1 minute away. All getting exciting.
So we're just waiting for the judges, and we just wait for the first heat, if any one of them comes down, or if they all do entry moves. Yes, so we're about to hit it off. They get waved into the eddy above the feature.
Our first paddler, Kazuya Matsunaga, I've seen him a lot in training and in the prelims yesterday, going absolutely huge. He's paddling that green Jackson Rockstar, I believe. There we go. We see him in the staging eddy. And we're looking to the judges to get the all clear to begin his ride. But yes, I've seen him go absolutely huge in training.
Charlie just had a last sip of his Spezi here and Plattling, a Bavarian classic drink. It's a mix out of cola and orange. It's just tasty.
It's good stuff. I got introduced to it yesterday by Jonas, and I've been having a lot of it since then. I feel like here you've got kind of two choices in your drinks. You're either drinking Spezi or you're drinking beer.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. We are ready for Kazuya. I think he got the thumb up. The judges seem to be ready. He seems to be hyped to throw down some big tricks.
Again, backstrokes, just trying to scrub off some of that speed coming into feature to make sure he retains his entry move.
Trying to be on the right spot, and it seems to be the right spot because he just nailed a massive entry. McNasty going right into lunar orbit, into some car wheels. Those boys are not going to waste any time on setting up. They will just throw trick after trick.
And that McNasty was absolutely incredible. It's perfect technique. Just a little bit of a window shade there, actually, so not scoring any points for that, but he's bringing it round into another McNasty. Beautiful, perfectly straight landing. You can see the air that he's getting out of this boat.
Massive super clean air loop into a nice Space Godzilla, trying to throw some car wheels and split wheels.
Just swapping ends there. He's already put down an incredible ride. We're on 856 points as the judges see it right now. Maybe subject to change depending on what they decide.
And he gets eaten by the boils. Those boils are brutal.
But yeah, that was fantastic. Easily, my highlight of that ride was for sure that huge, super clean air loop.
It's just the nicest trick. Like if you see a good photo of freestyle kayaking, most of the time it's a big air loop.
100%.
Upside down, head above the water. So apparently the bonus for the huge, so if you throw a loop, you get the loop scored. If you like in the air with your boat at one time in the trick, you get an air bonus on it. If your head is out of the water, you get an extra huge bonus out of it. If you don't use your paddle on takeoff or landing, you get a clean bonus on it. If you don't use your paddle at all, you get a super clean bonus on it. He just got all the bonuses on that trick, I'm pretty sure about that.
That is going to be an absolutely huge score for the first ride of Kazuya Matsunaga.
Next up, our most favorite French guy is Lucien Schreiber. He lived in Ireland for a while. Now he's, I think, living in Switzerland or something, Italy. That kid came around a bit. Kazuya got a score of 830 points.
Incredible score there. Let's see what Lucien's got for us. He's just pushing off from the side, splashing his water in the face, making sure that first splash of water when he drops onto the wave doesn't come as a surprise, doesn't throw him off his game.
Lucien used to be part of that Galway scene. Came out of the French team, made it to Ireland. Now he's in Italy, I believe. Throwing a massive entry Fisher King. Going onto that right shoulder to set up for a loop. Digs the nose in, throws the boat around, straight into a McNasty. And he has to fight it back onto the wave. It's a hard call to make if he's sitting right behind the foam. If you try to paddle back in through the current, or you go into the eddy, what takes you back up.
Either way, it's an extreme feat of endurance. Takes out of a lot of your energy for the rest of your ride.
And the pressure's on for those boys because they have to beat half of the field to get through to semi-finals. But Lucien is throwing some big tricks, going for the Space Godzilla to both sides, and the time is over.
Fantastic performance here from Lucien, whose goal for the weekend is to beat Tom Dolly, who's also apparently his coach.
That's going to be hard to beat for Lucien, but we know he has it. But
So-
we also know that Tom is the person to beat.
100%. That's going to be a tough act, Lucien, but we back you. To prepare for it, he's been loading up on his favorite food, which is cheese.
Yeah, Frenchies, they just eat cheese with cheese, dipped into cheese sauce.
For that matter, he's written in other information you would like to share. Tell us about yourself. The only thing he has written is, I love cheese.
He is a cheesy boat. So, Lucien gets a score of 506.67 points. And next up is Matthew Stevenson from the UK. He just competed in C1 this morning, made it through into semi-finals. A lovely guy,
Yep, fantastic paddler as well.
fantastic subboarder as well.
First time competing in K1 since, I want to say 2018.
But have you seen that loop? It looks-
Absolutely beautiful move.
Oh, nice lunar orbit. Going into car wheels. That guy's all about the car wheels. He's throwing end after end after end into split wheels. Into a tricky woo. Oh, not really finishing the rotation, but going straight into a massive McNasty.
That McNasty was huge.
To a massive textbook Space Godzilla, where he's missing the landing a bit. But
Catching a little bit of a face surf there.
ooh, yes.
But McNasty backing it up with a lunar.
Oh!
Go for the lunar loop, but just missing the back of the feature there. But an incredible first ride from Matthew Stevenson. Something that's going to really bring his score up is
He's-
how fluid he made that, linking those moves
Yeah.
together.
So you can get linking bonuses on tricks as well. If you link car wheels into split wheels into car wheels and you keep on a fluent motion, you get bonuses on both tricks. So Matthew used all of that, and I'm sure he's stoked.
Links are a surefire way to bring yourself up that scoreboard. If you want those top spots, you need to be linking your tricks together.
And even that he didn't land it, but how sweet was the lunar loop at the end?
Incredible.
On the buzzer.
Like, pulling out that lunar loop off the back of another trick. Lunar loop, easily one of the most difficult tricks to throw.
He has to take a breath now. He's probably not been breathing the whole run because he was just in motion the whole time.
Yeah, holding your breath for 45 seconds while pulling out moves like that, it's not an easy act. See him talking with Coach Mike there.
It's like doing 45 seconds of sit-ups while holding your breath. And somebody dumps water in your face.
Yeah, when you say it like that, it makes you wonder why we start kayaking. But believe it or not, that is actually our idea of a good time. It's great fun out there on the water. More fun than doing sit-ups while holding your breath while somebody throws a bucket of water in your face.
And the judges are still talking about Matthew's run. Currently, he's sitting at 910 points. What is impressive?
Popping
I
his-
wish I could do 910 points.
Yeah,
And the score is through 910 points for Matthew.
rides like that, most of us can only dream about.
Next up is Fabian Lenz from Germany.
Seen
He's
Fabian
just-
around a lot this week.
Yeah, he's just living for kayaking at the moment.
Just splashing that water in the face, cool off. See him getting himself, pumping himself up, warming up that core rotation.
There's a
shoulder-
classic Fabian move, hitting his helmet. Just getting hyped. Going for the entry McNasty. Not quite sticking it, but he still has plenty of time.
Love the graphics on the bottom of that boat there. Hopefully we'll see more of those as he does those big aerial tricks that we need to see to get the high points.
Oh, nice McNasty. Nice McNasty to the other side, and he flushed again. He still has time. 15 seconds. He still has time to get back into the feature and throw a massive air loop.
Yeah.
Show us what you got, Fabian. Lunar orbit to the left. Onto the
Fantastic
back
lunar
loop.
orbit.
Ah. And another McNasty on the buzzer. There was some big tricks in the last 5 seconds. And now he shows off what he
Really
got.
pulling that ride together right at the end there. Showing that he's got a lot of experience in this feature, knows exactly where to go to get the best possible version of each trick.
Yes. Fun fact about Fabian, he moved into his car last year to go kayaking, and he took a bench press bench with him to stay in shape.
Damn, that's dedication to the sport.
So while we're waiting for Fabian's first run, our next competitor is Philipp Windesbacher. Philipp is from Graz as well. I think he's in the organizing team of the Euros in Graz. And we wait for Fabian Lenz's score coming in with 380 points. And next up, Philipp Windesbacher, probably the biggest kid in this field of men. He's just having all the toys you can imagine and all the candy you can imagine in his van.
Oh yeah?
For sure.
Definitely one of the guys to keep an eye out for in this competition.
I've seen that guy welding a knife, like a proper knife, in a campfire one night.
A man of many talents is our Philipp Windesbacher. See him there rocking that Avatar helmet. Big ups to my boy Ang, the last airbender.
He's repairing bikes for a living.
Backstroke, so he's probably looking for an entry McNasty. Does he have it? He does.
Oh, yes.
Setting up that lunar orbit to the right.
Not quite getting it, but... And he's going for a nice McNasty.
One of the biggest McNasties we've seen yet.
Looking for a super huge air loop. Surfing over on the shoulder to go for another McNasty to the other direction. Boom. Phoenix Monkey. Oh. It's just those muggle wave skills he puts out. Phoenix Monkey to both sides with air on it. That's amazing.
And still 5 seconds
Now
left.
he's going for the other lunar orbit. Trying to push it really huge. But that's the risk. If you want to put the tricks really big, you risk to flush on them. But I think Philipp will be stoked on his run.
Philipp has told us his recipe for a great day boating. It's one word. The word is flip.
Yeah.
Going for that ride, we know he's happy. He's had a great day boating because he has done some flips.
So Philipp's ride came through with 800 points, putting him in 3rd place. So our leaderboard at the moment is Fabian Lenz in 5th place. 4th place is Lucien Schreiber. 3rd place is Philipp Windesbacher. 2nd place is Katsuya Matsuanga from Japan. And 1st at the moment is Matthew Stevenson from the UK.
Each of those rides was absolutely spectacular. It could be anyone's game in this heat. Each of them has the potential to reach the top of that scoreboard.
I wonder if the boys are playing it safe in the first run and the second run to like put scores on the board, and if they will go bigger each run, or if they...
That's 100% one of the strategies we'll see a lot of the athletes here taking. Just making sure they're safe early on before going for the risky moves that score the big points.
But those boys have to score the moves.
And entry 3 to kick off Kazuya's second ride, straight up into a Luna. Trying to set up on that feature, looking for the Luna again, just making sure he scored that.
Oh, some nice cartwheels on the right side.
Another beautiful move. Really love to see those cartwheels actually. McNasty to the other side.
That was beautiful.
Fantastic. Surfing around, looking for a setup, plugging for it. Once again, a huge, clean loop.
He had the pinkies up. There's always when you know they did it super clean when the pinkies up. Oh, maybe going for a Jedi flip. That was amazing.
Seems to be the huge clean air loop is a signature of Kazuya's rides. Pulled it off in both rides. Again, pinkies out. I don't think there's extra points for that, but I do think there should be.
There's extra points because you do it if you do like super clean. As a way to show the judges, just have a look what I did. Because you can do the tricks, but you have to sell them to the judges and be like, look what I did it super clean, give me those bonus points.
100%. So that clean bonus is really important to show to the judges that's exactly what you meant, it's exactly what you were going for. Make sure they know that you did not use the paddle during that trick.
Yeah. Next one is Lucien Schreiber. He is also one of those kayakers who's organizing events for the community.
So Lou tells us that his other hobby aside from kayaking is eating cheese. Setting up, it's a long plug that.
Lucien had some great experience this year, the last years on the Volksfest. There's some great stories from Lucien. Ah, sick Space Godzillas. Oh, it's nearly an air wheel.
And straight into McNasty
He's
after
not
that incredible
stopping.
Space Godzilla.
McNasty. Going into the Phoenix Monkey, just sticking it right in the middle of the feature. And now he's throwing down some split wheels. Some split wheels into car wheels on the other side. That was an amazing run. He'll be stoked.
Yeah, definitely improving on his first score there. I think it was about 500 points from the first
He might
ride.
get those 1,000 points in one run. That's a barrier to break.
I'm holding my breath, watching him sitting at 960 points. What are the judges going to say? Is it going up? Is it going down? Or is it staying where it is?
Back in 2011 on the last World Championships here in Plattling, 1,000 points were like a thing people sometimes did, but it was amazing when they did it. Now it's like the first people in the quarterfinals pull off 1,000-point rides.
The improvement in the scores has been insane over the last few years. Just an incredible progression from all of our athletes. We've already seen some rides breaking 1,000 points, breaking the 1,500 points during prelims. We'll see if any of our athletes take it even further, maybe hitting the 2,000 point boundary. I'd like to see it at least. 1,446 points in total for Lucien after his first two rides. Matt Stevenson of Great Britain lining up.
Matt is floating down the Isar River, ready to rumble.
Entry wing over, beautiful, straight into the
Oh!
huge loop. Paddling up to retain the feature, initiating a lunar orbit to the right, straight into cartwheels, split wheels.
He's getting all his linking points again.
Split wheel the other way, and looking for a tricky. Straight into a McNasty, plugging once again, probably looking for that Space Godzilla.
He hit the rock, but he's still in the feature. Hit the rock again, still doing his Space Godzilla. Oh, McNasty to the other side.
Matt is being an absolute savage, just hitting the rock and not even caring, carrying on with his ride. Beautiful phonics. That was an incredible ride.
Was ridiculous. Matt is spending a lot of time on the rivers in the UK.
Definitely, and it's paying off because that was a fantastic ride that anyone here would have been proud to pull off. We're going to wait for his score to come in for that ride, but it's going to be a big number.
Next up, after Matt, we're going to have Fabian Lenz from Germany. So where's the German team?
Sounds like we might have a few Germans in the crowd. Not sure.
I don't know where they come from.
Yeah, it's a long way for them.
Yeah. So,
do we have a final score for Matt? We can see him there talking to his coach.
we do not yet have a final score for Matt. That's a good sign. And to be honest, I don't really want to judge so many linking points. It's super hard on the judges.
We can see our judges hard at work discussing exactly what they're going to give this ride, which bonuses to give it, totaling up the final score. I can see head judge Charlie getting back to his place. Does that mean we're close to deciding on a score and ready to send our next competitor
Yeah, Charlie's just checking if all the scores are in. So we have 3 judges judging independently of each other, and then we have a head judge making sure they don't miss anything.
Exactly. And not all the judges always agree on whether a move scores. So you'll see some of these paddlers come out with like fractional scores ending in like 3.33. And what's happened there is usually one or more of the judges has decided that they agree with this move, but another judge has disagreed. So that they get 1/3 or 2/3 of the move, depending on how many judges liked it.
Sometimes I have the feeling that Charlie's herding a group of sheep out in the judging tent, keeping them all together, have them there on time.
Definitely.
They are doing an amazing job.
Yeah, for sure, an amazing job, especially when scoring rides like Matt's, where there's so many moves, all linked together, all blending together. It can be hard to tell where one move ends and another begins.
So Fabian Lenz is waiting right on top of that feature. Get the hype up. I've seen Fabian pulling off some big runs before, so I'm pretty sure he can do the same thing now.
100%.
Just waiting for the thumb up from Charlie, our head judge. They're still discussing Matthew's score.
I really can't wait to see what they give him.
Maybe Matthew broke the system.
I wouldn't be surprised after a ride like that.
So,
Fabian,
Matthew's score came in with a 786.67 points, making it a total of 1,696.67. And we have coming up Fabian Lenz from Germany.
just getting himself comfortable in the boat there, warming up his arms, making sure he's ready to go big. You see, there's a lot of power behind this paddler. Starting with an entry McNasty, perfectly staying in the wave, going huge for that Luna, but like
He
just
might have hit the rock because the rotation just stopped there.
looked like it. So just losing the feature, but he has 30 seconds to paddle back up, reattain the feature, and continue his ride. Which he does, repeating that Luna. Unfortunately, just not quite staying in the hole. He has 18 seconds.
So these guys have to give it all, risk it all, because there's 15 more competitors in the next 3 heats after them, trying to take their places in the semifinals in this 2024 ICF Freestyle World Cup Series.
What's lucky for Fabian is that he gets 3 rides and only the top 2
he pulls
count.
off a loop with a boat grab. Sadly, boat grabs don't get any bonus points, but I think it was after the time anyway. So Fabian has a third run to give it all and to show us what he got.
Now, maybe a controversial opinion, but I do think boat grabs should get us extra points.
They're amazing.
It's a good display of skill. I think style points used to be a thing in this sport back in the days before the current rule book. Not so much a thing anymore. But if it were up to me, I would be awarding a lot of these paddlers some extra style points. We'd have them for that boat grab, for the pinkies out loop we saw from Kazuya earlier.
Next up, we have Freestyle Flipper, as he's called on Instagram. An amazing Austrian kayaker. And an amazing all-around person. Starting off with an entry McNasty, going into that lunar orbit. Oh, and he's catching an edge on the McNasty. Oh, he just retains in the feature. Going for the McNasty to the other side. He's quite not getting it, but he's not giving up. Ah. He's fighting for his tricks at the moment. But there it is, massive air loop. And now he might have found his flow.
Initiating
5 seconds
phonics.
left, and there he's. It's his signature Phoenix monkey.
That was in. You see, he's not quite happy with how that ride went. He's got one more ride after this to make it up, get that score that he wants.
Yeah, he couldn't quite get the edge in for the McNasties. It's super hard here in Plattling, especially on a McNasty. If you surf backwards up the green water and then you have to drop your edge, pull on the other side on your paddle, and keep it all in balance to not flip over. So
It's not easy at all.
But Flipper has a combined score of 1,288.33 points. That's quite impressive. And he still has one run to go. So, that was our second run of the first heats of the K1 Man here in Plattling in Bavaria in Germany.
In previous World Championships, Philip scored 40th place. He's already improving on that. So even no matter what his last ride is, he should be very pleased with his performance
Next
today.
up is Katsuya from Japan, currently on the second spot. He's trying to slow down on his way down into the feature to have not too much momentum forward, to get that nice McNasty entry, going straight into lunar orbit, linking it to some right way cartwheels.
Trying to get the stern up the green there to look for that McNasty. Bringing it around for her first McNasty of the ride. Are we going to see a McNasty the other way?
He's so snappy.
Yep. And there it is, the second McNasty. Fantastic start from Kazuya. As Jonas said, just snappy, stylish, executing all these moves
Whoa,
with
that was
style
one of
and
his
amplitude.
huge loops.
Every single one of his rides has had one of those huge loops so far. It's been incredible. It's with a Space Godzilla to the right, into some cartwheels, and looking for a phonics just as the buzzer sounds. Just losing the wave at the end there. But another high-scoring ride from Kazuya Matsunaga of Japan.
That man knows how to fly. He might have a pilot license, looking from the air of his loops.
For sure.
So, Kazuya is looking to better. His second score was 636.67. As it looks at the moment with 703.33 points. And still going up, 716.67. He will better his score and maybe putting Matthew on the second place. He's just taking a swim in that lovely Isa River.
Pulling his boat up on the side there. You can see he's exhausted. These rides have taken everything out of it. It is intense there in the feature. I paddled myself a few rides last night. Just nowhere near as huge as these guys go, and I was exhausted afterwards.
So we get a new score for Kazuya. Combined 1,546.67 points. And next up, we have Lucien Schreiber from France. Where are the Frenchies? Starting his run with a nice Fisher King entry move. Going onto that surface right shoulder to set up for one of those front loops. He definitely had air on that trick and was straight. Now he's going for right Space Godzilla. Into left Space Godzilla or air wheel. Into a nice McNasty. He has to be careful to not be shoved over on that right shoulder too much, where it's easy to be flushed.
He's having no such difficulties here as he initiates F-phonics.
Oh, he's doing all his tricks. Now there's his car wheels into split wheels.
Just more cartwheels, trying to chain them all back to back and finishing the ride with a Luna.
And a nice back loop after the other.
Just celebrating
Lucien
his
will
ride
be
there.
happy with that.
Definitely, I think, going to improve on his score from his first ride of 506 points. So between his second
He
and
might
third
even
ride,
better his second score of 940 points.
that's a tough act to follow for sure. Waiting now for the results to come in. What is his final score? It's a big ride. It's going to be a lot of adding up to do. A lot of bonuses to
Oh,
add.
his score is in. He bettered his second score. It's 966.67. That will put him into first place with a combined score of 1,906.67 points.
We have Great Britain's Matthew Stevenson lining up for the feature.
Trying
Dropping
to
in.
get his first place back. Oh, that was
Can he
sweet,
do
Fisher
it?
King.
It was beautiful. Oh,
Ooh.
not quite getting the plug that he would have liked there. Probably was going for a loop, but just got a little bit off axis. Charging back up the eddy, making it onto the wave with 28 seconds.
We know Matthew can throw some big tricks. There, the pinkies were up on that loop because it was super clean. Ah, he's fighting his way back into the wave.
Charging up, just flushing there at the end. But some impressive tricks in that ride despite the flush.
He will be happy with his first two runs. And now it's just waiting for him
Great paddler,
to
Matt.
see if his mates can beat his score. It's probably one of the best things about freestyle kayaking. All of those competitors are friends for ages. They go creek boating, they go play boating together. If you travel to go play boating, you'll see all of them. You'll always meet someone who's kayaking somewhere where you can go kayaking.
100%. I've turned up in so many random places and always met one of these guys that I already knew there.
Yeah, I've crashed in so many kayakers' houses because I showed up somewhere, didn't have a place to sleep. Doesn't matter, they always get your back.
It's great having this network of kayakers for people out there who are as disorganized as I am, because I make no plans, just turn up places.
So up next, Fabian Lenz.
And he's the opposite of this. He absolutely has a plan for his ride. Can he pull it off? Beginning with a huge entry McNasty.
Just sitting perfectly in the setup for this next trick.
Setting up that McNasty, going big again. I think trying to keep the paddle out of the
You
water
can
for
see-
that clean bonus.
He changed his strategy from like getting the Lunas, that's the first tricks, to play it safe now. Pulling off both McNasties. Getting huge on both of them. Now he has some points in on his belt. Throwing a loop, flipping over, flushing. There's 15 seconds left. Go, Fabian!
Go on,
Up,
Fabian.
up,
Up,
up.
up, up. We can hear his fans in the crowd, the Germans cheer him.
The Germans going crazy.
Schnell,
They want to
schnell,
see
schnell.
a big trick of Fabian on the
Oh,
buzzer.
the paddle flip.
1 second. And it's a spin. Still impressive ride of Fabian Lenz.
He's just showing us there he knows how to get air, he knows how to get high. A lot of kayakers know how to get high, I can tell you that.
Now, my favorite Austrian is up next.
Freestyle flipper.
Freestyle flipper. You should check him out on Instagram.
Freestyle flipper over there, you can see him. His current relationship status, according to his athlete bio, is king.
He is the king.
Will he be king of the wave, though?
Maybe. So Charlie has a big smile on his face. The thumb is up for flipper.
This is going to be big.
You know that I actually have an autograph card from him on our fridge at home. He's standing on a paddle boat in his Austrian jumpsuit. It's amazing.
That's amazing. I want one of those for myself.
So Flipper starts off with a massive entry McNasty.
Perfect form on that entry, McNasty. Beautiful. What's he going to give us next? It looks like a Luna. Does he stick it into some cartwheels?
I know he wanted that Luna loop, but he still got the Luna into cartwheels. That's a bunch of points. Going into that McNasty, surfing over on the surface left shoulder to set up for probably the other McNasty or the other Luna orbit.
And there we go. It's that other McNasty. And executed to perfection. We can't ask for better than that. Beginning of phonics, retaining in the feature. Exactly what we want to see. And plugging deep for a loop.
His coach, Thomas Czebelicki, will be stoked on this run. They've been working hard.
For sure. And it's definitely paying off. Just taking some time to chill out there.
I know for an instant that he tried to lose some weight for this competition. He tried to do it with all the deep fried food.
That's definitely a recipe to,
Yeah,
well, to have a good time at least.
he had a good time. He's having all the snacks in his car, so if you get hungry, just go to Flipper's car. So that was our first heat of the K1 man. Up next, we have Fabian Tausch from Germany. One of my favorite competitors from Finland, Visa. Then it's Thomas Richard from France, Leon Bus from Germany, and Roman Glassman getting ready from Germany. Oh no, Roman just told me that it was the wrong heat. So now it's Johannes Baden from Germany, Bartosz from Poland, Valentin from France, Leo from Germany, and Ben Hickson from Britain. So Johannes is ready.
Johannes is up first. Had him commentating with me this morning. I think he's excited for this competition.
Johannes lives out in Nottingham, training in that infamous HPP inlet gate. What's literally kayaking on a cheat code, because you cannot do every trick you want.
It's easily the best place to train for a lot of these moves. You can throw each of these moves on a really uniform feature without having to worry about where the best place to set others. Plattling requires a little bit more local knowledge to make the most of it. Let's see if Johannes has it. Excellent entry move to start off the ride. Looking for a McNasty, but
he has to charge into the eddy, paddle back up.
Go on, Johnny, get up there. You've got this.
So 2015, when I lived here in Plattling to train for Europe Championships, Johnny showed up on Fridays in the evening, being like, let's get the flashlight out and go kayaking. So he's always keen for kayaking, always keen to drink a beer and having fun. And there's 10 seconds left for Johnny. He's checking the time, going for the McNasty. Sweet McNasty. Trying the McNasty to the other side on the buzzer. I'm not sure if that was initiated before the buzzer.
If he made it in time, that will give him a lot of points, because that McNasty was stunning.
So I think Johnny is stoked on his run. He's always stoked. As long as he sits in his kayak.
Yeah, easily one of my favorite paddlers to see around, whether it's here in Plattling or over in the UK in Nottingham.
And I think all he has to do now is get out of his boat, get back to the top, and have more fun in his second run.
I will say sometimes the hardest part about freestyle kayaking is getting out of your boat at the end. We're all tightly crammed into these boats. Depending on how good your outfitting is, mine's terrible.
And I like how Tom Dunphy from Ireland is Johnny's coach. So you see, we just coach each other, help each other out, carry each other's boat.
Well, 100%, the atmosphere down here in Plattling is absolutely insane. Everyone is so friendly, but the excitement for competition is there. We're all just wanting to see everyone pull off the biggest rides possible, get those big scores, and make it...
Next up is Bartosz from Love It, Live It. He's having a kayak school, teaching people kayaking. Back in the day, it was Bartosz the cow, having a white and black cow-style wader kayak.
This ride going in the Jackson Rockstar 5. Entry McNasty, Luna straight out of the gate, still retaining the feature, having to paddle it back a little bit to get that loop. Luna the other way, back paddling to retain the feature, looking for that McNasty, maybe not getting as much air as he wanted, but following it up with a loop.
He's
Space
not
Godzilla
wasting
to the
any
right.
time. He's just going trick after trick after trick. Oh, and then he hit the rock.
This ride is intense
15
so
seconds for Bartosz left. Go, Bartosz!
Up, up, up. You can hear the crowd is going wild for Bartosz. He's a real favorite of everyone here. Bartosz, such a nice guy, everyone's mate, and a fantastic kayaker, pulling out another Space Godzilla to the left at the end of his ride. Cartwheeling to the right, some clean cartwheels, and they're just showing off for the crowd.
I like his petting bear hat. Petting bear. So Bartosz is not new to paddling. I've met him here in 2011 training for the World Championships. He has been here so often. And now, next up, we have Valentin from France. The Frenchies always have some good style in kayaking. If I think back to Mathieu de Moulin.
100%. Like, some of my all-time favorite kayaking videos have been some of the old-school French boaters. Especially some of the features they've got in France. They have some incredible wave features. Hawaii Serron.
La Malate.
La Malate is incredible. I haven't seen that much come out of La Malate in recent years. A little bit from Tom on his Instagram last winter, I think.
I think it's super hard to hit those features. It has to rain, and you have to get on them.
And
right
La
in the right
Malate
time.
in itself is a very, very intimidating feature with that hole to surfer's left.
Yes. You can surf through that hole and get on the feature. I always dropped in from the top when we were there because I was terrified of that hole.
Understandable. That is a monster hole. We have Valentin Parasme, a.k.a. Josh of France, dropping in now. Nice wing over entry move, spinning around into a McNasty, looking to set up backwards, but going for the front setup instead to hit a Space Godzilla to the right. Unfortunately catching another edge, just bouncing out of the feature a little bit. He will charge up, allez, allez, allez.
Up, 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 up.
Up, 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 and he's back on the feature. 20 seconds left to finish off his ride. Straight into a McNasty, catching another flush, so he'll probably choose to save his energy now and wait for his next ride.
That is the good thing about making it through the first round in these competitions. The first round of competition, you have to have your runs dialed in, both runs count. But from this round on, they have at least one run to throw away. So in the quarterfinals, it's 2 runs out of 3 that count. It's getting better round by round. In the semifinals, it's 1 out of 2 runs. And in finals, you have 3 runs.
And the
where
top,
one is scoring. So next up is Leon Stürmer. Leon is living the creek boat life at the moment. He was creaking big this winter. But he's still playing boats top notch.
Leon's favorite trick is the split phoenix. Will we see it in this ride? Entry McNasty going huge. You can hear the landing of that boat. Definitely high amplitude move.
Super clean air loop.
Beautiful into a McNasty. Setting up on the surface right shoulder for the next McNasty. Almost not using his paddle in the initiation there. Back on the top of the wave, digging for that phonics. And there it is. There's the phonics that he was looking for. 10 seconds left. You can hear the buzzer sound. Phonics the other way. Does he have it? Just not quite staying in the feature.
Yeah, as I said, Leon just went out creek boating the last season. He's been in New Zealand. He's just about to fly out to or drive out to Norway, I think.
Definitely worth checking out some of his videos from New Zealand. Some really impressive technique in those drops. There's an art to creek boating, much like there's an art to freestyle. But freestyle boaters tend to be good creek boaters, and good creek boaters can make good freestylers too. A great day boating for Leon.
Leon seems to be happy.
Yeah, a great day for him is paddling with many people. He likes good food and some beers in the evening. Once again, he's in the right place here in Plattling.
And next up, from the UK, Ben Hickson.
Dropping into that wave sideways, he'll be looking for an entry two most likely. Does he going for the Frenchie? That's an entry wing over to a McNasty straight away.
And Ben is one of those UK paddlers what knows how to throw down tricks.
With a beautiful lunar into some cartwheels.
Into Phoenix Monkey. There was a textbook Phoenix Monkey. Turn around 360 degrees on the nose of the kayak. And then he tries to go for a Jedi flip. That is impressive. He's just not stopping as soon as he starts to wheel around.
And
5 seconds left
in this ride, and finishing it off with a lunar
Oh,
loop.
yes! He will be happy with his run, indeed.
You can see him claiming it, hand in the air there. Just
and there's the Jedi. Oh!
He's still on the wave. Can't even flush if he wants to. That's how good he is at kayaking.
Yeah, he's just pulling off tricks that are not even on the scoreboard yet.
Yeah, so tricks that aren't on the score sheet, they'll have been agreed by the judges prior to the event as trophy moves. Trophy moves can be a trophy 1, a trophy 2, or a trophy 3. Trophy 3 being pretty much the highest scoring move you can throw. Ben's favorite music is UK rap. Being from UK, does he have some rap talents to show us later as well?
So we're just waiting for Ben's score.
Whatever Ben's score is, it's going to be huge. You see him making his way up the bank. He's going to walk up to the top.
We got Ben's score. It's 1,083.33 points. That just puts him into 5th place after one run.
I think that's the first ride we've seen today that broke the 1,000-point barrier. Really, really impressive. Incredibly solid ride from Ben, and it's going to put him in a good place with a chance of making it through to the semi-finals. With that, we will be back up to the top of our start list with Johannes Baden of Germany. Paddling a Gigi Productions boat. Training in Nottingham. What's he got to show us right now? Charging in there for a beautiful wing over. Surfing around. Looking to see what he can bring us next. McNasty holding the paddle out of the water, showing the judges that that move was clean. He did not need the paddle for that move. Into a lunar loop. Lunar to the left. Lunar orbit. Lunar orbit. The other side, that's a right lunar orbit. Maybe trying to get a cartwheel on the end of that, but choosing to stay in the feature, play it safe, and do a McNasty the other way, taking both McNasties off the board, nice and early. Space Godzilla to the right, holding it on the edge just a little bit, going for another loop. Just racking up point after point after point, trying to finish his ride with a tricky.
That is the run Johnny was looking for. Oh, Johnny boy, that was amazing. The points are still going up.
We knew he had it in him. The question was, could he pull it off under competition pressure?
I'm so proud of that kid.
Yeah, I've seen this guy training around Nottingham a lot. It's great to see him out here in Plattling, just showing us how much he has come on for a total of 1,840 points. His second ride scoring 1,173 points, our highest scoring ride of the day so far.
That just puts him into second place right after Lucian. Johnny tries to get up there on the leaderboard to secure his spot in the semifinals for tomorrow. And the same thing is Bartosz going to do right now by dropping into the wave and pull off some big moves. Go Bartosz!
Go on, Bartosz, you've got this. Beautiful entry, McNasty. Start the ride straight into a lunar. Now in back surf, bringing himself back up the wave into a front loop, McNasty.
Just trick after trick after trick. He got so good in this flopping around boaty thing. Straight, clean air loop. Into a massive Space Godzilla. Just
Cartwheels and then going for a plug for a last Space Godzilla, I think.
doing some more cartwheels. 3 seconds left. Into a back loop. Oh, sweet ride for Bartosz. He's claiming it.
Yeah, it doesn't get you any extra points if you claim your ride at the end, but I love to see it. And that
If you have a ride like that, you have to claim it.
That may be bumping him up above the 1,000-point mark as well. It is absolutely not every day that we see even one ride break the 1,000-point mark, and we have just seen 3 back-to-back rides towing that boundary.
And you know what? This is just quarterfinals. So this boys will push it even further tomorrow in semifinals and finals. Bartosz is stoked on his second run.
You can see that smile on his face. He's looking at the camera.
We still awaiting his score. What will it be? Yeah, he's just getting the beach ball out.
So you'll see a lot of these kayakers here today will be paddling with beach balls between their legs, space hoppers between their legs. Some of them
And
with...
Bartosz's score comes in with 1,100 points, putting him in first place with 2,043.33 points combined. Next up is Valentin. He wants to prove that he has it as well. I'm sure he's so ready to throw down some big tricks.
He's written his favorite trick is juste huge, or juste huge. I don't know how you say that in French.
Maybe it's French for just huge.
That's what it looks like, because he has just gone huge. Beautiful Space Godzilla into some cartwheel split wheels. Another loop. Lining up for a McNasty. Going big on the McNasty as well, but unfortunately a little bit too close to the shoulder, not in that retentive pocket. He has 20 seconds to make it back up the eddy into the feature again.
He's fighting his way back, having 15 seconds left on the clock when he drops in, and now he goes for another massive, huge air loop.
He'll need some big points to get him up to the top of the scoreboard, but he still has one ride left after this.
Oh, and Luna into cartwheel into Trickevu. There was some proper points. He just scored in the last second. So let's see, the points are racking up already. 933.33 points on the board, and they still might go up.
That last combo in particular was ridiculous.
That was a proper combo. Oh, just dropped. It went up again. This is so good.
With
923.33 at the moment.
a combo like that one he threw at the end will, like just by throwing a combo like that between all of the bonuses together, you can get a score from a single combo that will outscore a lot of people's entire rides.
So he scored 943.33 points. It looks like something in his boat broke, maybe his backrest, as he's looking on his boat after his run. We will see for the third run. Hopefully he can fix it if something broke. Next up is Leon Stürmer.
And here he comes, Leon Stürmer from Germany.
This kid also knows how to take off and go huge.
He's won 5th place in European juniors before, now competing in seniors. Looks like he's got what it takes with a beautiful entry McNasty, another huge loop, and another McNasty. Just move after move after move. Spinning around, looking for that other McNasty. Again, not really using paddle in the initiation of that trick.
I like how smooth he spins into those McNasties. And then
it's an incredible style. Like, so cool to see.
going for the Phoenix Monkey. He knows what he's doing. Probably going for the Phoenix Monkey to the other side, setting up a bit far on that surface right shoulder, which just pushed him out behind the wave. It's 3 seconds left, so he will not make it up in time. But still an impressive run with currently 650 points on the board.
Beautiful run from Leon Stürmer there. Favorite food is eggs.
Yeah, we've been eating a lot of eggs with these kids at the moment. It's ridiculous. But this kid knows how to make fried eggs with guacamole for breakfast.
I need to come down and hang out with you guys. That sounds like you have been living the life here in Plattling.
Yeah.
On the campsite next to the wave. Beautiful wave, beautiful weather, and immaculate vibes.
So
Everything
next
you could hope
up
for.
is Ben Hickson from Great Britain.
Put down our first ride to break the 1,000-point barrier in his very first ride of the heat. Can he pull it off for a second time? Maybe even taking the top spot away from Bartosz.
So Ben is waiting for his second ride.
There's Head Judge Charlie giving the thumbs up. Ben will be heading down into the feature now.
You know what one of the best things is you can see before you ride? Having a head judge with a massive smile on his face. So you know he's keen to see me shred. So Ben has his first score was 1,083.33 points. He will put that up with the French entry. A Fisher King into a McNasty, going to another McNasty, right into lunar orbit. He's not stopping. He tries to put them all in the cartwheels to keep the flow in his run. Now he's going for Phoenix Monkey. Into Space Godzilla. I guess he was trying to do a space loop, but there's the loop. And he keeps on going into lunar orbit right for his back loop. Oh, there he tried to get the loop out of the back loop. There it is. Loop, back loop. Amazing points for Ben.
That back loop, front loop, back loop and nasty, whatever you want to call it. Incredible move. So sick to see.
That kid is on fire.
100%. He's going to be traveling Europe all summer. So we'll be seeing him around at a lot of these freestyle features, a lot of these competitions, presumably at Euros later this year in Graz in Austria.
Yeah, he's living the dream, traveling Europe with his mates.
Currently
meeting.
living in Cardiff in Wales. Maybe a bit of a veteran of the white water course over there. I know they've got a good white water course.
Yeah, he's with Palm and the e-paddles. And what he's loving about this sport, he just loves everything about it.
Exactly. Apparently his occupation, he's a salesman, which makes sense because he definitely sold the judges on those tricks.
On those tricks. Yeah, he got a score, not yet. The score is still going up and down. And the second run for Ben.
Will he take the new spot as the highest scoring
I
rider
think he
today?
will break the 2,000 point barrier on 2 combined scores. His score comes in with 1,146.67 points. That is place 1 for Ben for the moment. But there's 2 more heats, I guess, coming, trying to beat these boys.
There sure are. And we'll be waiting for our next competitor, who'll probably be in the water already. Waiting for the go-ahead from head judge Charlie. We're back to the top of this heat for run 3 for each of these competitors. It's Johannes Baden again. Johannes from Germany.
Yeah, Johnny is ready. He wants to pull off another run like the second one he had. And we all know he's able to do that. He just proved that in his second run. I've seen him going huge here in Plattling.
Just charging in for that beautiful entry 2. Surfing to the left, looking for the setup. Getting a beautiful McNasty, holding the paddle up for the clean bonus. McNasty the other way, again, landing it perfectly straight, just so the judges know that he's got that perfect McNasty technique into a lunar.
Tricky woo.
Yeah, the tricky woo. Tricky,
Such a hard trick.
Exactly. Tricky by name, tricky by nature.
And now he's setting up, staying composed, staying chill, going for the massive air loop. Having a few more seconds left. Cartwheel, split wheel. That's it. Johnny made it.
Absolutely sick ride. He's going to be stoked on that. Johnny's a bit of a man of mystery, though. He has not submitted a bio for us. What can you tell us about Johnny?
I don't know. Johnny likes beer. Johnny definitely likes kayaking. And he's just a great man to be around. He's driving one of those old VW Joker campers. Like, you should have a look at his house here in Plattling. It's like one of the nicest camper vans you can imagine.
I need to go check that out. I'm looking for inspiration for my own van at the minute.
And this kid will be happy.
You see, you were right saying about that beer, because he's already got his hands on a beer. Hasn't even gotten out of his boat yet.
Yeah, but we all love those Alcobroy Liesels. So, and he earned that beer, to be honest.
He
so
sure
Johnny
did.
got a combined score of 2,200 points, just 43.33 points short of the leading spot, sitting in second place. And next up, trying to get in the top score, is Bartosz.
Bartosz already put out fantastic 2 rides. 900 points, 1,000 points, 1,100 points even. What can he pull out for us in a third ride? A fantastic entry, McNasty, but that's not all, because he backs it up with a lunar, a Another McNasty.
Another Luna. Oh, that was not rotated quite well. But the back loop after, another back loop.
Incredible stuff. Bartosz is one of those competitors where we really need two commentators because I'm getting out of breath just trying to say all the moves he's doing, such as another huge loop.
And Space Godzilla.
Space Godzilla the other way. Just all of those tricks, loop, Space Godzilla, both ways, all just back to back to back. Incredible.
And that tricky Wu, or Wu tricky. Back loop again. Bartosz is stoked.
You can see him pumping the air there. Crowd going wild for Bartosz. Everyone here loves Bartosz. And that is going to be a very, very solid ride for the Polish competitor. Is it going to be enough to take the top spot? Can't wait to see. It's so tense here in the commentator's booth.
I'm so happy that we have the best view of the day today. Like, Bartosz is waiting on his score. It's standing at 1,103.33 points at the moment. That will put him up there if it stays like that. He is so happy.
Yeah, we can see him waving his beach ball to the crowd. 2,203 points.
So he beats Johnny by 3.33 points, making it into second place, just being short 40 points off the leading spot. And now, with his last try to get into those top 5 spots, is Valentin from France, trying to go huge and collect all the points.
What has he got for us? We're looking for an entry move. Beautiful entry wing over. We saw him catch that landing on a backstroke, so maybe he was looking for that French. He throws the McNasty anyway straight afterwards to McNasty the other way.
He's just on fire.
Surfing over to that green shoulder to get himself up the wave and to plug nice and deep for a beautiful Space Godzilla to the right, trying to link it into some cartwheels made with a split wheel. Back up the wave, gonna plug again. What's he got for us?
Massive, super clean Frenchie air loop.
These Frenchies, they know how to get air, a lot of air.
He's just having 7 seconds left.
That's probably gonna be it for Valentin, but a fantastic ride for him. You can see he is pleased with it.
He's pleased.
Tipping his hat to the crowd. Now just climbing out of his boat, waiting for the final score to roll in. 650 points for that last ride. Maybe not the score he was hoping for, but a fantastic ride nonetheless. Thumbs up from head judge Charlie for our last ride from Leon Stürmer.
I like how Leon is just hiding in the bushes, sneaking out of the bush, paddling out onto the middle of that Isar River here. So if you wonder where we are located here in Plattling, it's at the end of the Isar River, shortly before it meets the Donau. And it's an amazing wave.
Fantastic entry McNasty once again from Leon, followed by a beautiful loop. Looking to line up a second McNasty, just doesn't quite get the bow to engage, so he'll try for it again, but he catches an edge. Does he have it? Is he going to set up for that McNasty? We can see he's trying to bring his boat round, not quite getting the move he was looking for. He'll set up again on the shoulder. And there we go. That's the McNasty. He will be happy with that move. He's proved that he's got it, got those points there, and he's got a McNasty the other way. That McNasty there was beautiful.
How he pushed it up. It's not, he has such a long torso. He still gets the boat all the way out of the water. And there he's going for his Phoenix Monkeys. It's one of his signature moves he just can do.
Yeah, fantastic Luna to end the ride there as well.
So apparently, we just hear that there's a Wheel of Fortune on the Pentagus stand. So if you want to test your fortune, just go to the Wheel of Fortune.
Do you know what we can win?
Yeah, there's a few good prizes like volleyballs and other stuff you will enjoy. We should have a turn on it.
Definitely. We'll do that after we finish commentating this next heat.
Oh, yes. So now, next up is Ben Hickson. He has done everything he has to already, I guess. Now it's just showing off, having two 1,000-point rides and above. He'll be just enjoying his last run.
Going for that Frenchie once again. That's the back-to-back wing over to McNasty.
That's just saving time, and now he's just pulling off tricks.
The back loop as well, but unfortunately, he's not remaining on the feature, so
He
that
was
might not
just
score.
trying to push it a bit hard. He tried to save all the time to get the big scores, but that made him plug for the back loop right on that surface right shoulder. We can see that open wave forming. That's where you not stay in the wave. That's where you get flushed. But now he's right in the meat of the wave,
Going
pulling
for those
off.
trickies. I think we had trickies both sides.
Oh,
beautiful.
sweet.
Another McNasty phonics. Even despite the flush, that ride is going to put him up there. We'll see if it outscores his earlier ride. He's currently in first place for these quarterfinals, and we can see why. Oh, and a helix to end it. Well, I would be tempted to say that's a helix. Looking for that air screw, some wave moves on the shoulder.
Ben just showing off that he can do wave moves as well. So for everyone not that familiar with freestyle kayaking, here this feature is called a hole, which like foamy wave forming, and you can pull off like front flips and back flips and all kinds of tricks. And then there's like wave boating, where you have a green wave with a bit of foam on top, and there you can just throw off whole other kind of tricks.
Exactly. So when you're boating in a hole like this, you're looking for tricks like cartwheels or tricks like loops, where you're plugging deep and using the rejection of your boat to get air. Wave moves, we tend to be accelerating down the wave, using that speed and momentum to skip across the surface of the water, get some big air, and throw things like air screws, which we just saw Ben try a little air screw on that shoulder at the end. I would have loved to see that scoring competition, but I think that's going to be far too hard to pull off here at Plattling today at these water
Peter
levels.
Skonka used to throw them on that surface left green shoulder and scoring them.
I can imagine. I think it's possible, but it's probably going to be easy to pull off those big scoring hole moves. So earlier on in the rides, we're more likely to see some paddlers going for those safer options of these incredibly challenging hole moves that score huge points.
While we're waiting for Ben's score of the third run of the second heat and quarterfinals in man, we also wait for the third heat, where we gonna have now for real Fabian Tausch, Visa, Thomas, Leon, and Roman.
Once again, another stacked heat. Like, everyone on that list has potential to make it to the
Ben's score came
semifinals.
in with 1,083.33 points. That's the same score as he did in his first ride, so it's not changing anything. But up next is
1,083 points for Ben is an incredible score, given that ride contained a flush.
Yes. Next up is Fabian Tausch from Germany, living in Switzerland.
What do we know about Fabian? He's from Germany. He's paddling K1M, and his favorite trick is a wave monkey. I appreciate that. A wave monkey is a difficult trick to pull off. A wave monkey, that's the wave equivalent of a phonics monkey. You basically throw a cross bow blunt when you're going down the wave and bring that all the way around into a front flip.
So his favorite spot is the hole above the washing machine in Augsburg.
I've not paddled that spot. What is it like?
It's a sweet small wave hole but it's above that massive washing machine. I think in 1998 we had World Championships in Augsburg, if I'm not wrong.
Incredible. And his training there has clearly paid off, because that was a fantastic entry, McNasty. Followed up with McNasty's in both directions. He's bringing up the scores again, following that with Luna's, maybe looking to combo into a cartwheel. We'll see if the judges thought that cartwheel had enough edge to score, but there he goes with the phonics. Plugging now for a huge clean loop. Incredible stuff from Fabian Tausch of Germany. Plugging once again, Space Godzilla to the right.
Yeah, Fabian is just pulling off trick after trick after trick.
Space Godzilla's both directions, looking for the tricky at the end.
Oh, that was... I've seen Charlie just being relaxed because he flushed on that last trick. It would have been so tough to judge if that was initiated on the buzzer or afterwards.
Saving Charlie some stress there.
Yeah. So that's a score of 1,146.67 points for Fabian. He'll be happy with that.
Absolutely insane score. Visa Rakola of Finland coming up. Paddling that white Jackson. Kind of distinctive color scheme. You don't see a lot of pure white boats around.
Yeah, Visa has an amazing style kayaking.
He sure does. He's going to show it for us now with that beautiful entry wing over. Spinning around for the McNasty. Setting up on the top of the wave, plugging. Oh, looks like a little bit of a roundhouse there.
Blunt McNasty.
I would love to see a blunt McNasty in this competition. Beautiful loop, trying to get that clean bonus as well, possibly bringing the paddle into play just a little bit at the end, so we'll see what the judges say about that.
He's just surfing back up on that shoulder, going for lunar orbit, trying to link it into cartwheels. Yeah, sweet cartwheel. 5 seconds left for Visa. Going for the tricky. Just sticking it on the buzzer.
Beautiful ride from Visa. I loved seeing that attempt at the blunt McNasty. You can tell that Visa does a lot of wave boating, and he's incredibly good at it. Like, all of these Finnish boaters have a lot of wave boating experience. Visa, one of the best out there in the game at the moment. You watch this guy on a wave and he will blow your mind.
Yeah, the Finns got so strong over the last few years. They put all the effort in pushing the juniors and coaching them. And
Visa's
they got a
favorite spot to paddle is the waves in Lapland, in his home of Finland.
Have you seen their videos when they were surfing with like the Triple X and their old boats on those Finnish waves?
Yeah, that's one of my all-time favorite things to see. Those old school slicey Triple X boats throwing those new school aerial moves on the waves.
So next up is Thomas Richard. He's one of the heads behind organizing the natural games in Mio, if I'm right. He's flying a lot of paragliding and just flashing on his Phoenix Monkey, but charging into the eddy, passing that boily eddy line, and now he's making his way back up to the feature. Have you been to the natural games?
I have not been to the natural games either. That's one that I've heard a lot of good things about.
We had our World Cups there in 2014, I think. It's just a massive music and extreme sports festival.
Sounds incredible. All of these freestyle festivals are great places to be, great places to hang out.
Oh, sweet! Space Godzilla into loop.
The space loop is like one of those go-to combos for the big points here in these freestyle kayaking competitions.
And Thomas is taking that run. He will try to batter that run in his next two runs. But as we said earlier, all those boys have 3 runs in this round, and one of them is a throwaway run. So the best 2 runs are counted together, get a combined score.
You can see Thomas, his main job is as a paragliding instructor. You can see why, because this guy knows how to fly.
Yeah. So, next up is Leon Bust.
LB, the man, the myth, the legend.
Leon is able to show us some big tricks. Starting with one of those entry Feature King McNasty combos. Going for his lunar orbit into a loop. Just flushing on it. Such a pity. But he's charging back into the eddy.
His favorite place to paddle has been Uganda, which all freestyle kayakers know it used to be really something of the freestyle kayaking destination worldwide. Some amazing features, and we still do, because Leon's current favorite feature is Vengeance Wave on the Nile. That's a new feature formed since the latest
there,
dam.
Leon pulled off some fast tricks in like the last 20 seconds of his run. So some impressive kayaking of Leon. But as you said, Uganda used to be paradise. I spent a fair time there, and living on the Lemon, paddling out to Nile Special, having Nile Special sunset sessions was just
I'm
amazing.
pretty sure that was the first time I met you, Jonas, out on the Nile, probably at one of those sunset sessions on the Lemon.
Before we had a Bujagali sunset, probably.
Indeed. Before we had a few Bujagali sunsets, I think.
Yeah, so Uganda used to be the place to go in winter and go wave boating.
It's
it probably still is.
Still got some huge potential. That Vengeance Wave looks epic. There's some guys around here who've been out to Uganda since, done a lot of planning out there. Bartosz, you want to talk to you, but we have our thumbs up from our head judge,
For
Charlie.
Roman Glassman. Roman has been judging here the morning for all the other categories, and now he's trying to impress the other judges, to show off what he has. He will show off, I'm pretty sure. He's going with an entry McNasty straight into a nice cartwheel, into some spins. Even the small points count.
Especially with that link bonus, but there he goes with a beautiful McNasty.
So that's one thing. Often people spin into tricks and they don't really get the trick and they stop spinning, so it's smarter to keep spinning so you get the 10 points for the spin.
100%.
And there he goes for the Phoenix Monkey. Not quite getting the angles right, I guess, but who am I to say that? We have 3 judges deciding on that. And he has to fight back into the feature to go for a massive loop.
You can hear the crowd going wild. I think I might also have heard that boat tap the bottom just for a second there.
Yeah.
Little bit
he's
of a
just
flush at
missing.
the end, but that was incredible. The crowd loved that ride, and we loved it too.
Yeah, Roman is one of those German guys who's always around,
You can tell
always
he's
judging. He's going to all the Austrian competitions to be head judge, so he knows what the judges will score and what they will not score.
his favorite kind of music is apparently Neue Deutsche Welle.
Oh, yeah.
What's Neue Deutsche Welle?
It's kind of music from, like, I guess the 80s.
Right, so you're like your 99 Luftballons.
Yes, that's it.
Got it. Favorite food also, you can tell he's a true dirtbag kayaker. His favorite food is canned meat. If you're living in a car park and eating cat food, you're a true kayaker.
Well, you don't have to eat cat food. You can make some proper handmade food.
For sure, for sure. I've had some excellent car park catering before. Any of these UK guys who've been to the Falls of Laura, we have cooked up some amazing things in the campsite right by that feature.
So next up is Fabian Tausch. Just had a score of 1,146.67 points in his first run. He wants to have another run like that and save his spot in the semi-finals. So half of those 20 men who are competing right now will be kicked out of the competition and will be only left with 10 people. So Fabian flushed on his second run.
He has 30 seconds to make it back up into the feature.
And he wants to get some more points because that will save him some stress for his last run.
going for those McNasties, bringing them around. Surfing over to that shoulder, looking for a setup, going for a Luna. Does he have it? Will he stay in the feature? Yes, and he brings it back, throwing a stern end into a phonics monkey. Now plugging for a beautiful loop.
That was super clean, I guess.
Yeah, just using the paddle a little bit to balance on the landing, but now with some split wheels at the end of his ride.
He just did what I say, get some points in so he can start chilled in his third run, trying to better his second score, because I don't think he's going to beat his first score. What was 1,146.67 points. So, we just wait for Fabian's score coming in. Looks like it's around 700 points. But Charlie is still discussing with the judges.
You can see him there, sitting on the side, just getting out his boat, waiting to see what numbers come up on that big board.
And as you can see, Fabi's left foot is a bit destroyed. He's wearing a, how do you call it, cast?
A cast, exactly.
Yeah. I think his left hand had a few cuts or something as well. But nonetheless, he's throwing down.
Yeah, there is nothing to stop this man. He is an absolute machine.
So we can see Hevo, one of the two German coaches. He's probably coaching longer than most of those juniors and young guys live. Next up, Visa Rakola from Finland.
Fantastic entry to begin the ride, looking for a McNasty straight away, just not getting the initiation, but he follows it up with a McNasty, landing that for sure. There we go, the blunt McNasty.
Oh,
I was hoping for that. Up. Now that is going to be my favorite move of this day, probably. I love to see wave moves, and this guy's pulled it out of the bag. That's a real wave boating experience. Looking for a Luna.
I think he was trying to get a back loop there, but couldn't see where he had to pluck it. But then he went for the Luna orbit. Now he's looking to get a tricky woo, losing his edge there. But he will be happy with his run. Getting another tricky woo on the buzzer. Visa had a score of 883.33 in his first run. And we will see if he is putting that further up with his second run.
So Visa's hobby, other than kayaking, is pancakes.
Oh yeah, he's probably really good in pancake flipping.
It makes sense because he's really good at kayak flipping too.
We should have a pancake flipping competition tonight.
Is there a kayak move called a pancake flip? I feel like there should be.
I think there is something like that.
His favorite place to paddle is, of course, Lapland, and I can see why. There's some amazing, amazing paddling out there.
We should get a trick being called pancake, so people come up in the edit to you being like, how do you do your pancake?
Oh, hell yeah.
So, Visa's score is not in yet. But
Fun fact about the word pancake, actually. My friend Johnny, back in the UK, bet me one beer that I couldn't say the word pancake 3 times on air.
Ah, you did it already. So Visa got a score was 808.33 points.
We have the French kayaker dropping in. Thomas Richard.
Ooh, nice entry, Fisher King. His coach, Tom Dollar, is just standing there watching him paddle.
Beautiful plug into the space loop. Incredible. That's a Space Godzilla into a loop back to back. Space Godzilla now the other way. Surfing around, looking for a setup for a next trick. What has he got for us?
Lunar orbit to the right. It's crazy if you think like 10 years back, a lunar orbit was a high-scoring move, and now they just throw out of lunar orbits loops or whatever.
Absolutely insane. I believe the lunar orbit was only invented in like the mid-2000s, supposedly an EJ move, I believe.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to put some of those leading runs from this year's World Cup next to Pringle's World Championship winning run from 2011 and see actually how much kayaking has evolved since that. Because apparently this is the first time that there will be a World Championship next year on exactly the same feature. There has been a World Championship before. We had World Championships back in cities where they have been before, but the features had changed since that. So this will be the first time 13 years later, 14 years later.
Yeah, great to see. I can't wait to see how it compares, how these winning rides stack up. One of them might look like this, because this began with a Frenchie. That is an entry move straight to a McNasty. Looking now for that Lunar from Leon Bast of Germany. Maybe
I'm pretty sure the Frenchie didn't exist back then.
No, for sure.
But Leon is still pulling off. He had 510 points in his first run, and he wants to get more. Nice lunar loop. Sadly, he gets a bit too far on that shoulder. Sometimes the shoulder is super friendly to you if you try to do spins or get a setup, but if you try to have big tricks, that shoulder just can destroy you.
But it's not phased him at all as he drops back into the wave, immediately going for the phonics to the left. What a ride from Leon Bast.
Solid ride from Leon Bast. His coach, Hevo, is just running up to the next competitor. Roman Glassman. Did Roman fill in his bio?
He sure did, and we do have some facts for you about Roman.
Roman apparently is in a relationship with, how you call people baking cakes?
Bakers?
No, they're like nice cakes. Yes, that's the word.
Patissiere? I don't know.
Yeah.
Some French person will have to correct me on the pronunciation there.
So his girlfriend knows to bake cakes. And he is really big into bouldering.
Okay, I mean, that is an achievement. So Roman, he qualified for Euros 2024 with the move we all want to see. The spin, shove it combo. That's an incredible move.
So, Roman's great day of paddling is starting the day with a beer plus paddle session with some games. So there's an old classic game here in paddling. You get on the water with a few guys and girls, and then one of them says a trick. Everybody has to do it. If you don't get the trick, you have to drink something.
That sounds like great fun.
But Roman is throwing down some big McNasties here.
Yeah, Roman definitely has a lot of practice at that game, because I have not seen many people who can throw as many different tricks here as perfectly as Roman has just executed these last two McNasties. Beautiful edge, catching a flush at the end there, but
he just tried to go too huge. So the problem if you try to pull your boat too high, you just wait for too long to throw the boat around, and that just pushes you slightly behind the wave.
But another huge loop going behind the wave, deciding he's going to save his energy now. He's got, I believe we still got one more ride in this round.
He still has one more ride in this round, and everything is open for all of those boys. So we are back to the top of the order with Fabian Tausch from Germany.
While we still have Roman on camera, he has a great ambition for this World Cups. His ambition for this World Cups is to win the party.
Oh, yeah. So for everyone who's not knowing that, there's going to be the Volksfest in this city of Plattling going on from Wednesday till Sunday or Monday, I guess. And it's a big beer fest like the Oktoberfest, but I think it's better. So good local beer, good German local food, and the whole carnival going on. My most favorite memory from 2011 is the whole bumping car thing was full of kayakers. Like every bumping car was sat with 2 kayakers.
That sounds incredible. And if I know kayakers, that will be an absolutely savage round of bumper cars.
Saying savage, it was as savage as the King of the Wave after the WC1 final will be.
King of the Wave starting at 7 p.m. here. Make sure you are ready for the briefing.
If you like bumping cars, you'll like King of the Wave. If you have never been in a King of the Wave, you'll enjoy it.
We have Germany's Fabian Tausch dropping into the wave now.
For now, he's the King of the Wave, going in with a massive entry, McNasty. He's just showing off both McNasties. Going into lunar orbit. A Phonics monkey, he just gets the tricks. He's just scoring the scoreboard from the top to the bottom. Air loop, tries to put it clean.
Beautiful, just surfing around. It's got a few seconds left for
Oh, and he hits the rock, still does the Space Godzilla.
That Space Godzilla to the left was fantastic, huge amplitude.
And he will be pleased with that run. There's the nobbing of his head.
So Fabian Tausch has written that his current coach is himself. He is apparently self-coached.
Yeah. So I know for a fact that if Fabian is not making the cut for the semifinals, he's still having a great night tonight.
100%. And an advantage there he has over other athletes. He doesn't have a coach to disappoint.
Yeah. So next up, Visa Rakola from Finland.
I'm really hoping to see that Blunt McNasty again. I hope the judges score it. Fantastic entry wing over. Looking for a lunar as the second trick. We've seen a lot of people flush their lunars. It's a risky move to throw, and a beautiful McNasty. Getting set up, back on the top of the wave.
He's
and
still
there
going.
we go. That's the Blunt McNasty.
There it is.
Visa's signature trick for this competition. Very much a wave move, and you can tell he's a real wave boater.
Spot the textbook Space Godzilla into another Space Godzilla. Visa got in the flow. Just racking up points. Luna over to the other side into some car wheels. He has to be careful by getting pushed on that surface left shoulder. But now he's back in the middle of the hole, trying to find the hole to get a setup for some car wheels into a tricky move. And that's it for Visa from Finland.
Huge cheers from the crowd for Visa.
We all love him. Visa's just such a great guy.
Great guy, great paddler. One of my favorite people to see around. I had some great times at 2022 Nottingham Worlds.
Next up is Thomas Richard from France.
What has the Frenchie got for us today?
So Visa just got a score of 1,010 points. That is pushing him in currently 6th place on the leaderboard.
I reckon he must have made that Blunt McNasty. The judges must have given it to him.
That is going to be a tough next heat he has to sit out. He is right on the bottom.
Huge entry for the Frenchie. Thomas Richard, huge entry, straight into another move. Now in back surf, going for a fantastic McNasty. Absolutely awesome.
Oh, he tried to go for the Jedi flip.
Did you hear that, though? He definitely touched bottom just then.
Okay, The Rock tried to let him go for a Jedi flip.
Oh, and again.
So, let's see if the river level dropped a bit.
The sound of carbon on rock is probably every freestyler's least favorite sound.
So, I just had the best news for every kayaker to looking for a job close to Plattling. One of our sponsors, Pintergas, who are having the Wheel of Fortune. They having a job. If you're looking for a job close to Plattling, just check them out.
Oh yeah? What kind of jobs
I
can
don't know.
kayakers do?
Just have a spin on the Wheel of Fortune and ask them what they want to have you working for.
Sounds good.
But as I know, as kayakers, we're good in everything.
Exactly, kayakers are good at everything.
Taking down fences,
Yep, taking down fences, cooking in car parks. like
cooking
you
in
said.
car parks.
Our Frenchie's favorite food, Thomas Richard, pesto pasta. That's definitely a car park
Yeah.
staple.
One whose job at the moment is making movies is Leon Bust. He's trying to live out of that kayaking hustle, going on expeditions and showing off his movies. Now he's showing off his French entry in the wave. And he managed to not flush on it. That was important. And then he goes for Luna
That
into
Luna was
Kawi.
incredible. Possibly the most beautiful execution of it we have seen today. Looking to line up a back loop just there, but not quite getting the initiation. There he goes for another Luna. Not as textbook his first one, but I think it's still may count.
And the other Luna into
Luna
Luna
loop.
loop. Yes. There is Leon's run. He was looking forward to put together with another loop. He's getting close to 1,000 points. I think now he got the 1,000 points. He is happy, putting both hands up. So, as Thomas Richard hit the rock twice, I just checked on the water level. The river is still dropping since we last checked. It's
What are we on right now,
dropped
Jonas?
4 centimeters down to 196.
That is dropping very fast. 196, that's still within what you would consider prime, right?
Yeah.
When it gets below 190, we're starting to get a little bit more iffy. We might see...
Yeah, if it's getting to like 180 and below, it's getting annoyingly with the rock. But I think we're still on a prime level. I'd drive here 6 hours from home every weekend if the level was like this.
Understandable. This wave is fantastic.
I mean, a few weeks ago it was like on 165, and I got into the car on a Friday night at 6 o'clock in the evening and drove down here for just 2 days. I was still prime for being in Plattling and being on the water.
I get the feeling that any weekend you spend here is a good weekend. You've got fantastic wave, fantastic town to spend some time in, fantastic food around here. Just great times with some great mates.
Yeah, just sitting at a campfire, enjoying a beer with someone like Leon is making it worse to drive down here. And we are waiting for Leon's run. He's excited. His coach Reimer is just taking photos of him, finding out what score he gets. And it'll take a few more seconds because I see Charlie talking to the judges, describing them that you did some flips, Leon, and it might come in every second. Oh, it is 1,116 points for Leon.
And up next, we have Roman Glasman of Germany, one of our favorite paddlers to see on the water. He's pulled out some absolutely textbook rides, maybe with some of the most perfect executions of each individual trick.
Leon Bust just pushed himself into 5th place.
With Roman here, you can tell he really knows this feature and how to get the best out of it, with probably the biggest entry 3 we've seen so far. Straight into a McNasty, looking for that clean bonus, finishing off with a spin, maybe even getting some for that. Looking again for a McNasty, possibly trying to avoid using the paddle on the initiation. Surfing back up to the top of the wave, going for a phonics, keeping it straight. Just in perfect control here. And once again, trying to line up a phonics, but unfortunately just catching an edge, dropping off the back of the wave. 10 seconds to go, but he's
chilling.
Gonna chill instead.
He knows his run is over. Probably he even didn't make it to semifinals, but to be honest, that's when the competition starts for him. Go, Roman!
He's charging back up.
I know what he's doing now. He's just getting over. Oh no, he's just doing some downriver tricks.
Oh, macho move.
I thought he's going right into the middle to have some sweet surf on that green shoulder.
I can't wait to get out there later on.
So, that was our third heat. Let's say the top 5 at the moment will definitely make it through to the semifinals. That is 3 Germans with Leon Bust, Fabian Tausch, Jonas Baden, a Polish guy, Bartosz, and Ben Hickson from the UK. The 5 people not right making it through yet is Valentin Parsame on the 10th place, Thomas Richard on 9th place, Matthew Stevenson on 8th place, Visa Rakola on 7th place, and Lucien Schreiber. So these 5 have still the struggle to wait out their friends trying to beat them. The score to be in semifinals at the moment is 1,593.33 points.
We've still got the camera on Roman just while we wait for his last score to come in. But he's already probably done, I'm not sure whether we can say he's beaten his previous best kayak/canoe achievement, which he has written as his C1 swim in prelims in Graz, where he ripped all of the outfitting out of his boat in the process of swimming.
I'd say he probably didn't set up his boat right if you rip everything out, but that's a good achievement. So next up, the top 5 from the prelims. Some big names on that list.
Huge names. I can't wait to see this go down. Up first, we have Nanase Okazaki of Japan.
Then it's Tom Dollar from France.
Great Britain's Harry Price is currently in our 3rd position.
Ireland's David McClure on 2nd place after prelims.
And our final starter, which means he's currently got the top spot, is Poland's Tomasz Czaplicki.
But to be honest, it doesn't mean anything that they were in the first spots yet, because that was only prelims. Now we have quarterfinals. They still have to beat the 1,593.33 points made by Valentin from France. If they don't do it, the prelim scores don't count for them.
Exactly, and as we've mentioned, the rules for scoring are different in the prelims to the quarterfinals, and different then from the quarterfinals to the semis and the finals. So in the prelims, it is the sum of your 2 rides that goes towards your final score, decides whether you qualify. So that tends to reward the more consistent textbook paddlers. In the finals, however, it's just 1 ride that counts, and that means our paddlers who can bust out the biggest, flashiest, showiest moves are going to have the highest scores when it comes to the finals.
Yeah, just see some happy birthday balloons. Lucy, is it your birthday? Happy birthday, Lucy.
Alles gut zum Geburtstag.
So, there's some birthdays coming up this week, I guess, and there have been some coming up already. Ramadan's birthday was a few days ago. There was a good chocolate cake.
Good to hear. The Brits also great sight around the campsite. They know how to throw a party.
So there's some more birthdays today. Tamsin has her birthday as well. Happy birthday, Tamsin. So there's going to be probably some beers had tonight.
Can hear a cheer going up for Tamsin from the crowd there.
I guess there's a campfire tonight somewhere. And we are waiting for the judges to get ready. It is one of the hardest jobs to sit on a riverside judging people kayaking and not being able to jump into the boat on the oat. So good on them to sit there the whole day. Good on Charlie.
Yeah, 100% on a day like this, like you are sitting here staring at the water, it's super hot, you just want to jump right in your boat. I can see Charlie's boat in the corner over there ready for him. See him just poke his head around the corner, maybe checking it's still there.
Yeah. I know Charlie really wants to get on the water. And it must be hard for him, like seeing everybody else compete and checking where they stand in the world's ranking at the moment, and him standing there and ranking them all and not being able to be in that field.
Yeah, 100%. And Charlie has been a great competitor himself. I've seen him do really well in previous competitions.
Yeah.
Just a very capable freestyler, actually.
So, the judges seem to get ready. We are looking forward to see Nanase Okazaki from Japan pulling off a massive run soonish. And there's the thumb up from Charlie, our head judge.
Really looking forward to seeing Nanase drop into the feature. He's been one of my favorite paddlers to watch over the last few years after that excellent performance in 2022 Worlds, taking the bronze medal in the junior category. Just has incredible style, incredible amplitude, really, really snappy, stylish, and throwing all of those moves with incredible amplitude as we see that first wing over going huge. Looking for a lunar orbit, going quite snappy there.
Oh, he tried to pull that Magnesiron so hard. That didn't look healthy, but it worked.
Absolutely forced that move. Brute force. It does work. You can see this paddler's not only got style, he's also got strength.
He has some power. The boat is just following his head. He's going for a massive loop.
Nanase also took the first place in the 2023 World Cups in Columbus.
So he's apparently a good wave boat as well. And his Space Godzilla was just amazing. He just tried to find the rock with his face, it looked like. But his run was amazing. He spent all 45 seconds in the wave, racking up some points.
So, interesting thing about Nanase's athlete bio, he has filled most of it out in Japanese. I do know his favorite food, however, is a banana.
Oh, that's sweet. That is smart if you want to have people not talking about you.
Well, unluckily for Nanase, I can read some of this. He says, Mada Jozuku nareru to omo. He thinks he can still get better. This kid is going places.
You can actually read that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Impressive.
Well, I'm 100% hoping I read that right because my kanji knowledge is not that good. Apologies to the Japanese. What else has he written for us? Not that much.
Okay, so next up is going to be Thomas Chablicki from Poland. Thomas lifts...
No, actually, up next we do have Tom
Dole. Sorry.
Of France. Again, another paddler I've been following, watching during training because he goes absolutely huge with some incredible style.
Yeah.
We're going to see this boat fly.
He used to be called Petit Tom, but since that, he grew up quite a bit. He's a salesman now and still shredding and kayaking.
Tom lining up that lunar there, maybe even looking for a lunar loop, but not catching it, lunaring the other way, still surfing around, going out towards that surfer's right shoulder, now going for the McNasty, going absolutely huge.
And Tom is surfing out on the wave, setting up for a tricky woo. Going for a massive back loop.
Just not getting the rotation around in time, catching his bow on the water, stopping that rotation and flushing it off the back of the wave. But he is looking at a plus 1,000 points ride, which is incredible for a single ride to score something like that.
Yeah, that's one of the worst feelings you can have if you sit on the front of your nose waiting for your tail to go back down and you just feel to float away from the wave.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, you get the feeling of the air, you get the feeling of the rotation.
Yeah.
You think in your head internally, I have nailed this trick, and then your bow just catches a little bit too early. You have that, you get the high from throwing the trick, and then you're immediately brought right back down to reality. However, Tom Dolly went absolutely huge during that ride, sitting at over 1,200 points currently according to the judges. They're still deliberating. We might see that score go up or down depending on what they decide, but it is gonna be big. You can see him laser focused. He's happy with that ride, but he knows he has more tricks in the bag. What will we see?
Maybe we're going to see Le Baguette.
Le Baguette.
Oh, there's been 1 year in Magneto, I think it was. The Frenchies came up with Le Baguette. So there have been Le Baguette stickers for every country. I don't really know the whole story because I haven't been there, but I've seen a few of those stickers.
All right. I would love to see one of those around.
So,
Harry Price of Great Britain. Once again, fantastic paddler. Seen him a lot around paddling in the UK over the last few years. Features like Hurley Weir, Marsh Weir recently, and of course, Home Pierpoint. Going for that entry 2 and a McNasty straight out of that. Looking for another McNasty into a Lunar. Beautifully executed Lunar. Lunaring the other way to tick more points off and trying to get some cartwheels and split wheels. Looking for the link bonus as well. Split wheels both ways, cartwheels both ways. Adding up those points. The judges are going to have a hard time counting this with another huge loop. Keeping the paddle high, clean out of the water. That looks fantastic. Another Space Godzilla. Great amplitude. Going for that tricky. Getting a little bit of plug on the end. Few more cartwheels. And there goes the buzzer, signifying the end of that ride. But that is going to be maybe our new top scoring ride of the day.
Scored some points.
Absolutely crushing it.
And they still going up. 1,346.67 at the moment. The judge is still talking about his run. Charlie checking if everybody got all the tricks in.
No, Harry's a fantastic paddler. We've seen him around the world on competitions before. He's gotten more than his fair share of medals so far. It'll be interesting to see if he can pull another one this weekend. See him in the eddy there, getting out, going for his next ride. Always a smile on his face, Harry. Just chatting to Fabian, actually. Down that beer, down that beer. Yes, show off those guns. You can tell this guy works out. But yeah, focus is on Harry as he walks back up. We're still not seeing that score finalized, but Harry looks like he's pleased with that ride. Again, hard to tell because he always has a smile on his face. One of the most positive paddlers I know. There he is talking to Otti, I think. We're now just waiting for the all clear to send our next paddler down. 1,300 points for Harry Price. I think that does cement this as our highest scoring ride of the day. Can David McClure of Ireland beat it? We've seen an incredibly high scoring ride from him in prelims. There's Charlie giving the thumbs up and a smile, that beautiful winning smile.
So I just got word that there's going to be rockets involved of the King of the Wave.
You said rockets?
Rockets. It's going to be amazing.
I don't know what that means, but...
like fireworks.
That sounds incredible.
As David McClure enters the feature.
Taking off like a rocket himself with a beautiful entry 3. Going straight into some other moves, looking for those lunar loops. Digging that blade in, crossbow, so looks like a phonics initiation, which he lands in the feature. Incredible. Another setup, another phonics initiation. Trying to get that phonics to the left. And there he goes, landing that phonics to the left, sticking it in the feature.
That was super clean loop. And he's just going. I think he's just throwing trick after trick after trick after trick. And just chilling the last few seconds, throwing another McNasty into lunar orbit, trying to go for the lunar loop. Has crushed the 1,350 points already, and it's just going up.
1,500 on the board right now. Where will that stay? Will it go up? Will it go down? Will it stay the same? 1,540, even higher.
This is amazing.
So
1,553.33 points on the board at the moment. And Charlie is still talking to his judges. So probably there might be more points.
Ireland's David McClure, incredible paddler. Been, I think, a recipient of a few world titles in the past. Again, I love those graphics on his boat. That giant cartoon sloth.
I like how we have a view on David, and Leon is just taking a bath.
Yeah, I didn't realize we bought tickets to the gun show, huh?
Leon, where did the beach ball go? So, apparently it's super warm here in Plattling. And there's a few ways to cool off. You can jump in the river. There's a bridge upriver where it's not allowed to fall off. But I've seen a video yesterday of 50 people actually not falling off that bridge and not floating down the river afterwards.
It's great not to hear that anyone may have not fallen off that bridge.
Yeah, so it's a good way to cool down, to have a swim in the river.
Just make sure you don't fall off that bridge.
Yeah.
I might go up there and not fall off it myself
Make sure
later
to tag
on.
your PFD to not fall off that bridge and swim through this wave.
Safety first, everyone. And we're seeing those propeller hats in the crowd from Team Ireland.
Yeah, so apparently there's a propeller hat in the judges' stand as well.
Oh, yes, we're seeing
Remembering
those
Danny.
propeller spins.
So,
Yes, Dave McClure of Ireland giving that propeller hat a spin for us there.
that is some proper love out there. Someone would have loved it, for sure.
1,723 points for David McClure. That is our highest scoring ride of the day. I saw him put down a similar score in prelims, which is our highest scoring ride of prelims.
Next up is Thomas Chablicki.
Again, super solid competition paddler, great competition record. I've seen him around a lot at competitions all over the world. Seen him training in a lot of different places. Always great face to see around. Always super stoked on kayaking, being on the water.
Thomas lived here in Plattling in his car with his girlfriend for probably ages now over the years. Like, they be here most of the time you show up in Plattling. He's not a stranger to competition. He's not a stranger to winning and not a stranger to pull off big tricks. But apparently he just flushed off the wave, gets eaten by those whirlpools.
He has 20 seconds to make it back up. Can he do it? We still have time to put tricks on the board.
I'm sure he can still put some tricks down. Let's see Thomas, 10 seconds as he enters the future. Again, going for nice McNasty, and now he has no time to lose. Racking up those points with another loop. Going into the Luna, trying to link it. But then the time is up. He still scores more than 800 points.
You can tell this guy's a real competition paddler. He's completely cool about it. He had that flush, did not let it phase him at all. Going straight back into feature, immediately throwing a phonics to a loop to a Luna and scoring each of those moves perfectly.
So from now on, it's going to be scary for the boys sitting in 10th to 6th place. Because as soon as the second scores from those boys in the last heat get in, they're going to fall out of semifinals one by one probably. After seeing those first runs, I'm pretty sure that most of the guys in the last heat can or will make it through.
Oh, exactly. Some incredible talent on display here. As we go back to the top of the order for Japan's Nanase Okazaki. 773 points in his first ride, an already stellar score. Can he improve on it in his second?
Oh no, he can. For a fact, I am pretty sure he will.
Just listen to the crowd go wild as he drops into the feature. Huge entry, landing on that backstroke, keeping himself stable and going immediately for his next move, the Luna. Into a nasty.
Oh, that was so huge.
That was unreal.
Look what he's doing
McNasty.
with his hat if he throws down those tricks.
You saw that loop there. Again, keeping that paddle high and clear of the water, extending his fingers just to show the judges he does not need this paddle at all. Space Godzilla to the right. McNasty, again, looking for that clean, but catching a flush.
12 seconds left as he enters the eddy.
Go, Nanase,
Sprinting
go,
up.
go.
How can you not sprint up a handy if a crowd like that screams at you to be faster? 2 seconds left, going for a Phoenix Monkey and sadly losing the edge. Instead of that, he's dropping down the edge for Luna Orbit. Just misses the buzzer.
Luna at the last second on the buzzer.
He will be stoked on this run. He showed us how to go big and how to throw down snappy loops and McNasties. That was such a pleasure to watch. Thank you for that. Next up.
So Nanase actually wants to give a shout out to his favorite kayaker, Bartosz Kalzerna of Poland.
Ah, there they are. So next up is Tom Dolly from France. Tom really wants to get into those top 10 spots to make it through to semi-finals.
Tom already has a few world titles under his belt. Can he add one more this week? There's his signature entry, the Frenchie. So that's that beautiful move. Going for a Luna now. Luna to the right, backing up with the other Luna, but just a little bit too close to the shoulder. We don't have an athlete bio for Tom Dolly of France, so I'm going to have to rely on Jonas here for some Tom Dolly
I'd
facts.
guess one of his favorite paddlers is Mathieu de Moulin, who he grew up with, who he trained with for Columbus Worlds, whose style he pretty much copied, if not bettered. And I'm pretty sure Mathieu is watching right now, seeing his Padawan just throwing down tricks.
Some of those loops just there were absolutely huge. It looked like he was even trying to reach up for the water, but could not reach it. He was that high in the air.
So, Tom's score will come in at over 1,000 points, probably.
Yeah, Matthew,
Putting him somewhere around 2,000 points, what will make him at least 5th place.
Mathieu Dumoulin was an inspiration for a lot of these French paddlers, actually. We can see it, what they've ridden, but if you watch his old videos, it's not hard to see why.
If you haven't watched his old videos, you definitely should.
Just some of the coolest moves I have seen.
So, we are waiting for Tom's score coming in.
It's going to be a high score. It's a fantastic ride. Even despite the flush, he still has big points. He's still definitely up there on our leaderboard with a good chance of making it through.
Tom's score comes in with 1,056.67 points, getting him into 1st place.
Up next, we have Harry Price. Only one ride down so far, but already 1,300 points.
So, all those boys want to be in the top spot.
And Harry stands a very real chance of pulling that off with his next ride.
So it's sad for Thomas Richard, but he just got kicked out of semifinals by his fellow Frenchman, Tom Dollar. Now it's Matthew on the bubble.
Harry Price
drops in.
Beautiful entry move. Huge Space Godzilla, I think. Trying to chain that up with some cartwheels. Now looking for that Luna. Just, again, a little bit not in the sweet spot of this hole here in Plattling. There's a couple of spots where it will retain you pretty much no matter what you do, but a couple where if you just don't get your trick exactly perfect, it will flush you out. But he's back on there, repeating that Luna. He knows he has that trick. Chaining into some cartwheels to the left and repeating with a Luna the other way. Cartwheels, we can hear the 10-second buzzer has gone. He's going to try and do one more big trick, and it's a McNasty. 1 second on the buzzer. Any more from Harry? He's just surfing around. He's happy with that ride.
He is indeed. And that should already be enough to put him through into semifinals. So he is safe and can work on his third run to score really high to sit late in the semifinals.
Will it be enough to push Tom out of the top spot, though? Time will tell. And there we go, 2,136 points across both his rides. Just 836 points for his second ride. Maybe not quite what he'll be looking for, but a very solid ride nonetheless. Getting ready in the Eddie, we see David McClure of Ireland starting to paddle down towards the feature, rolling up his sleeves, showing us those guns. He's been training for this. Huge entry 3, surfing over to the surfer's left side of the wave, using that tongue to set up, going for a Luna into some cartwheels. Beautiful moves. Both sides Luna and a loop, showing to the judges that he did that completely clean without using his paddle. Into a McNasty, still retaining the feature. Phonics Monkey to the right. Surfing right and left, looking for his next setup, which is the Phonics Monkey to the left, ticking off both sides of that move. Incredibly difficult to do here in Plattling. Lining up, plugging the bow for a Space Godzilla to the right. Another loop. Maybe he was trying to combo with that something just to rack up those extra points. And flushing off the wave, currently sitting at 1,300 points. We'll see if the judges sit with that score or whether we change it. Sitting in the eddy now, just cooling off after that ride. Looks to be like he's pleased with that. It will definitely put him in the final. I think that is safe to say. In the semi-final, I think that is safe to say at this point that he's through to the semi-final.
And I think that is no surprise to anyone who knows a bit about freestyle kayaking.
Not at all. There we go. We see him sitting in his eddy, getting the space hopper out of his boat. A lot of these paddlers paddling space hoppers, beach balls, all of this in his boat. Just to take up that little bit more volume, stop your deck compressing when you plug for those big air moves.
Yeah, it's just smart having a space hopper in your boat. It's just smart for so many things except of kayaking. You can jump around on it, sit on it.
100%. So that's why these dedicated overthrusters you see some of these paddlers have, they are not as good as the old school space hopper.
No, and they take away space in your car as well. All the things you need.
Exactly. Walking back up to the top for his next ride. Cooling down between heats.
Oh, there's some shade being made on the grandstand because the sun is blasting down here in Plattling. It's what we all were looking forward all week. And if it's there, it's just too hot.
Exactly.
But next up, as soon as we get David's score, what we just got was 1,366.67 points.
Putting him in the lead. He's on a total of 3,000 points, an absolutely staggering score.
Yeah, it's 803 points more than the second place, Tom Dollar. And next up, for his second run, the final competitor in the second run of those last heat for the men's quarterfinals is Thomas Chablicki. If I'm right, if I get it right, he's ski patrolling in the winter.
I can believe that. He's a super, super hardcore athlete. Amazing power on his rides. Really, really textbook technique.
Look at those lunar orbits right into a back loop. He's not struggling with any of those tricks.
All he wants to do this week is...
And he was like 2 meters behind the feature and just powered back
Like
in.
I said, unreal power on this athlete. All he wants to do this week is throw epic rides, according to his bio, and that is exactly what he's doing right now, racking up an insane 1,000+ ride. Most likely, it's sitting at 950, and he still has 10 seconds left.
Yeah, that's one of the other good things about freestyle kayaking. Everybody just wants to do as good as possible, and everybody wants that his mates throw down the sickest rides as well, and everybody celebrates each run for everyone. So Thomas comes in with a score around 1,130 points, but the judges are not done yet. Charlie is checking all the scores again, checking if all the points are in that he has seen.
Yep, and Jonas is checking out Charlie once again.
It's not the first time I'm checking out Charlie.
I can't blame you. Tomasz, his favorite food is kotlet schabowy. I need to ask a Polish person to explain this to me.
I think you should eat all the favorite food from the people the next week. You'll be fat so good.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that is a recipe for a good time. Just make your way down this favorite food list. Try and eat everything on this list. I can see in front of me some really, really delicious food, making me very, very hungry. Sitting about 1,100 points for that second ride. 1,143.33 points, bringing him a total of 1,986, just shy of the 2,000 point mark, but maybe enough to put him into the semifinals. Let's see. Yep, currently sitting in 8th place, Tomasz Chablicki.
Und noch einmal für alle, direkt nach dem OC1-Finale gibt es ein King of the Wave, in dem viele, viele Preise verlost werden. Und alle, die mitmachen wollen, müssen nach dem OC1-Finale um 19 Uhr hinter dem großen Bildschirm hier sein. Und es gibt auch ein Glücksrad am Pinterguest-Stand. Und für alle Paddler, die noch einen Job in der Nähe von Plattling suchen, Pinterguest hat da wohl ein paar Stellen offen. Also, wir sehen uns zum King of the Wave.
Now on the feature, we have Nanase Okazaki of Japan. Just such a talented paddler, going for that Luna. Hearing the cheers from the crowd as he goes absolutely huge on that McNasty. Unfortunately, just dropping back a little bit too far. That won't have been what he was looking for, but he has 20 seconds to put down the ride. We all know he can. 15 seconds on the board right now, setting up. He's got time. He doesn't need to rush it. McNasty, huge again, showing to the crowd that that was clean. He did not use his paddle in the loop phase of that trick. Once again, a clean loop to back up that clean McNasty, and just initiating another McNasty, the other side on the buzzer.
Look at all those tricks.
Celebrating his ride with another huge loop. You could hear the slap of that carbon boat on the water as he landed. He will be happy with that ride.
The Japanese are so strong in freestyle kayaking since ages. They're one of these nations where they just always have somebody who's throwing down big time.
Exactly. I mean, big shout out, of course, to Hitomi Takaku. She's been in the game possibly longest of all.
Yeah.
Consistent freestyle paddler, probably an inspiration to many of these young Japanese kids, such as Nanase, who are putting out incredible rides in today's competition.
But now an inspiration for most young kids right now, probably Tom Dollar, It's not only a really good freestyle kayaker, he falls off waterfalls as well, and doing that in style. So let's see what he has up for the third run. He will try to beat David McClure. And he's just going for it with nice Luna into a loop.
Luna the other way
To
now.
both sides, but then
Oh.
he drops the edge too early and gets flushed out.
I was
He's
hoping to
just
see a
taking
Luna
it
loop on the
chill.
other side there.
He knows he's through, but he also wants to throw down and show the rest what he can do.
Spinning around, flipping for that huge McNasty.
What? That was amazing.
I actually didn't quite see from this
There was
angle
like
what just
a
happened there.
McNasty Space Godzilla thingy into a loop. Into an exit back loop loop.
The exit loop.
Amazing. That exit loops don't give any points, but they just give style points.
Yeah, that is a move thrown by a man who is so confident he is through into the next round. He knows what score he's already got. He knows he's safe, and he's just showing off with that exit loop. Legendary move.
He knows he's just sitting in second place. Only a few people coming to push him further down the list. But on the bubble at the moment is still Lucien Schreiber in 10th place. And Leon Bust in 9th place. But I think everyone from that heat is through already. We'll see who's on the list in the end. But Tom for sure is.
So we have Harry Price sat up there in the eddy, waiting for the all clear.
I like that orange boat.
Great color scheme. He's got the all clear, he's headed down, he's making his way over to the sweet spot of the feature. Gonna line up an entry move. What's he gonna show us? Looks like it's gonna be an entry wing over. There we go. Catching it in perfect control and setting up for a clean McNasty. Maybe getting the back lost a little bit there as he tries to set up for a McNasty the other way, but goes for a Luna instead.
He is someone who knows how to throw down runs.
Exactly, he's just not letting anything phase him, adapting to the ride as it goes along with another amazing Luna, comboed into some cartwheels. Just trying to get disengaged from the green there. What a phonics. Just on that shoulder, but he retains it. That is not easy to do.
Oh, that was such a textbook clean loop.
Fantastic execution, huh?
Yes.
Into the back loop as well, finishing the ride, surfing off.
I honestly think everybody who's saying super big, super clean loops are not their favorite move, kind of lying a bit, because it's just a textbook move.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than a huge clean loop.
And it's one of the best feelings in the world.
One of the most satisfying things to throw, for sure.
So, next up is only left David McClure and Thomas Chablicki.
That's David McClure of Ireland, Thomas Klipecki of Poland.
Having them both and Harry in the top 10 already, I think Lucien Schreiber is safe in finals. And Leon Bust made it as well. So,
congratulations to both of them. Lucien Schreiber of France, Leon Bast of Germany, I believe.
yes, and we will see when if David can save his spot on the top even more by throwing down another run like his first. Because his first run was just amazing.
Beautiful entry McNasty. Maybe not as big as his first ones, but that doesn't matter because he backs it straight up with Luna comboing into a tricky. Surfing around, just trying to get the move there. Few cartwheels, not sure if he's making enough angle for them. There he goes, getting a little bit steeper to make sure the judges are satisfied those cartwheels are over the 45-degree angle. Into split wheel, cartwheeling the other way. Now looking to
He's just-
accelerate down the wave for a Luna tricky, but not quite getting the rotation he wanted, catching the bow on the green. He's happy with his 3,000 points already, well in the front. Dropping down is David McClure. He'll be satisfied with that ride. But we have our next paddler up at the top, hyping himself up. According to that athlete bio, he loves rock and metal music. He'll be listening to some of that now to get himself in the zone for this ride. David McClure there at the bottom, getting out of his boat.
So that was it for today with the junior man. No. Yes.
We're on senior men,
Senior man, sorry.
and we still have one more ride.
That's right, I'm wrong the whole time. But after that, there is the junior man coming.
Exactly, and that's going to be a tough competition to watch. There's some really, really promising competitors in there that I am looking forward to seeing from the stands.
So who's missing now in the senior man's?
It is just Tomasz Czaplicki left to go. Already qualified for the semi-finals. He knows he's in a safe spot, so we're probably going to see some big moves from him.
So Thomas is sitting in the 8th place at the moment and will try to pull off some bigger run.
And here he comes now. In center, getting into the zone, nodding along. He knows what he's got. The crowd is there to support him. Those backstrokes where he sets up for the entry. McNasty going big. Straight into a Luna, possibly getting to the link bonus there, into a back loop. Back to back to back, into a McNasty. Setting up on the shoulder, plugging now for a huge loop. Trying to get that clean bonus, showing the judges it was clean. Trying to Luna the other way. Fantastic McNasty. You could hear the slap of that boat hitting the water as he landed, showing just how high he got. Another phonics, again, huge amplitude, audible here from the commentator's booth. Probably trying to tick off that Luna, not 100% satisfied with the one he got earlier.
Oh, that was a rock, but he made it safe through that Space Godzilla.
Phonics the other way, and a final Luna, maybe was trying
That
to go.
will put him up there, I'm pretty sure. Thomas will be stoked on that final run in his quarterfinals.
That was some thrilling competition just there. I am pretty much out of breath from commentating that ride just then. Too many tricks thrown consecutively.
But look at him, he's not out of breath at all. He's just sitting there smiling.
Tomasz, an absolute machine in this kayak. We saw the power he had earlier when he charged back up from behind the wave to retain the feature after we thought, oh, he might have flushed.
So that's Tom Dollar and Thomas just sitting there waiting on Thomas his last ride.
Sharing a few words of congratulations between each other, no doubt. That's, again, like we've been saying this whole time, one of the best things about freestyle. Everyone supports each other.
They've all spent some time together. They've all had a beer together. They've all won and lost together in competitions. And Thomas is still waiting for his final score. And he wants to have it higher. He wants to have more points on the board.
Look at those guns. Like we say, the man is a machine.
And
Check out
his score of 1,200 points. That puts him into 3rd place, and I think he's really happy with that. He just showed that he's making a few more rounds. He showed that he not only wants to be in semifinals, but in finals. So the final leaderboard is...
in 10th place, the last qualifying spot, we have France's Lucien Schreiber.
9th place is Leon Bust from Germany.
Continuing the run for the Germans, we have Fabian Tausch in 8th place.
Another German, Johannes Baden, is in 7th place.
Coming in at 6th, just outside of the top 5, Bartosz Chałderna of Poland.
In 5th place is Ben Hickson.
From Great Britain, Tom Dolly of France takes 4th.
Thomas Chablicki from Poland is 3rd.
Great Britain's Harry Price currently sitting in the number 2 spot.
And 1st is Irish David McClure.
Just some incredible performances all round.
That was impressive.
What have we got up next?
I'm on the way to check it.
So we'll be taking a short break here before we start the next rounds of our competition.
So we're going to be up next on 3:30. So in 15 minutes, it's going to be the junior men's K1 prelims. It is.
So
they haven't competed yet at those World Cup series. So they're just starting to kick off their World Cup today.
exactly, I saw some of them getting some sneaky extra midnight training runs in. Make sure they're getting the last possible bit of practice before their first competition ride of the event, which will be today in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, so for safety reasons, there's lights at the wave at night, so nobody falls in. But apparently, it's really nice to have lights at the wave to go kayaking at night as well. So, yeah,
Kayaking is often easier when you can see what you're doing.
That's true. We have up junior men's at 3:30, going on with 4 heats, and then we have the junior woman up afterwards. And then it's the OC1 final, followed by the King of the Wave. You should all compete in the King of the Wave. So, see you.
Welcome back to the 2024 Freestyle World Cups. This year, we're now at the junior man category, the prelims, the first time they compete in this event.
So in our first heat, we will have Lucian from Switzerland, Ask from Norway, Luis from Germany, and Tim from Germany. Let's see which tricks they will show us.
First starter from the top, Lucien Graf from Switzerland.
He's ready to drop into the wave. He's the first junior in this competition.
Drops in with a nice entry too. Tries to find his setup. Spins on the right shoulder.
He's finding a nice place for his next big trick. He's going for a huge loop.
Trying to set up again.
He's spinning his way up to the wave and going for
Right.
Space Godzilla, unfortunately flushing, but he's making his way up in the eddy. Yeah, you have still 8 seconds time, so go for another loop.
Trying to go for the
Oh, yes.
McNasty, sticking it into the feature, and the time is over. Looking at his score going up.
So his favorite trick is the McNasty, and he showed us a very nice McNasty on the last seconds of his ride.
Sitting at the bottom eddy, waiting for his score. His score 300. No, still changing.
And his final scores coming in with 346 points.
Next competitor, Ask from Norway, is sitting at the upper eddy waiting for his turn.
Yeah. And in his athlete's bio, his favorite trick is a loop, so hopefully we'll see a loop today from him.
Ask is making it down the way to the entering the hole, starting from the top without an entry move, trying to set up in the wave.
He's trying to catch the good setup for a loop. He's making a nice loop.
Seeing his favorite trick in the competition.
Let's see what else he's showing us. He's surfing around in the feature. Trying some cartwheels there.
Still trying to set up. The water level dropped
10 seconds for
quite
you.
a bit. So it's way different than he trained for the feature. And his time is over. Great first ride from him.
He's also a whitewater kayaker. His biggest kayak achievement is kayaking down the money drop in Voss. And his favorite food is burgers. So maybe he will have some burgers tonight.
We're still waiting on the score of his first ride. Sitting in the eddy, jumping out of his boat. So his first ride was 90 points. Thumbs up from the head judge. Next competitor is Louis Gansler from Germany, entering the feature with a huge wing over. Sitting in the feature, going for a big loop.
He's trying some spins here on the left shoulder, setting up for his next trick.
Still 30 seconds to go, plenty of time to score some moves. Going for a Space Godzilla, probably. Trying to set up in the feature. Going for the McNasty. Not quite jumping it around. Still 5 seconds to go. One last move.
He's trying a Phonics monkey.
This was the first ride of Louis. Still waiting for his score. Sitting in the eddy, watching the points go up. And the points are in. 143.33 points for his first ride.
Our next competitor is Tim Beck from Germany. Unfortunately, we don't have an athlete's beer from him, but he's training often with Klaus here in Plattling and traveling to other features. Let's see what he can do in this feature.
Also starting from the top with a nice wing over. Unfortunately, Flash
Oh no.
have to make his way up from the eddy back
Up,
to
up,
the
up.
feature. Still 33 seconds to go. Back into the feature, going for a big air loop.
Spinning around. He's doing a McNasty.
Another flash, but still 10 seconds to go. Maybe one last move to make in the time.
And he's going for a Space Godzilla to the left.
Staying in the feature, maybe the judges counted. Waiting for his score. Currently sitting at 130 points. So we're now back at preliminaries. So they're doing 2 rides and both are counted together for one final score. It's a bit different than we saw before in quarterfinals. Still waiting for his score, sitting in the eddy. His score is in with 130 points. Now we're starting all over again with Lucien Graf from the top again.
It's also his first big international competition here. He's starting with a nice entry move. Spinning around on the shoulder to get a good setup for probably a loop. Yes, he's doing a nice and clean loop.
Finding his setup in the future, spinning around, going for a big space Godzilla, staying in the hole, going for the McNasty, but flushes unfortunately.
You still have time to get up in the future again.
One last move, plenty of time.
And right on the buzzer, he's trying some cartwheels.
That was his second ride, waiting for his scores. Scores are in. His final combined score is 613.34 points. Currently sitting in first position.
He also loves whitewater kayaking, and the perfect day out on the water is whitewater kayaking with sunshine and good water levels.
Now starting again from the top with his second ride. Came all the way from Norway. Entering the feature with an entry 1. Trying to find the best spot for his next trick. Trying for the loop, hitting the rock. Has to make his way all back to the feature. Still 20 seconds to go. Setting up again for the loop. Looks like a Jedi flip, maybe. Still 3 seconds. One last trick.
And right on the buzzer, he's trying another loop. Unfortunately flushing, but he already had some points on the scoreboard, so let's see.
And the scores are in. His final combined score is 120 points, sitting in 4th position currently. Let's see how it goes after the next competitors. Next competitor, Louis Gansler from Germany, starting from the top for his second ride.
He's starting with a huge entry 2, rolling around in the feature, trying to set up a new trick. He's going on the foam pile and plugging for a big loop. Doing some spins on the shoulder. And he's going for a phonics monkey.
Unfortunately, Flashes has to make his way all up to the feature again. Still has 10 seconds to go. maybe one last move.
He's going for a loop in the last seconds.
Waiting for the scores on his second ride. Maybe he could improve his first ride.
He started kayaking because it's fun, and I think that's a good reason for kayaking.
So the final scores are in. His combined score is 313.33 points, sitting currently in second position. Thumbs up from the head judge for Tim Beck.
He's already featured, did a huge loop. Trying a McNasty. Catching an edge there. Trying to set up his next trick. Still has time to make his way up to the feature again. Maybe he's showing us one more big trick. He's in the feature. Trying to set up for the McNasty. Going for a big McNasty there, right on the buzzer. Let's see if the judges also saw this big McNasty there. And the scores the judges discuss your score, and your final combined score is 273.33 points for you.
Currently sitting in third position.
Thank you for your rides, guys.
Now we're moving on to the second heat in K1 Junior Men. In this heat there is Mattis Marie, Oliver Dube, Fergus Murphy, Malik Chassing, and Matt Craddock. Mathis is dropping in from the top for his first ride, coming all the way from Canada, starting with a big wing over. Trying to make his way onto the setup for his next big trick. Going for a huge loop, but unfortunately Flashes has to make his way all back to the feature.
There's still plenty of time to do other tricks.
Going again for the loop, hitting this rock. Maybe the judges will give him rock bonus. Maybe one last move. Going for the McNasty right on the buzzer. Thank you for your first ride.
His favorite trick is the air screw, so he's also a wave boater. There are really good waves in Canada. But he's also showing us that he can also pedal the hole here. And his final score is 153.33 points for your first ride.
Next paddler, Oliver Dube from America, starting also from the top, getting the thumbs up from our head judge. Entering the feature, paddles back into the setup for a Space Godzilla.
He's using the eddy to get up back in the feature. Unfortunately, you have to roll in the eddy. It's cost a lot of time there, but There's still time for more tricks.
Still 20 seconds to go.
He's back in the feature and showing us a loop.
Unfortunately, flashes again. Not trying to get back up.
He still has another ride, so he can show us more tricks in the second ride.
There's still room to improve in his second ride to really show us what he can do. Next up, we have Fergus Murphy from Ireland, starting from the top, probably with an entry move. Starting with an entry one, going for a big loop, unfortunately flushes.
He's making his way up in the eddy. And he is back in the feature. Trying to do his next big move.
Tries to set up again.
For a loop. Now he's getting the plug.
Unfortunately, flushes out of the feature, stays in the eddy, doesn't try to paddle back in. Let's see what his first ride is. Still waiting for the judges to finalize his score.
Our next competitor will be Malik from France.
We're still waiting for the judges to get ready to see his first ride.
The judges are still discussing the ride. There are some technical problems at the moment, so we will just wait a second to finalize the scores. I think.
In the meantime, if you were wondering what is the difference between senior and juniors category, basically from scoring the tricks, nothing. It's just the age difference. If you're only turning 18 in the year you're competing, you're still a junior. After that, you have to compete with the old people, like I am. So it's quite amazing that people at this young age are already scoring so much points and flying here from different countries.
Maybe there's also one point that's different between the juniors and the seniors at the moment. Like in the juniors category, everybody who fulfilled this athlete's bio, they are all single, so it could be interesting this week.
So we got the score from Fergus, currently 0 points, but still much time to improve second ride. So everything is still possible.
So our next competitor is coming from France. He's paddling the old boat of Tom Dolé. I saw him throwing some big tricks in the team training in the last days.
We're still having a bit of a trouble with the technical aspects, I think. Judges are still waiting.
Oh, I think we need your bib number. And Fergus is dropping into the wave. Going for a loop. Trying a McNasty on the shoulder. He has to pedal up in the eddy. Still plenty of time for big tricks in this run.
Still 20 seconds to go. Going for probably a Space Godzilla. Trying for a big air loop. Retains in the feature.
He's trying to set up for a McNasty there.
Still 5 seconds to go. Plenty of time to score one more big trick.
He's going for a Phonics monkey on the last seconds of his ride.
Let's see if the judges are counting his last trick. His points are going up.
And the score is in with 113 points.
Currently sitting in 6th position, but still has his second ride open. Next competitor, Malik Chasing, starting from the top. Entering the feature with a characteristic wing over.
He's going for a loop with a lot of air there. He's trying to get up to the setup.
Not quite make it back into the feature, has to go through the eddy to return.
He's back in the feature, setting up his big tricks. He's going for Space Godzilla.
Still 10 seconds to go. Setting up for a McNasty. Unfortunately flashed. But his points still go up pretty high.
And his final score is 306 points for Malik in his first ride.
With this score, he already sits in 3rd position with only one ride. Next competitor, Math Kadak, starting also from the top. Directly going for
right into McNasty. It's doing the other McNasty right And he's flushing. He's pedaling into the eddy to make his way back up to the feature. And he's showing us some cartwheels here. Going for a Space Godzilla. Nice back deck roll there. Setting up for Magnesi again.
Flushing there on his last attempt right on the buzzer. Not quite sticking the last trick in. Paddling back in the eddy, waiting for his score.
We're waiting for the final score of him. The judges are still discussing the points of the athletes.
Judges are still discussing about his big first ride. And his final score came in first ride with 430 points. That makes him sit currently in the second position.
Now we are back with Mattis from Canada with a second ride in this prelims of the junior men's.
Let's hope his second ride is as on fire as his boat. Starting with an entry move. Tries to go for a loop. Unfortunately flushed. Still plenty of time. 25 seconds to go.
He's back in the feature. Tries to get on the setup for another loop.
Big Space Godzilla. Goes for the Space Godzilla on the other side. Stays in the feature and time is over. Thank you, Mattis. Currently sitting in third position. Let's see where it goes with this second score. Points are still rising. Oh no. Oh no. Now they're back. And his final combined score is 376.66 points.
Our next competitor from America is Oliver Dubé. His favorite trick is a loop. And his favorite spot is Nottingham or the Bolter Sphere. So let's see what he can do in Plattling. And any day boating is a great day boating, so I hope he's happy today.
Sitting in the upper eddy, thumbs are up for your second ride. Starting again from the top.
Coming down into the feature. Going for an entry move.
Goes for...
Nice entry one.
Didn't stay in the feature. Making his way up in the feature again. Still 30 seconds to go.
He's back with a nice loop.
Tries to go for the McNasty there. Not quite bringing it around. Goes for the loop again to make sure it counts.
He's going for space. Not really getting the air on this trick.
Unfortunately flushes and his second ride is over. Let's wait on this score of the second ride. Looks like he improved a lot. So now his combined score is 116.67 points.
Fergus Murphy is our next competitor from Ireland.
Still waiting for the judges to be ready. Fergus is still waiting for his second ride. Judges are still discussing.
And there's the thumbs up from the head judge for Malik. He's ready and he's making his way to the feature. He's also starting from the top to show us a nice entry move. He's coming in. He's doing a nice wing over entry. Doing a big air loop there. He's going back on the setup and going for space. There's the space into the other space. Surfing the wave there. Trying to find a setup. Going for McNasty. Tries to do some cartwheels on the shoulder there. Back surfing into the feature.
Big points for his second ride. Let's wait till the judges have finalized his score. Sitting in the eddy, waiting for his final score. Judges are still discussing about his big ride. Tom Dole is jumping in to his junior, keeping him company while waiting for his score. And his final score came in with 840 points. Malik is now sitting in first position.
Next paddlers from the UK. Mev Craddock. He was already training during Easter here in Plattling with the European Whitewater School, and he showed us some really nice tricks like eating a Snickers during surfing the wave here. Going for a loop into a McNasty there. Just starting the other McNasty. Surfing to the shoulder to set up a new trick. Going for a back loop. Followed by another McNasty. Surfing up to the foam pile. Going for Space Godzilla to the left.
Tries to get the tricky woo. Unfortunately flashes in the last seconds. That was Matt for his second ride. Let's see if he can improve his first ride. And the scores came in total score of 733.33 points, making him sit in the second position currently. Now we're coming to the third heat of K1 Junior Men. There is Fabio Gallion, James Ward, Pirmin Kalau, Jonas Kim Hermann, and Valentin Duché. I'm really bad in French, I'm sorry. Starting with Fabio from France. And I think the most interesting fact in his athlete's bio is that he's open for Maya. And I think most of you knew who he meant. So Maya, I think someone is looking out for you.
It's also interesting, it's not the only French person in this list, which writes Maya in some places in this list, so let's wait for the other competitors to find out more about our athletes. His favorite trick is the loop, and his favorite spot is Makinito.
Also to mention, he is sponsored by some company, UIMM. I don't really know what this company is, but he is sponsored by them, so that's really nice. I'm happy for him.
It's also his first World Cup. I think it's the first World Cup for many of these juniors. And at the moment he is French junior champion in the U15.
I think the judges are ready for the first ride of Fabio.
He also passed us the information that we should all follow him on Instagram. So just look out for Fabio on Instagram. He starts his way to the feature now. He's going for entry move. Nice entry wing over there. Surfing on top of the foam pile.
Flushes on the try to set up perfectly for the next trick, making his way up to the feature. Still has 25 seconds to go.
He's back in the feature. And he's trying a big McNasty there. Straight into the other McNasty.
Still 2 seconds to go, maybe one more trick and the buzzer is over. Thank you for your first ride. Still one more to go.
His reason to take up the sports is to be better than Tom Dolé, so it's a way, but if you try to do it,
And
maybe you can
his
do it.
score for his first ride came in 260 points. And the second paddler of this heat is starting from the top as well. James Ward from Great Britain. Starting with an entry 3. We haven't seen this in the juniors category. Going for a lunar orbit, straight to a McNasty, straight to the McNasty in the other direction. Big air loop, probably clean as well.
And for Space Godzilla there.
Still 15 seconds to go. Goes for the Phonics Monkey to the left and to the Space Godzilla also to the left. Does the McNasty again just to make sure it counts and surfs out of the wave.
I think he's really happy with his ride.
Pretty impressive score in his first ride. Still waiting for the final score though. He seems pretty happy about it. There's some flat water tricky woos. Waiting for a score. Judges are still discussing about this amazing ride.
James is already walking up to the upper eddy. Probably showing us another entry move on his second ride. He's waiting for a score. And his score comes in with 980 points.
Making him first place with only one score.
Our next competitor will be Pirmin from Switzerland. He's always training, sometimes with the German team. Also a lot in Plattling, so he will show us some big moves there. Starts with a nice wing over entry there. Unfortunately, he flashes down, catch the eddy, and is making his way back up in the feature. He's back in the feature, and there's still plenty of time for you. Going for a big loop. Tries to set up. Spinning around on the shoulder to get the perfect setup for his next trick. Going for Space Godzilla to the right. Trying to get the McNasty in. The time's over.
Now dropping in from the top, Jonas Hermann from Austria, starting with a big wing over into a McNasty. Unfortunately flushes while he's making his way back to the feature. He's the only junior competitor from Austria getting on the next McNasty. Does the McNasty again, probably clean. Hits the rock. He was also here for work at Denk Outdoor for school, so he trained a lot the past few weeks here. A big Phonics monkey tries to link it to another one. Seems pretty happy about his first ride.
He's sponsored by Toasted Thermic. And his favorite spot is the Graz Mugglewave, where the European Championships will take place in August.
He's also coming from Graz and is paddling for a really long time now. I know him for 9-10 years already, and he always paddled. And most of the time he even paddled better than I did. So it's pretty impressive. He's only 16 years old, already paddling a carbon gigi boat.
And his final score comes in with 633 points. It's an impressive first run. Our next competitor is Valentin from France.
He's also starting with a carbon boat. Starting his ride with an amazing wing over.
His favorite trick is a back loop without a pedal.
I'm pretty sure he's the one who started to sing the French song at the opening ceremony yesterday.
Oh yes, he is. He's a really good singer.
But is he also a good boater? I think so.
I think he touched the rock and dropped out of the wave.
Still has 20 seconds to go.
Could be enough time for another trick there. He's already in the wave. 10 seconds for you. Going for space, Godzilla.
This was his first ride. I hope everything came true from the song he sang us yesterday. Ist das der Valentin? His first score is in with 176.67 points.
Impressive first run for your first World Cup here. Let's see how much you can improve on your second run. And we are starting from the top again with Fabio Gallion from France, our next competitor. Fabio, can you show us your bib number? Yeah.
Judges are ready for your second ride. He's also starting in a carbon boat. I think many of the juniors already have a carbon boat. It's much easier to throw tricks huge, and it's also faster, and you don't need that much strength to pull it around. So he starts with an entry move, trying to get that McNasty, and it's pretty amazing. Tries to get the McNasty on the other side. He's a bit struggling with the wave, probably because the water level is still dropping, but finally gets to throw it around, unfortunately flush there. I don't think he's gonna make his way back to the feature. He's just sticking with his score.
He already scored some big points there, so hopefully it's enough to make the cut to the next round. His combined score is 613 points.
So this makes him sit in the 6th position currently. Now we're back to the current leader of K1 junior man, James Ward from Great Britain. Tries the entry 3, unfortunately hits the rock as the water drops. It's getting harder and harder to plug next to the rock and not on it. Snappy Space Godzilla.
He's going for a nice McNasty there. Stays in the feature. He's trying a phonics. Also stick it in the feature. Very nice. Going for a huge clean loop. Going for a back loop there. And the time's over. He already showed us that he can score big tricks in his first run.
Let's wait for the score of his second ride and see if he can score over 1,000 points in 2 rides as the first one in the juniors category.
And we have the score of 410 points in the second ride, so his combined score is 1,390 points. At the moment he's the leader of this category.
As you can see, even though they're still juniors, they're already scoring big tricks. already in the wave. Pirim from Switzerland making his way up to the wave again.
Going for a loop. Finding the new setup there for his next trick.
As you can see, he's the only one in this heat with a plastic boat. So maybe it's also a bit of a disadvantage for him, but maybe he can pull it around even though. Going for air loop, but his time is over.
And his second ride got him 90 points, so he scored 190 points in the prelims.
So next one, starting from the top, Austrian's junior. Looks like he's almost 19, is 16 in real life. Starts with a beautiful wing over, tries to go for the McNasty. Also, he trains a lot here and also in Graz for sure, because he has like a 10-minute bike ride to his home feature. His coach is Thomas Czaplitsky and also Philipp Windischbacher, and we both saw them today. He's going for a big phonics monkey. Sitting in the eddy, and his final score is not up now. His final score is coming in, and he is currently the leader of this category with 1,496.66 points. Philip is standing next to him, cheering him up, waving the flag.
The last competitor of this round is Valentin from France. He will also start from the top, showing us some nice entry moves there.
He is starting from the top, looking really focused on his second ride, tries to improve it.
He's jumping into the feature, going for a nice wing over.
Ooh, sketchy. He wanted to save his flash, but it didn't quite work. Has to make his way back to the feature. It's really exhausting, I have to tell you.
Setting up for a loop, going for a huge loop. Tries to do another move there, just hitting the rock.
Flashes again, 15 seconds to go. You have to cheer him up really well. Still 5 seconds to go, maybe one more trick to score. Tries to go for a loop or a Space Godzilla right on the bassa.
Maybe the water level dropped a bit during this day.
And his final score came in, and yes, now 190 points.
His combined score is 306 points, which brings him to the 9th place at the moment.
Just for a quick sum up, currently 10th place, Tim Back, 9th place, Valentin Duchot, 8th place, Louis Gansler, 7th place, Mathis Marie, 6th place, Fabio Gallian, 5th place, Lucien Graf, 4th place, Matt Craddock, 3rd place, Malik Chessing, 2nd place, James Ward from Great Britain, and 1st place, Jonas Hermann from Austria.
There's still one heat of junior men's coming. Some really good competitors.
In the last heat, there is Mats Barwitz from Germany, Joshua Mendes from Canada, Magnus Munson from USA, Timmy Hill from Great Britain, Ani Ronan from Finland, and Tim Rees from Germany.
Tim Rees is also a double world champion in the juniors category at the moment. And we start with Mats Barwik. Most of the competitors in this heat already competed last year at the World Championships in Columbus, which was on a wave, so a bit different than here, but I think they all can score big tricks also in this hole. Mats is dropping in with a nice entry too. The typical entry wing over. He's going for a McNasty.
Going for a big air loop, surfing back to a perfect setup for a phonics monkey, going for a split wheel, cartwheel combination. Still 15 seconds to go to score some big moves.
It's also sponsored by Nico Ears.
Unfortunately flushed out of the feature, 4 seconds to go. And the time is over. First ride for Mats. He was also at the World Championships last year in Columbus on the wave. You have to score pretty different moves there to here, but he did an amazing job also in the hole, as it's his home feature.
He's coached by his dad most of the time, which was also competing during the last days.
Timmy and Josh are starting from the bottom.
The favorite food of Mats is Maultaschen, and I think you should all try Maultaschen when you're in Germany. It's also my favorite food, so I can really recommend Maultaschen. You can also get them in Globus, and they are pretty good.
I have to say, as an Austrian, I think they're also pretty amazing. Not just the Germans like it.
Mats and his friends also tried to get sponsored by a Maultaschen company, which is called Burga, but they didn't want to sponsor athletes. That's very sad, but they got some stickers from the company and they have the stickers on their boats, which is really amazing.
I think it would be really hilarious to be sponsored by a food brand, like a brand who makes Maultaschen, like a just so specific food. But his final score came in with 583.33 points.
Mats was also the winner of the Euro Cup 2023, which also took place here in Plattling. So
Joshua is in the feature for his first ride, unfortunately hitting the rock. He was also in Skuk with me on the training camp with Bartosz last year to train for the World Championships in Columbus. And he is definitely training more on the waves, but I know for sure that he can score big tricks in the hole as well.
Unfortunately, he hit the rock twice already in his short run. Hope to get some points on the scoreboard now without hitting a rock. He's going for a Felix. Very nice
Sticking
trick.
it in the wave.
Linked into a space, spin.
Going for the shove it. And that was his first ride.
Thank you for a first ride, Joshua.
I have to admit, his boat, it's in a colorway of an orca. And I think he also painted an orca on his paddle plates. So I think he's a big fan of them.
Our next competitor will be, I think, Oni.
So his scores came in and his first ride was 80 points.
Our next competitor is Magnus Monsen from the US.
This year we have just a few competitors from the US. Normally we see plenty of them. Probably the biggest nation normally. He's dropping in with a beautiful wing over.
Setting up a nice air loop there.
You can see him also paddling in a really shiny new carbon boat. I think it's really common for people now to have these sparkling boats. I think it really looks good on pictures.
Also, his favorite trick is an air screw, which is not really possible to score in this hole. But he can do also other tricks.
I mean, it's possible, but now the water level is too low.
Yeah. If there's really high water in Plattling, the hole becomes a wave, and then you can also do really nice wave tricks there. But unfortunately, we are not allowed to compete anymore if the water is too high, so we shouldn't hope for this high water levels.
So this was his first ride, and his scores came in with 300 points. I think it's a good foundation for his second ride to get into semifinals.
His best kayak achievement is putting on his spray skirt without any help, which is pretty cool because then you can go kayaking on your own with your friends and don't need help from other people. That's very helpful if you can do this.
Next competitor is Timmy Hill from Great Britain. He was in Nottingham at World Championships and also in Columbus. So he trains 4 holes and 4 waves as well. I think he's pretty good in both of them. And it's really hard to have the tricks in both features.
During the last year he was training a lot on waves. Now he's back in the holes and showing us some nice McNasties there on both sides. Going to a back loop.
Staying in the hole, tries to go directly to another McNasty, but unfortunately flushes. But it was a pretty solid first ride for Timmy Hill. I had team trainings with him and we were talking about the feature, that it's kind of hard to get all the tricks into the feature. But he seems pretty happy about his score.
Timmy also told me before his rides that he likes the McFlurries in Germany much more than in the UK. So I'm not really sure what's the difference because I've never tried a McFlurry there, but maybe we should
Also, the first
try them.
score of Timmy is 296.67 points.
Next competitor is Oni from Finland. He's going in with a nice wing over entry.
He was also competing in the World Champs in Columbus, and not only that, he got
doing a
second in the juniors category.
He's trying to do a McNasty and flushes.
So we have now the He's a world champion in the juniors category in the wave. Let's see how it's going with the whole tricks.
Doing a McNasty to the other side. Setups for a nice Space Godzilla.
I know also they had hard training conditions because in Finland there was only waves working the past year. So it's really hard to score whole moves then, and for that it was a pretty solid ride, and not only for that, it was a big ride scored by Yanni. I think he's not sure about his ride right now. I think you should be really happy about it. And Ani has a first ride of 583.33 points.
With this ride, he already saves his spot in the next round.
Next competitor, Tim Rees from Germany, dropping into the feature with a big wing over linked into a McNasty, also called as a French entry. So Tim is in the feature, going for a tricky woo.
He already
Close.
scored a lot of points there. Going for a tricky into a cartwheel.
I think he's looking for a tricky loop, actually. For background information, Tim is twice world champion in the juniors category. So that was Tim's first ride. I hope he's happy about his first ride. Actually, I think it was pretty amazing. I'm on training camps. I was on training camps plenty of times with him. Bartosz is going to Tim.
You can see Bartosz there with the propeller hat. It is excellent to see Bartosz representing everyone that we meet on the river today. He is there for Timmy. He is there for his partner. He is there for his athlete. That is what the sport is about. It is about being there for your friends.
That for sure. And I think Bartosz is always there for the people he's connected.
We love Bartosz. When Bartosz to his rides, everyone cheers because everyone loves Bartosz. And this is why everyone loves Bartosz.
That's true. That's true.
Hi Bartosz.
The judges are
Who
still.
do we have up next after Tim gets his score?
I think we're.
Back to the top of the heat?
Yes.
Excellent. So we're still waiting for Timmy's score, and it comes in now at 1,040 points, which is a fantastic score for Timmy. Leading the junior men's in terms of the actual best score on the day.
Now I'm good.
Oh shit.
So Tim Rees there leading the scoreboard with his score of 1,040 points. Absolutely doing his absolute German pride and really doing well.
So we're now starting again with Mats Babich from Germany with his second ride.
This is basically a local spot for Mads. If you were here on any other day of the year, he will be here, he will be paddling, he will be one of the best people you'll meet on the river. And he is dropping in and going straight for the entry two, just pulling back on the feature And he's going to race up the eddy now and get ready. Let's hear the crowd make some noise for Mads to get him back up the eddy. Let's hear it. Get Mads back up that eddy, back into the feature. He's going to come back in. He's going to start with a really nice loop with air. Beautiful, straight into the cartwheel, looking for the McNasty, but falls off the back. He's going to get set up and he's going to go for it again.
Going for the McNasty again, not quite pulling it around. Tries to set up for the perfect spot again. Goes for the phonics monkey, not quite bringing the bow in.
Mads just feeling out the water here, and he feels the water and he throws a beautiful McNasty with air. And he is just getting ready to throw a big trick right at the end. His time is out and he pulls off the wave, and that boy is ready for his next ride. Beer? Yeah, beer. Mads sitting in the eddy. His score is confirmed at 2:38. He's going to look for his third ride because his first ride is fantastic, and he is absolutely going to crush his third ride. We are looking forward to our next paddler, only 2 rides. So he has his 2 rides, which is a total of 821.66 points.
And he already qualified for the next round. Now we have Joshua Mendes, came all the way from Canada to be here at his first World Cups, I think.
And because Josh come all the way from Canada, let's make some noise and make him feel absolutely welcome to the Plattling World Cup. He starts off with a Space Godzilla attempt coming around. He is modeling Bartosz's old boat of going for that cow design, and he goes for a lovely loop with there. Beautiful technique.
Going for the Felix, sticking it into the wave. Not many paddlers actually do it here.
The
and
Felix
in
is an
general,
absolute fan favorite. You could hear the crowd going and making some noise for this paddler when he did the Felix. And he's now going for a huge Space Godzilla to the right and pulling onto the wave and getting set up for his next trick.
going for the Felix again. Staying
Absolutely
in the feature.
beautiful. On the way for the whole trick, whole ride. And he must be happy with that ride because he did really good there. Really good. And he pulled out the fan favorite of the Felix, which is a 360-degree rotation with a 180-degree inverted part of that rotation. Really complex move. And he pulled it off. And again, we see Bartosz with the propeller hat, waiting for his athlete, giving them a high five. Beautiful stuff. That's why we love Bartosz. That's why we love this sport.
And his second score came in with 263.33 points, making a total of 343.33 points.
Great scores. And we have Magnus Monsen coming into the feature now in a beautiful boat. And I saw this as I was coming in earlier. It has just a little bit of glitter around the blue stripe. You watch this as he goes huge. It's going to shine. It's going to be beautiful. Going for a perfect entry too and setting up for his next trick.
Going for a big air loop, tries to bring it around for a McNasty.
Setting up for his next trip now. Oh, just catching the stern of the McNasty, but staying in the feature and ready for his next trick. And what is he going to do? He has all of the tricks in his arsenal. He's going to go for a phonics monkey to the right, and he sticks it in the feature. Let's make some noise for this paddler.
Tries to bring the McNasty around, not quite bringing the bow in.
And just not catching that edge. So close, but he's got more tricks. He's going for a little wave move. It is a fan favorite right here today. And he is coming off the wave, and he should feel happy with his ride. So far, the judges have scored at 330, but it's going up. Is that the confirmed score of 330 points?
And the final score has confirmed 330 points, which make 630 points. That's pretty amazing.
That's pretty amazing. And he's traveled all the way from the USA to be here. And we see Timmy Hill on the eddy with the paddle spin. That is absolutely beautiful.
making everything for the crowd.
Timmy is always performing for the crowd. He's stretching out. He is ready to go. Now, as we can see, Team GB is in attendance here today. Can we hear some noise from Team GB for Timmy Hill, who's about to start his rides? That is excellent. He is stretching out. He is ready to go. He's waiting for the thumbs up from the head judge. Paddle spin, and he drops into the feature, ready for his first trick.
Tries to find his setup for his first big move. Goes for a big air loop. Beautiful switch McNasty.
And that is the thing, when you see someone doing a trick like that, you've got to make some noise as he goes for the left phonics and stalls out, but still managed to pull it round. He is coming into the eddy. You need to make some noise to move him up the eddy. Let's make some noise and get him back into the feature.
Still,
Timmy is sitting with 306 points, ready for that trick that he missed. Slams it in and goes for another one straight off the end of it. And Timmy falls off the back of the feature, and he is putting his hand up. He is, I'm ready for my next ride.
sitting in the eddy, not quite sure if he's happy about it or no. But his score came in with 400 points. In total, he has 696 points, 67 points, and is now qualified for semifinals.
And pulling into the feature now, we have the Finnish wonder that is Uni. If there are any Finnish that happen to actually be here today, can we make some noise for Uni as he drops into the feature? What is his entry move going to be? He's dropping from the top for the entry two. It is absolutely beautiful. He is set up for his first trick.
Going straight up for a big McNasty, surfing back to find his way for the other McNasty. Not quite bringing it around, but next time for sure.
The level of the feature today is really tricky, and these junior men are showing us how it's done, of doing their best. He goes for a beautiful split wheel to the left there, straight into pulling the end round for a Space Godzilla. He's sitting in the hole now. He is getting ready for his next trick, and he goes for a huge loop that comes off the back. As he comes up, make some noise to get him back up into the feature. He has a couple of seconds. He's going to wave that off, but he has a score of... He makes the heart to the crowd. He makes the heart to the cameras. He loves freestyle. He loves what he does. Let's see his score come in.
His second score, 420 points, which makes him end up with 1,003 points.
Now, the Germans in the house need to make some noise for Tim Rees, your homegrown hero, dropping into the feature with a beautiful entry two, straight into McNasty. It's called the Frenchy entry, but this German just absolutely dominated that trick, straight into the lunar left, trying for the cartwheel. We'll see what the judges say.
Goes for the Luna in the other direction, into the split wheel, tries to stay in the feature.
Tim is just doing so well with that huge lunar loop, sticking it right on the feature and going straight for the tricky wheel and pulling it round, setting up for his next trip and ready to go.
Big McNasty, and still 5 seconds to go. What is he gonna show
Germany,
us next?
make your team paddler proud by the noise that you make for his last trick. He goes for a back loop, front loop, just on the buzzer. The judges will have to call that one. But that was a fantastic ride from Tim Rees. And you can see the score right now. It says 1,176.67 points. It's going up. The judges will make their decisions based on the tricks that are done. They will take their advice from the head judge, and they will give him the points that he deserves. Fantastic ride from Tim Rees today.
Still waiting on the final results. of our last competitor in this category before we move on to K1 Junior Woman.
I gotta say, as we are taking a break in between the junior men's and the junior women's, I've got to say thank you to the crowd who has come out today to brave the sunshine and the sunburn. Being Irish, I know all about the sunburn. It's the second I got off the plane, I got sunburned, and everyone is out here supporting their athletes. It's fantastic to see.
And Tim's final score came in with 1,280 points, which makes him sitting in the first position with 2,320 points.
That is an absolutely fantastic score. So the order that we are in for junior men's is Tim Rees, Jonas Herman, James Ward, Unia Rowland, Malik Chassing, Mads Barwick, Matt Craddock, Timmy Hill, Magnus Monson, Lucian Graf, rounding out our top 10 junior men's going through to the next round. It is fantastic to see such a stacked junior men's heat when the top person in junior men's is up there with the senior men's. As a senior man, I honestly worry when Tim Rees comes up to seniors, because that means every senior man is going to drop one place for Tim to come in and take his spot in the top of the field.
I think it's quite impressive how the juniors category has improved by the scores. It's getting higher and higher every year. Not only in junior men, but also in junior women. It's getting crazy.
And we have junior women's coming up next, and it is going to be a fantastic heat as well. And I'm willing to bet some of these ladies coming down for the junior women's are going to challenge some of the senior women's and probably some of the senior men's for their spots as well. They're absolutely top-notch athletes. So we have
Pia Heinrich from Germany, Anna Führer from Germany.
And let's make some noise for Mia Mitchell from Ireland.
Sora Paulsen from Switzerland, Paula Auer from Germany, and Jule Sachs also from Germany. So there are pretty many Germans in this heat. 4 out of 6 Germans. This year, I think Germany has 55 competitors alone.
Germany, for their home World Cups, have really represented here. It is great to see not only the quantity of paddlers, but also the quality of paddlers. The Germans have done fantastically well here already, before we even get to the finals of World Cup number 1. The special moment for me was Johannes Baden. He took a beer from my hand just before he got on the water. He took a beer from my hand just after he got off the water. And he absolutely crushed it and made through to semifinals. That is the German spirit.
That's true German. That's true German spirit, I have to say.
It'll be interesting to see how the Germans do in Graz, because it is not too much of a distance for the Germans to get to Graz. So I think it will be very interesting to see how that plays out for the European Championships later this year.
I think it's going to be a huge battle between Germans and also the Austrians, because now Austria has also a big advantage because it's for most of the Austrians their home spot.
Yeah.
So let's see.
If anybody's been keeping up to date with their scoring, if you saw the scores from the Austrian Championships, not only were they accurate, but they were absolutely huge. The Austrians are going to defend their title. The Germans might want to take it, but the Austrians are going to defend in a big, big way. And we are looking forward to our first heat of the competition of junior women's. It's going to be starting in a few moments here.
to keep in time with the schedule, we have a short break between the two categories. So K1 Junior Women will start in approximately 6 minutes.
So a short break and then the junior women's. Now is the time to get your popcorn, to get your drinks ready, because the junior women are going to come and they are going to tear this feature up. The level of competition and the level of freestyle that you're about to see is going to be fantastic. The junior women's category has been one of the most progressive categories that you've ever seen. In the last 2 years, it has increased hugely. In the last 10 years, it is night and day of what they have done, what the junior women in this category have done for the sport. They have improved beyond all measure, and you are about to see the results of that. You are about to see the best in the world go head to head on Isarwella, and we are looking forward to it. I also hope that everyone is absolutely looking forward to King of the Wave, which is on this evening. The prizes for King of the Wave, while they are kind of secret, the prizes are excellent. And even if you're good at freestyle, even if you are the best in the world of freestyle, there is only one King of the Wave. You can take that home.
So take your opportunity, dress up in whichever way you want. You just have to wear your PFD and your helmet just for safety reasons, but except that, go crazy.
Other than that, no rules apparently.
No rules.
Fish hooking, eye gouging, all okay. Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm the announcer, I can make the rules. It's fine.
Just go there, and even if you're not winning the King of the Wave, maybe you're winning the crowds, just because of your outfit and your
Team
show.
Ireland had a strategy meeting earlier. We saw that there was a duo kayak. There's no limitation on what kayak you use. So
That's
Team
true.
Ireland thought that it would be a good idea for a duo kayak. The person in the back does the kayaking. The person in the front does the deck popping. And I
But
feel
is
like
it a
as a
good-
strategy,
But is it a good strategy to present it to everyone now? Maybe the Austrians will steal the kayak.
they can steal the kayak if they want. But who gets there first? This is why King of the Wave is one of the most difficult competitions. The strategies are out there. Everyone knows them. But who is going to get there first? Who's going to be on the wave first? But more importantly, who is going to be on the wave last?
I think we have to wait a bit for that, you know. Still a few competitions to be there.
That is the one that I am watching. I am looking forward to the King of the Wave. Not only because it's going to be fun to be a paddler in that event, but as events go, it is going to be the event for the spectators.
That for sure. I think it's gonna be a huge spectacle when all the paddlers are entering the hole.
If you're in the crowd, you better be praying for the King of the Wave to be the best King of the Wave ever. Because as you can see, this wave isn't just where people are throwing tricks. It isn't just where there's someone surfing on the left there. It is everything in between. The amount of people that could be vying for King of the Wave is every single boat that could stack from the river left to the river right.
actually told them when it's going to start, where the athletes are going to meet, or any of the rules. Athletes are meeting right out here at 10 to 7. It starts at 7.
Okay.
And then there's a list of rules which should be announced too. And I'll see if I can get those for you.
So, if you are looking forward to King of the Wave, this being one of the widest waves you will ever see at any World Cup, the athletes meeting is going to take place at 10 to 7 outside the judging tent in the kind of main area by the lift that has the main screen with the scores lifted up on it. You can meet there and you will get all the information about the rules. Because I have been told that I can't tell people that they can just do whatever they want. Although it is King of the Wave. It is a competition of a simple rule. The simple rule is, if you are the last on the wave, you are the king of the wave. And we are almost ready to return with the junior women's, who are just pulling into the eddy, getting ready to get on the water now.
All the competitors that are starting from the bottom have already been paddling down, so we're close to the start.
So if you are hearing this, you need to get up to the stands. You need to get up to the banks of the river. You need to cheer on your competitors, your country. You are the thing that makes the difference when they are sprinting back up the eddy. And we can see our first junior women dropping in, ready for the entry move, going for the entry one and sticking it in the feature, retaining, getting ready for her first trick.
Pia from Germany, basically also her home spot, spinning it around in the feature. I saw her many times, even before team training here, practicing her moves.
She is using the full width of the feature here, spinning on the right, going over and spinning on the left, setting up with the foam paw for a loop with air, holding it round, trying to bring it straight. We'll see what the judges say about that, but she is trying so hard to pull that trick around.
Trying the loop again to make sure it counts.
And her time is up here, but she'll be happy with that ride. Doing a trick on the right, doing a trick on the left, pulling in for the loop and pushing it down, really, really generating that momentum. And she is waiting for a score from the judges, and the judges are changing back and forth. You will see the scores changing as you go. And it's because the judges put their scores down, and the head judge will give some input, which can change the judges' scores depending on whether they agree or don't agree. And she has a final score of 60 points, and we are ready for our next paddler.
I think that's quite amazing for her first international competition. She hasn't started so long ago with kayaking, and I followed her journey a few times back.
And the next paddler has the thumbs up from Charlie, the Ginger Ninja, ready for the next ride.
Here we have another German competitor, Anna Führer. She's also dropping in from the feature above.
This paddler opting for the Mobius. I think this is the only Mobius we see in the competition. And it is a beautiful color scheme. She goes for the entry one, and she's just come off the back of the feature. Make some noise, get her back up the eddy. Team Germany, let me hear you in the audience to get that paddler back into the feature. Team Germany making noise, getting their paddler back to the wave, back ready to throw tricks. And she is pulling in, ready to throw her next trick. Catching an exit, unfortunately, and pulling off the back of the wave. And she is floating downstream. She is going to be looking forward to her next ride. And Anna is pulling into the eddy. She is looking forward to her next ride. And we have our next competitor coming up. Our next competitor is from Ireland. It's Mia Minchin. Let me hear the Irish team support this paddler on the water. She is coming in for a spin. She is working her way across the shoulder, setting up for her next trick.
Going for the big air loop, unfortunately flushing while doing it, but still plenty of time to recreate this trick.
And Team Ireland is making enough noise for 20 nations to make it back up the eddy. Mia is back in the feature, going for that trick she missed, landing the loop, and just coming off the back of the wave, ready to go again. She is going to come back up the feature, and she's going to do her best to stick it in for the last second, and she is just out of time, unfortunately. But so much promise from Mia there, initiating such big tricks. And she has scores on the board, which is the essential thing for her.
Next one coming up, Sora Paulsen from Switzerland.
Now, I know Team Switzerland is small, but I can hear the noise from them already. They are making some noise for their team paddler. She spins it around and gets ready for her next trick. She looks like she's setting up for something big. She is spinning around. She is moving around the feature like she owns it.
I saw her practice also during team training and before that even, and it was looking really good.
And going for a loop with air, then pulling off the feature. She tried for that loop. She is pulled off after she knew she got it. She is coming back up. She has 6, 5, 4, 3 seconds to do another trick, and she is ready, and she is able, and she plugs maybe just after the buzzer. The judges will have to call on that, but plugging for the loop, pulling back off the feature, and pulling into the eddy to talk to her coach. And now we have our next paddler dropping into the feature. Coming in for the entry one and staying in the feature. Getting set up for her next trick. Paola is ready to go. She is set up so well, and she is just spinning that boat around, trying to get some edge, but unfortunately catches one of the edges and pulls down into the wave behind it, is ready to sprint back up the feature. Team Germany, can you make some noise to get your paddler back into the feature? Because I cannot hear Team Germany making any noise. She has 15 seconds. She has the tricks. She is ready. Team Germany are supporting her.
She's back in the wave, trying to throw a last big trick, but unfortunately flushes. And her first ride is over.
Unfortunately, washing down the feature. She is looking forward to and ready for her next ride. Still a fantastic performance. And for Team Germany, who are in the audience, in the stands today, they make great noise. We have our next paddler on the feature, starting off with a fantastic air loop, getting so much air between her boat and the whitewater, which is how you know it gets air. She is going for the Space Godzilla, spinning it around and ready for her next trick.
She's just surfing on the right shoulder, tries to spin around, spin into the setup for her next big trick. Plugging for a Space Godzilla, snapping it around. Still 10 seconds to go.
And this Team Germany paddler Needs some noise from the audience as she goes absolutely huge on a loop. And I can hear Team Germany with their vuvuzela. They are ready for this paddler to do well. She knows she's done well. She pulls off the wave. She is going to pull into the eddy and see her coach. For Team Germany, that is usually Reimar. She's going to see her coach and go, I crushed it. Did so well on that ride, hitting all of her tricks. And she has a final score of 143.33. And we are ready for our next paddler. Our next paddler is onto her second ride. She got 60 points in her first ride. She is pulling out into the flow of the river and splashing her face, ready for the wave that is about to come. And she has been training so hard. She is ready for this feature. She is dropping in with the entry 1, retaining in the feature, ready for her next trick.
Coming here, staying here with all the other people from the German team, no matter if it was a weekend, if it was holidays, always here for training. Put so much effort in for her first international competition, spinning it around on the shoulders, crossing the wave.
And as she's spinning it around, she's holding up her paddles and telling the judges, that was super clean. You owe me some points. Because she knows what she's doing. She knows those spins were super clean. She goes for the loop and comes back of the pile. She looks at the timer and she's like, no, I've done it. I will leave it there. And as the judges are scoring it, it is 71.67. That might change up and down as they judge the clean, as they judge the super clean. But she is pulled into the eddy and she is ready for her next ride. She has a big smile on her face and she is happy with her total across 2 rides of 131.67 points. Team Germany, can you make some noise for your paddler? As Charlie gives a thumbs up for the next paddler coming down, Anna. I'm pretty disappointed. I cannot hear Team Germany's cheering on their paddler as she drops down to the feature.
Coming down into the feature with a beautiful entry roll, staying in the feature, still plenty of time to battle back into the wave.
She is taking after her national compatriot of Leon Bast, who did the first entry, double entry, French entry. She went for the double entry. She got the first one. She's pulling into the wave for her next move. She is ready to go and she is set up and going to pull in something really good. Unfortunately, catches an edge and she is on the back of the wave, coming in and ready to sprint.
Looking happy, looking at the clock and being, no, I just nailed this. I don't have to keep going.
She looked at the clock. She knew what she'd done. She was happy with it. Team Germany, can you make some noise for your German team paddler who has scored and who has worked well? Now, we have Mia Mitchell dropping into the feature, pulling off the back. And Team Ireland, can you make some noise to get this woman back up the feature, ready to throw her next trick? Because we all know she has tricks in the bag. I can hear Team Ireland ready and supporting their paddler to get back into the feature.
Being back in the hole, nailing this air loop, spinning back into the setup, try to find the best spot for her next big trick.
And working that right shoulder so well. She's already got the front loop. She goes for the Space Godzilla, and the crowd goes absolutely wild because she is spinning it around, and she goes for another trick on the buzzer, and she takes that trick and surfs off the wave. happy and confident that she got what she wanted from that ride. If anybody has lost some keys, there are keys being delivered to the furthest over stand to the right. If you have lost keys, you can get them from over there. And we have our Swiss paddler in the feature right now, spinning left, spinning right, ready for our next trick, with the beautiful, beautiful Jackson getting ready for some huge air as she goes for her.
She goes for that loop and tries it again to really nail it so that the judges are counting it. Fortunately flushes off the left shoulder, but still has 10 seconds time to get back to the wave.
And she knew she did the looper there. The judges, as you can see from the score, knew she did the looper there. She is happy with her ride. She is confident in what she's done. She should be happy in what she's done. She is ready. That was Sora Paulsen from Switzerland. It is excellent to see the Switzerland team here represented by fantastic paddlers like Sora. And we can see the video feed there of the eddy. And that is the best thing about freestyle kayaking. We have the Irish competitor, we have the Swiss competitor, we have the German competitor. All of them there enjoying their time on the water. All of them enjoying each other's company. That is what we love to see, is people just enjoying being on the water.
Just sitting in the eddy, waiting for the other competitors to do their ride, cheering for them, hyping them up. It's just the spirit we want.
And Team Germany. Could I hear some noise from Team Germany? Because Paula is about to drop into the feature. And unfortunately, Team Germany is very quiet. I would need to hear some noise so she can do the best of her tricks. She is ready to go. Team Germany is making some noise, and she goes for the entry one, and she retains in the feature.
Surfing the wave, front and back in the side surf, trying to get that spin around. Surfing back to the other side, to the left shoulder. Really tries to help to hold the control.
And you know she's from Germany. She's so used to the feature. Going for a back loop attempt there, but unfortunately not pulling it around. Pulling off the back of the wave. And she has to get to the eddy and sprint back up. She has 11, 10, 9, 8 seconds. She is going to take the move that she did, and she is going to be happy with those moves.
Smiling into the camera, hugging the competitors. It's just love in the air from everyone.
And that is what we love to see from freestyle. The German team paddler pulling into the eddy and just absolutely enjoying her time with the other German team. We can see Yuli dropping in straight, going for her absolutely perfect loop and pulling off the back of the wave with that Space Godzilla attempt. Team Germany, can you make some noise to get this paddler back up the feature so she can throw some more moves? I can hear the German Vuvuzela going, but can you make some clapping noise as she gets back into the feature, ready for her next move?
Sitting right at the sweet spot, jumping for a big loop.
Getting absolutely excellent air in that loop, and if the judges noticed, she went for a spin immediately after that. Going for the loop again just to make sure the judges know who she is and what trick she's doing. And she is out of time, but she still throws a huge Space Godzilla to the right. It will be up to the head judge to call that in time or out of time. But fantastic moves from that German team paddler.
So looking at the scores right now, we have Anna Führer in 6th position, Paula Auer in 5th position, Sora Paulsen in 4th position, Mia Mitchen in 3rd position, and then in the first 2 spots, 2 German girls, Pia Heinrich and in the first place, Jule Sachs.
And in our next heat, we have Maya from Poland, Sophie from Team GB, Sarah from Norway, Izzy from Team GB, Anna from Finland, and can we hear some noise for Leah from Ireland? I can hear the Irish. I am delighted. These women have been seeded based on their results from the World Championships that was held in Columbus. The next World Championships is going to be held right here on this wave next year in 2025. The people you see here, the faces you see here, the rides you see here. The big question that remains is, are those rides, are those people going to show up this time next year for the World Championships of Freestyle Kayaking?
Now, first up, we got Maya from Poland. Met her plenty of time in various places. Dropping into the feature in her new carbon boat she just got for this
Straight
competition.
into beautiful air loop. And if there's anything that can be said, it is that boats with glitter are just better than all other boats. And that front loop with air was beautiful. She's on the back of the feature, ready to throw her next trick. Huge air loop. Make some noise for your Polish paddler Maya for doing that absolutely huge air loop. Spinning it around, get ready for her next trick.
Going for a big space Godzilla, not quite sticking it in the feature. But what I can say for sure, her outfit is on fire.
Unfortunately, pulling off the back of the feature there, but she knew the tricks that she did. She knew she was ready. She knew her boat was glittery. And that is the key. If you have a glittery boat, you are number one in my opinion. And Maya is delighted with that ride. And we have our next paddler, Sophie Smiles Mackin, in her Exo Helixer, yellow, and ready to go in and paddle. If you've ever met Sophie on the water, you know she is the happiest paddler. She loves kayaking, and she is going to love her first move. Straight into the entry one, retaining the feature with pulling off the back and pulling around into the eddy for her next move.
Speeding up the eddy into the wave to throw some big moves.
Team GB, make some noise for your paddler. She spins to the right, spins to the left. She is getting points on the board. She knows what the judges are looking for. She knows what they want. She is going to set up on that surfer's left side of the feature for a, unfortunate Space Godzilla as the edge catches and she pulls into the eddy. She got points on the board from her first attempt, and she is ready for ride number 2.
Next up, we have Siren from Norway.
Now, can we make some noise for the Norwegian entrant to the competition of Siren? If you're from Norway, if you're not from Norway, make some noise for this paddler. She drops into the feature, ready to throw some serious tricks. She goes straight in with a beautiful loop. You can make some noise for that. She sets up for her next trick.
Paddling back up in the setup, going straight for the space, not quite getting it around, but...
And she went for too much air, and she caught the tail, and it pulled her back. It takes so much skill to retain that. But not only has she done the eddy, she has come back up, and she is back in the feature, and she is ready to throw tricks. She starts with a spin, catches an edge, and stays in the feature.
Going there for that McNasty. Let's see if the judges are counting it. I would definitely score
Pulling that McNasty around just before the buzzer. Absolutely beautiful stuff. The standard of women's junior freestyle is fantastic. She finishes with a score of 100 points. No decisions needed from the judges. They saw her tricks. They scored her tricks.
Up next, with the thumbs up from the head judge, is Izzy Walmer for...
And we have Izzy dropping in. Izzy comes from London Town. She is ready. She is poised. She drops into the feature with an entry 1, staying in the feature and pulling it round, racing to the eddy for her next trick.
Let's
Team
cheer
GB,
her on.
make some noise.
Back in the feature, catching the edge, unfortunately, speeding back up to the wave again.
Now the only thing that's going to push her back up the feature is the noise from Team GB, and I can't hear it. She needs to be able to hear your noise as she gets back into the feature, ready for her next trick with 5 seconds to go with a huge McNasty to the right. Ready for her next trick with 0 seconds to go, and she just misses it. Izzy, even with the lack of time, still managed to throw in tricks, still managed to do them with air. Izzy's coach is Mike Shaw. If you've ever seen Mike Shaw, he's the guy with the kind of lion's mane of hair. He is a very attractive man. He is going to help Izzy up, and we're going to get ready for the next paddler.
Next up, we have Annette from...
From
Annette
Finland. Can we make some noise for our Finnish paddler dropping into the feature right now? Let her hear that you are here to support her as she drops in, getting ready for her first trick. And readying, going, spinning it around.
I saw her as well in Easter holidays when she was here just for training for this competition with the other Finnish guys. Was just amazing to see how many people actually came so early or just for training.
And she is spinning that boat around across the feature, left to right, right to left, and going for the loop and pulling it around, but unfortunately catching that fast water that's deep underneath the foam pile, and it just pulls her back off the feature. But she has points on the board, and she is going to be happy as she has done what she can. She has represented Team Finland. And we prepare for our next paddler. Now, I've been told very specifically that any international competition, they've always messed it up. But here we have Leah Hawk. Can we hear some noise from Team Ireland to let our paddler know that she is supported and she is ready, and she is dropping in with an entry 2 straight into the wave, straight onto a cartwheel and rolling up in the feature.
Sitting in the side surf, looking for the sweet spot for that big McNasty. Sitting in the side surf, looking for the other McNasty and pulling it around nicely.
And Leah is just staying in that feature. She is stuck in there like super glue. And she is going for almost a Jedi. She is still in the feature somehow and going for a huge back loop and falling down but staying ready. I think she felt that rock. Every freestyler's worst nightmare is that rock. Now, if you are competing in OC1, you need to bring your boat to the boat check right now. Because if there is one thing that freestyle kayaking needed, it was mathematics. And that is what they need to do for your OC1. They need to measure it. They need to multiply. Regardless, we have another paddler in the feature, again with a sparkly boat. We know the sparkly boats are better. We can see her going for a first trick.
Maya is coached by Thomas Chaplitsky and Sasha Chula. She is was many times on training camps. Also, she's doing training camps with the European Whitewater School from Kimet and Agatha, and she's doing amazing.
And we can see her dropping back into the feature. Team Poland paddler going for an absolutely huge space linked to the loop. The judges have got to love that, and she plugs at the end, but she knows she's got it, so she just lets the boat ride out. Absolutely fantastic ride from the Team Poland paddler of Maya. She has got to be delighted with that ride. The judges score at 133.33 points. Absolutely fantastic. Our next paddler is from Team GB. Now, Team GB have not made a lot of noise. I need to hear Team GB support their paddler as she drops into the feature. Getting ready for her first trick. Let me hear Team GB as she goes for her first trick. I heard Team GB supporting that entry one. They are dead right, and they are going to support her as she races back up the feature. She is ready to throw her next trick. Team GB are behind her.
Spinning it around, going from one side to another, spinning it also on the other shoulder.
Sophie using the whole feature here, and as she gets caught on that wave on the right, that wave on the right has caused troubles for the senior men. For the C1 men, it's caused troubles for everyone. She knows what she has done so far, and Sophie, as Sophie is going to do, she is going to smile, and she is the happiest paddler on the water because she is Sophie Mackin. She is going to go to her friends. She is going to congratulate them. And we have our Norwegian paddler dropping in. Can we put some support up from a Norwegian paddler as she drops in for a perfect air loop?
Perfectly setting up in the hole, going for that beautiful air loop again to make sure that it counts.
Paddling back into the feature, huge air loop, and then she just goes, yeah, sure, huge space got down to the right, why not? Norwegian paddlers, they've got it in spades, and she goes for the right cartwheel. She knows the points that she's got already. She is just playing around in this feature. She is enjoying the free that is part of freestyle.
Trying to bring that McNasty around, not try.
Pulling off the edge of the wave. She has done what she needed to do. She did tricks. She did tricks with air. She did tricks that were huge, and the crowd supported our Norwegian paddler. She puts her hands up. She is happy. She blows kisses to the crowd. She knows what she's done. She is happy with it. And we see Izzy dropping in from below the feature. She's getting ready for her first trick of a huge McNasty to the left. She's getting ready for her next trick.
Setting up again, probably for the McNasty to the other side, getting it around, retains in the feature.
Super tricky feature to try and pull all the tricks straight. And she pulls into the wave, retains, and she is ready for her next trick. She attempted the loop and it rejected her, and she is going again, and she's back on the feature. But she is ready for her next trick. She has every single trick in the arsenal on her side, and she goes for a loop with air. And Izzy takes that ride. She is surfing out the feature, knowing the tricks that she did, knowing the effort that she put in. She is happy with that ride, and she is cruising downstream with a smile on her face, I am sure. But I know Izzy, and I know the tricks that she has in her arsenal, and 386.67 is but a fraction of the skill that she has. Now our next paddler, dropping in from below.
Now we have Annette from Finland. Not many Finnish paddlers here for this competition, but she made it here as well as she was in Columbus, competing in junior women. And as I said before, it was really hard to cap the training 4 holes in when you're living in Finland, because in Finland the past year only waves were running, so it was really hard for the competitors to train hole tricks.
And if you support Team Finland, make some noise for one of their homegrown paddlers as she pulls off the back of the wave, and she will love the support that comes from the crowd, because I can already hear the clapping. Let's hear the noise for Team Finland. I can hear the cheers. But do you know what's coming next? Coming next is Leah Hawk from Ireland. Let me hear some noise from the Irish crowd as she drops in ready for her first move. Straight into the entry 2, ready for her next trick.
Not quite getting her bow in, getting rejected from the wave, pushed out.
I don't even need to ask Team Ireland to cheer their paddler on. She is already up the eddy. She is already in the feature. Leah Hawk knows exactly what she is doing. She is one of the best junior women on the circuit right now. She is sitting the feature. Going for a huge McNasty to the left. Straight in for the phonics and pulling off the back of the wave. She puts her hand up. She knows where she is. She knows what position she's in. She knows she can pull downstream, and she knows she is through.
So scores came in from the junior woman category. So there are just 10 junior women going to semifinals, and in 10th place sitting Paula Auer, in 9th place Sophie Macken, in 8th place Sora Paulsen, in 7th place Mia Minchen, in 6th place Pia Heinrich, in 5th place Jule Sachs, in 4th place Maya.
Somebody lost their keys.
Okay, I'm not even trying.
Has a
I'm sorry.
British canoeing
Maya
tag.
from Poland. And 3rd
It is
place
in
from
the-
Norway, Søren. 2nd place from Ireland, Leah. And 1st place from Great Britain, Izzy.
Pretty sure they're owned. You might. It's the opposite.
So, I'm on. Hello? Yes. Sweet. So, next up we have Fergus Murphy from Ireland.
Can Team Ireland make some noise? I'm not sure if I heard them there as they cheered, but Fergus needs some support as he drops in for his ride that was dropped. He is ready to go. He is coming to the feature. Let him know you support him.
And Fergus drops in. Goes for a massive loop there. Goes for another McNasty. Tries to stay in the feature and saves it barely. surfs on their surface right shoulder to get back up high on the foam pile.
Going for that phonics and getting it the
Oh,
second
sweet.
time round. And he is trying to get back on the feature. Team Ireland, make some noise to get your paddler back up into the wave. Let me hear Team Ireland. Get your paddler back into the wave.
20 seconds left. Now it's 10. He has some time to throw another big trick. That is Fergus, his run. We'll see how much he scored. And while we're waiting for Fergus' score, we found a British Canoe key. So if you're driving a Mercedes, have a British Canoe key chain on it and a lot of other keys.
Oh, wait.
Make sure you come to the speaking booth. We have your key.
Owen, I have your keys.
Owen, it is probably your key.
I live with him. This is my house key. This is my second house key.
So Theo realized it's his house key he has in his hand now.
If anyone would like to get into my house, you can come and steal Owen's keys, apparently.
So if anyone wants to live with Theo, Owen gave it up. So we need Tom Doll in the VIP area. Frenchie Tom, Petit Tom, please come to see us in the VIP area as quick as possible. Please run.
As it turns out, Owen Kelly is actually going to canoe at the moment, so he can collect his keys after he actually crushes this heat and gets through. After that, he can collect his keys.
We'll be able to give them to him on the medal ceremony.
For sure. We can hang the medal and then hang the keys immediately afterwards.
Hello, Plattling. How are we doing?
Coming up in the next heat, we have Owen Kelly from Ireland. Can we hear some noise from Ireland? We have Connor Proud from Team GB. Can we hear some noise from Team GB? We have Zachary Zwanenberg with all the Zs. Can we hear some noise from anybody who loves Canada?
Well, I'll give some noise for Canada.
Canada is number one. We love Canada. Then, I think there's going to be some noise for this one. We have, from Germany, the Ginger Ninja, we have Philip Josef. Can we hear some noise from Team Germany about Philip Josef? Now, we need Landon at the put-in because Team USA needs representation. Landon Miller, can you make some noise if you are running to the feature? And can you make some noise if you are supporting Landon Miller?
So that's Landon Miller. We need you to make your way up to the feature, ready to get in. Shaping up to be an exciting heat with some of the biggest names in OC1 putting on a display for us today. Any tricks in particular you're hoping to see?
For OC1, the trick that is there to beat, if you can do a McNasty with air, that is the gold standard for OC1.
I have seen at least 3 of the paddlers in this heat pull that off, either in training or in one of the heats earlier this week.
And the paddlers that you haven't seen, I know can do it. Every single paddler in this heat of the finals can do the highest scoring tricks. They can do the highest scoring rides. What matters is which paddler can do it when it matters.
Exactly. I have seen some interesting things in training from a few of these guys. Some OC1 Lunars. These are almost unheard of in the freestyle world.
And Team Germany, when it comes to OC1 Lunars, Team Germany with their representative Philip Joseph, he wrote the book on OC1 Lunars. Not only did he write the book, he also read the book. He also edited the book. The only thing he needs is Team Germany's support when he drops into the feature.
And with that, we are ready. We need all of the OC1ers at the put-on, ready to get on. It is go time. So I have also been informed that one paddler in this heat is packing a secret weapon. I am hoping to see that come out some point in these finals. So, all of our OC1 paddlers should be getting ready right now. We will begin very, very shortly.
Now, if you belong to Ireland, GB, Canada, Germany, or the US, you need to be in the stands. You need to support your competitor. If you are not there, you are not doing your job as a teammate. We are here for the support. We are here for the noise.
And I'm expecting to hear some big cheers for some of these fantastic moves we will see. There will be some absolutely ridiculous air going huge in these huge boats that fill with water, doing absolutely insane things.
People always complain about freestyle not being a spectator sport. If you want a spectator sport, you need to see one of the best in the world doing OC1. That is a spectator sport in its definition. They could do the best tricks ever, but they also might have to do a booty beer afterwards. That is the true definition of a spectator sport.
100%. If there's no booty beers, is it really an OC1 competition?
And in our competition here, we have our most multicultural competition. We have Team Ireland, Team GB, Team Canada, Team Germany, and Team USA ready to go. And we are looking forward to it. The fans are in the stands. The paddlers are on the water. And we are ready to see the best tricks that have ever been thrown in OC1.
There could be some world firsts in this final. You can see some of the OC1 paddlers making their way to the start position, getting ready to warm up for their rides. Got my eye on Philip Joseph over there, and we see the video presenting all of our competitors. We've got Owen from Ireland. Let's hear some noise from the Irish team. Connor from GB. Zachary Zvanenberg of Canada. Philip Joseph of Germany. The one, the only Landon Miller of Team America.
And we cannot wait for these canoeists to drop into the feature. And as you can see on your screen right now, you have Owen, Joseph, Mary Kelly, and I have asked his mom, and it is okay to say his full name. His middle names are Joseph and Mary. He is ready to go. He is here to represent Team Ireland. But is Team Ireland here to represent him? Can we hear Team Ireland in the crowd? Did you hear Team Ireland? It was kind of okay.
Yeah, I think they can do better. I have heard those guys.
I reckon on the count of 3, Team Ireland are gonna go. So as Owen pulls out into the feature, out into the river, in 3, Team Ireland are gonna make some noise. In 2, Team Ireland are gonna make some noise for their paddler. In 1, Team Ireland are gonna make some noise for their paddler, Owen, Joseph, Mary Kelly, and let's make some noise for him as he drops into the feature.
Looking for that entry 2, going absolutely huge on the very first move, right out of the gate, setting up on top of the feature, plugging for that front loop, looking to score it with air. We'll see what the judges say about that, and following it up with McNasty. Just not quite pulling it round in time, but he has 30 seconds to make it back up the eddy to wave. And we can see the judges have already awarded him a full 80 points for the beginning of his ride.
And Owen is throwing tricks that a K1 paddler would be proud of. And as he pulls back up into the feature, I can hear Team Ireland cheering him on as he drops in for his next trick. And he has left and right in his score sheet. Let's see what he wants to do.
The OC1 Luna, what a fantastic attempt from Owen. Ridiculous first ride, just setting off a spin on the buzzer, dropping off, cooling off in the nice, refreshing water of the Isar River here in Plattling.
Owen knows the points that he's got. He knows the tricks that he did. He pulled off the back of that wave and he was like, yeah, do you know what? I'm going to go dunk myself. I'm going to chill, cool down a little bit, and get ready for ride number 2.
See him throwing the horns to the crowd there, claiming his ride. He knows he's got points on the board already.
Speaking of rides, up next is our next canoeist of the competition, because this is the OC1 final. They're not kayakers, they're canoeists, and they are ready to throw down, as you saw Owen do, as you're about to see Connor Proud do. Now, Team GB, can you support your paddler with some noise? As I heard from the crowd, apparently no, but I'm sure Team GB can do better than that. Can Team GB support their paddler as he goes for a loop and sticks it and paddles back up the feature?
Just dropping into that eddy, 39 seconds left on the clock to make it back up the feature. Connor Proud, amazing paddler from the UK. I believe done a lot of paddling around the northeast. That used to be my home runs, so I'm excited to see what he can pull off in this feature as he drops back in for the second part of his ride after that first flush. Looking to bring it round, maybe for a spin, maybe for McNasty, just catching a little bit too much of the tail there. Flushing off, he's going to choose to conserve his energy, drop into the eddy, save that to pull off the big tricks in those later rides.
Depending on what the judges kind of assume of what he did try and initiate the trick quite cleanly, and it looked like he was almost going for a left roundhouse. So we'll see what the judges say in regards to his wave tricks, because when it comes to OC1, wave tricks are even more difficult than if you're in K1.
100%, especially on the feature we have here in Plattling. A little bit more lends itself to hole moves than wave moves. For the wave moves to score, you do have to get the boat completely clear of the foam pile. Difficult to do in K1, even more challenging in an OC1, but if anyone can do it, it will be Connor Proud of UK. Up next, Zachary Zvanenburg of Canada.
Now
Let's hear it for the Canadian.
Now Zach has that red and white boat representing the Canadian flag. The crowd is going to make some noise as he paddles into the feature. Let me hear Canadians make some noise as he drops in, ready for his first trick.
Strong turnout from Team Canada here, making a lot of noise for the local boy. Zachary Zvanenburg plugging for a huge loop. We'll have to see if the judges give it to him. Just wobbling a little bit on the tail at the end. Flushing off, but 30 seconds left on the clock. Make it back up. He's got time. He's got 2 more rides. He knows what he needs to do. You see him nodding to himself. He's confident. He's quiet. He's confident. The man knows what he's got. Setting up. Plugging straight again to finish off that loop.
Unfortunately, pulling off the back of the wave there. And Zach knows what he can do. He knows what's possible in this wave, and that's what he was going for. He didn't get what he was intending to, but he does have another ride.
Zach has a former podium finish in 22 Worlds in Nottingham, the last whole boating Worlds. He was able to pull off the, I want to say, a silver medal with an absolutely legendary performance in Twin Hole in Nottingham. Up next on the start list, we have Philipp Josef. Philipp Josef of Germany. Do we have any Germans in the crowd at all? And there he goes for that OC1 McNasty. That's the signature move we were talking about earlier. What else has he got for us? Plugging for a huge, huge front loop. Looks like he's having a little bit of outfitting trouble there.
In the World in Nottingham, Philip took some time in between trick number 1 and trick number 2 to empty his boat on the side of the river in Nottingham because of how confident he was. Now he is paddling back up the eddy, and he needs to hear Team Germany supporting him.
There goes the final buzzer, signifying the end of Philipp Josef's first ride. A super impressive performance, pulling off 2 massive tricks for the crowd. The local boy showing that knowledge of the sport goes a long way in this sport. Following him will be our American competitor following up that ride. It's going to be a tough act to follow, but if anyone can do it, it is OC1 legend Landon Miller from the United States of America. Sounds like we have 1 or 2 Americans. Do we have any more?
We can hear not only Team America, but everyone who has met Landon and knows how great of a person he is, knows how great of a canoeist he is, as he drops in ready to go.
For a beautiful snappy McNasty straight into a front loop. Maybe even trying to cartwheel out of it, just catching a little bit too much edge on the cartwheel, but he's confident. He's got 2 tricks in a matter of seconds, 25 seconds to make it back up to the feature. Look at him go. Everyone here is going to be cheering him on. If you've ever seen an OC1 final, you know who Landon Miller is. You know what he's capable of pulling off. Cartwheels, looking to score those cartwheels to the right. Maybe going to finish off his ride with something big. Let's see it. Oh, the switch McNasty, the offside McNasty. Not quite hitting it, but we might see that later in rounds.
Landon putting in an absolutely solid ride of 280 points. In OC1, that is almost the gold standard. But Landon, I can see from the shape of his body, I can see from his look that he expects more. He knows he can get more. But for Landon, all the other paddlers know that as well. They know they can do more. They know he can do more. The OC1 final is very open.
100%. I think there's Landon hyping up the crowd.
Landon is waving it. He's saying, bring it on, bring it on. I don't think Landon wants this smoke, though. But he is ready for it. He's ready for it with his first ride of 270 points. And he gets out of the boat. He is ready for the next person to come and challenge that.
After our first run, there's still anything to play for here. Open canoe finals are easily the most chaotic of all of the freestyle events. Absolutely anything could happen. We know Owen Kelly has the potential to upset this leaderboard. Some big moves we could see from the Irish paddler.
Now, Team Ireland, your paddler, Owen, Joseph, Mary, Kelly, is pulling out into the flow. Can he hear your support? Doesn't matter who the best paddlers are. It depends on who the best team is. Team Ireland with the support as Owen Kelly drops in, ready for his first trick, ready for the entry two with so much air between himself and the water. Going for a huge loop.
Just surfing about on that shoulder, looking for a setup. He might be trying to pull off the McNasty here and see him trying to kick the stern round. Maybe
Going for the shove it. If the judges spot the shove it, they know they've got it. He's going for the crossbow for the spin. He's upside down at one point, and Team Ireland is going to make some noise to get Owen back up that eddy. Let me hear Team Ireland. Get your paddler back up the eddy.
huge cheers from the crowd, propelling him back up into that eddy with confidence. He's got just enough time, just narrowly missing the shoulder, not quite making it onto the wave in time for the final buzzer. But a huge second ride from Owen Kelly. That is going to propel him way up the leaderboard. You can see him claiming it.
Owen Joseph Mary Kelly pumping that fist. He knows that 155 points for OC1 is a hell of a ride.
Up next in the start list will be Connor Proud of Great Britain. Connor's favorite spot is the wave at the bottom of the North Tyne, I believe. Fantastic surf wave. So maybe it's where he learned some of those wave skills we were seeing in the previous ride. Let's see what he can pull out for us now, and let's hear it for Team GB. Plugging for that loop, he's going to need all the support he can get to make it back up the eddy.
Unfortunately, pulling back off the eddy. But Team GB are going to make enough noise to get their paddler back up the eddy. Let me hear from Team GB to get your paddler back into the wave. And he's dropping in. He is ready for his next trick. Getting in for almost a loop and pulling around, staying in the feature at OC1. So difficult.
See that 10-second buzzer going off, just showing he's got a few seconds left. He's going to go for the spins to try to hit. And there is that roundhouse to the left, trying to hit that on the shoulder. We'll see what the judges think about that.
Pulling that roundhouse around after the spin. Super impressive from this British paddler.
Moves on his home big waves on the Ottawa in Canada and at Valleyfield.
Zach just in such control of this boat. And the boat that is essentially the Canadian flag. He already has, according to the judges, 93.33 points. The crowd is going to make enough noise for him to do what he wants. He knows that he's done what he's done. He is ready. And he takes the cheers. He takes the accolades. And he is going to cruise downstream and enjoy his day.
Solid second ride for Zach from Canada. We'll see what he can put down in his third ride, but that was absolutely huge, that loop. Bringing it up the eddy next, Philipp Joseph of Germany.
Now, I heard that Team Germany isn't good at being fans. I heard that Team Germany isn't good at making noise. Can Team Germany prove me wrong? As Philipp drops into his ride, can Team Germany make some noise in 3, 2, 1? Can they make some noise?
going for that OC1 Luna. That is what I wanted to see from this competition. I don't know how many OC1 Lunas have ever been scored in competition before, but this guy is the king of OC1 Lunas.
And Philip doing those tricks that nobody else does.
Pulling back onto the wave, trying to tick off some more points, maybe trying to bring around for a McNasty, and there he goes. Not quite getting the air he wanted, but an impressive ride nonetheless. OC1 Luna is absolutely insane to see.
And it's so tricky in an OC1 because the opening they have on the top isn't the only thing they need to worry about. It's also the fact that they need at least 40 liters of water in their boat, or the possibility of having that much water.
Yeah, and we have an announcement for the squirt boaters. Yep. Yeah, so we have an announcement. King of the Wave, that riders meeting will be happening right after OC1. So if you want to paddle King of the Wave, you need to go to the
Lifter.
Yeah, next to the big screen as soon as OC1 finishes. Following that, we're also going to have the squirt finals beginning at 7:25. If you're a squirt boater, you need to be getting ready right now.
Speaking of getting ready right now, Landon Miller just splashed some water in his face. And if I know Landon, and if you know Landon, we know that water being splashed in the face means he is ready. He is pulling up into the feature. Team USA, are they going to represent in the crowd?
There he goes onto the feature, setting himself up. I reckon he's looking for that OC1 McNasty, and he is sticking it beautifully in the hole. OC1 McNasty the other way. Will he stick it? Not quite, just dropping it off the back. USA, make some noise.
Team USA, make some noise, get your paddler back in the feature. Let me hear the cheers. Let me hear the clapping as Landon pulls back into the feature.
What has he got for us in the last 17 seconds of his ride? Going into back stuff, is he going to look for that offside McNasty once again? He is. Coming so close, just not 100% there in the rotation, but he still has 160 points already on the scoreboard.
Pulling it around, and Landon knows his first ride. Landon knows his second ride. He knows what the competition can do, and he knows he's got a third ride for the finals.
There's still everything to play for. It is your best ride that counts in these OC1 finals. Anyone could take the top spot still.
Currently our order is in 5th place, Connor Proud from Team GB. Can we make some noise from Team GB? In 4th place from Team Canada. If you love Canada, please make some noise for Zach. In 3rd place in the bronze medal position, if you are from Ireland or you love Ireland, can we make some noise for Owen, Joseph, Mary Kelly? In position 2, if you are from Germany or love Germany, can you make some noise for Philip, Joseph? And right now, in position numero uno, can we make some noise for Landon Miller? One person made noise. Excellent. We have our next ride getting set up and ready to go. Owen Joseph Mary Kelly is in the eddy. Owen Joseph Mary Kelly takes some water from the river. He pushes off the bank and he is ready to go. Owen sitting with a score of 155 in OC1. He is out into the middle of the river, ready to make some changes to OC1. Team Ireland, make some noise for your paddler as he drops in.
Every single ride so far, Owen has shown us an absolutely outrageous entry move. Going huge. Can he do it a third time? He can. Setting up on the wave, now plugging for a front loop. Maybe a bit off angle there, but he's staying in the wave, surfing around, looking for an OC1 McNasty.
Owen doing all of the tricks that can be done. But in an OC1, can Team Ireland make some noise, get your paddler back up the eddy? Let me hear for Owen Joseph Mary Kelly. I can hear Team Ireland. I can see Owen paddling. I know he has 10 seconds left.
And what has he got for us? He's surfing to the left shoulder, just getting away from the wave for a little bit of a setup. OC1 Luna, does he have it? Just rolling up in the feature. We'll see if the judges give it to him, but that was outrageous from Owen Kelly.
That is a tricky one for the judges because he pulled that Luna around and then capsized. Or did he pull the Luna around while capsized? That is the decision the judges have to make.
I know Owen is going to have a lot of fans after that ride, and I just want to say we will be auctioning his house keys off to the highest bidder.
We have his house keys here, so if you would like to live with Owen, then you can come and buy his house keys from me, and you can live in his house. But next up, Team GB, can we make some noise for your paddler, Connor Proud?
30 points on the board already with some impressive skills, plugging immediately for the loop and sticking it this time. Incredible. Maybe even trying to get a little bit of a background house there.
Trying for that link for absolutely sure, and he is set up and he is ready for his next trick.
You can see he's calm, he's collected, he's planning his next move. What is it going to be? Maybe looking for an OC1 McNasty loading up that edge.
Catching that edge, unfortunately, but he is still back in the position and still throwing it.
Incredible.
Really tricky.
Maybe going for a Space Godzilla to the right.
Well, pulling it around from the back surf did. The question that judges will have to ask themselves is, was it a McZilla or was it a McNasty that kind of didn't pull through? That is the difficult.
And he's in the water. He is out of his boat. He's giving us what we asked for. We love to see it.
As you can see, Roman, the German champion of just good looks, he is rescuing the OC1 competitor. He knows how to look after them.
He knows how to look after all of us.
He is saving that boat. He is saving that paddler. And Bartosz, with the propeller hat that we love to see, takes the boat. The paddler comes to the eddy.
Connor climbing out of the water now. All right, Connor. I assume that swim was intentional, but I'm still going to want to see a booty beer from you at the party later.
If you want to appease the river gods, it is an essential part to whether you're kayaking or canoeing, you got to pay the tax.
100%.
And we can see Zach in the background, eyes focused, one blade in his hand. It's half the paddle, twice the man. Zachary is dropping in.
And he's going to set up for the McNasty. Pulling it round, unfortunately just having to brace it out, dragging himself off the feature. He's got 35 seconds. Is he going to make it back up? Zachary.
Now, Team Canada, fans of Team Canada, can you make enough noise to get your paddler back up the eddy? I need to hear you. He needs to hear you. Make some noise to get him back up the eddy.
I know we have a few honorary Canadians in amongst us. Are any of them going to make some noise for Zachary Zvanenberg?
Zach is so confident as he was pulling up that eddy. He popped his nose plug back on, and he knows straight away he's going to try for that left Space Godzilla and still in the feature.
And smashing out that loop just before the buzzer. Great performance from Zach Zvanenberg. I know it won't have been what he was hoping for. He's been battling illness this week, but he still came out here and showed us exactly how it's done in an OC1. This guy is an incredible paddler, an absolute machine.
And Zach pumping that fist there. He, despite everything, being Canadian means that he is always super happy, regardless of the outcome. And the crowd loves Zach. Zach loves Zach. We have the thumbs up for the next paddler coming from the eddy. And our next paddler is from Germany itself. Can Team Germany make some noise as Philip Josef pulls into the feature?
And he's setting up nice and high, immediately going for the McNasty, setting up straight. Maybe he was looking for a second plug for a loop. Shall we see if he gets it? He does get it. Up on the wave, up, 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 Philip, you got this.
So straight on both of his tricks. If you were looking at a clock, Philip did the 12 and the 12. The McNasty was 12, the loop was 12. He is in the eddy. Team Germany is making some noise.
He's
But
filling.
can Team Germany make more noise?
Looked like he was either filling or emptying his boat of water just then. Not sure what that's about, but if that
in
is
between his rides in Nottingham, Philip did a bow stall to empty his boat and goes for a huge loop to prove that he knows what he's doing and is still in the feature, spinning it, catching the nose and pulling out of the feature.
250 points once again. An insane score for Open Canoe. We are seeing records broken in this heat, no doubt.
And Philip grabbing some foam on the way down, because if anyone knows something about Philip, we know that he does not like environmental damage. He has the foam. And he's pulling in to say hi to his competitors. He is fist bumping. That is what makes Philip a great competitor. He is saying hi to his other athletes. He is throwing the paddle.